Hey, how's it going? It's JPChivalry going live with Umineko, When They Cry. So I said it would be an irregular hour when we streamed next, so yeah, here we are. The idea is to go as long as we can, and then head out, watch WandaVision, breakfast, all the good things. So, probably not a Saturday stream. Probably, well, let's not rule that out yet. Well, we'll see. Yeah, we're here now. Umineko. It's been fun. It's been enjoyable. Last episode was very cozy. It's very comfy. It's very wholesome. As much as, well, I mean, there wasn't any murder. I mean, there was some action. I guess I'm thinking of the first 2 hours. More so than the last two. Because the last two had the escape. And then, Kenzo freaking out. The Kenzo theory. That theory didn't cross my mind. I don't know why, because I assumed that Kenzo was always there. It looks like maybe that's where it's leaning towards, based off Beatrice's reactions. So I guess we'll see how that plays out. But some shenanigans is occurring for sure in this story. I just want to know. I just want to know how it all fits together. I don't know. That one spoiler thing that I know, it kind of ruins things a little bit, but I'm not too sure how it plays. So I guess we'll see. I don't know. It can kind of, I can see it being the explanation for something, but not all the things. So many puzzles, so many pieces to see. Alliance of the Golden Witch. 2:09 p.m. We have a scene with Maria and Rosa. It's cool. Oh, my laptop's not updated. Hello, laptop? Okay. Let's go backwards. Oh, right, this is Kenzo freaking out. Okay. Are we good? Should I have it on the right side or the left side? Probably the left side. Also hit the mic. Apologies. Forcefully opened the door with a clunk. Rosa flew in with Maria. And it's like 6 p.m., isn't it? So it's almost dinner time. For these characters. Is Genji-san or anyone there? Doesn't matter who, bring us a bath towel. So is it the situation of the second chapter then? Because it's already raining. Rosa probably saw Beatrice. They probably got the 2 letters. I wonder. There was already a full-blown typhoon outside, and it was starting to pour down hard. Even though she had an umbrella, Maria had been in... Was Rosa there? During the family conference? She wasn't, right? During the whole Kirie Kenzo theory? There was already a full-blown typhoon outside, and it was starting to pour down hard. Even though she had an umbrella, Maria had been in the rose garden amid all that wind and rain the whole time. She had grown ice cold. How cold? Ice cold. Maria had gotten into a minor fight with Rosa in the rose garden and had been told to stay there. She had done as she was told and had continued to wait in that spot even though rain was pouring down. Rosa certainly had gotten a little emotional and angry, but Maria's stubborn whim was probably more to blame. The cousins, who had seen that exchange, were relieved to see that mother and child were close to each other again. Child abuse. Rosa scrubbed Maria's head with a towel. She seemed overcome with worry that Maria had caught a cold, but Maria herself was nonchalant. Are you okay? You didn't catch a cold, did you? Maybe we really should go back for now and get a change of clothes. Maybe she was like bipolar or something. Or maybe that's just life with kids. No, that's not true. Ooh, I'm just fine. More importantly, I'm hungry, so food's better than changing clothes. Ooh. She looks okay, Aunt Rosa. She's gotta be if she's this spirited. It's a really good thing she had an umbrella. I was thinking she might be soaked to the bone. The fact that she had an umbrella certainly is a silver lining. Well, she wasn't always mean to Maria, right? Well, at least I guess there was just that one night, but I don't know. Perception. But Maria, even if you have an umbrella, you've got to get to shelter when it starts raining so hard, okay? Little girls definitely shouldn't let their bodies get cold. Ooh. It's okay, Jessica-chan. It's Mama's fault for telling her to stay there. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Ooh. I'm a good girl? I'm a good girl for doing what Mama said? Shh, I stayed there even though it was cold. Stayed there until Mama came. Ooh, ooh. Yes, you really are a good girl, Maria. Did exactly what Mama said. Very well done. But next time, even if Mama tells you to do something, find some shelter if it starts raining like that. Okay? Promise, Mama? Ooh. Promise, Mama. Ooh. Did she do the stars before? She didn't, right? As Rosa gently held Maria, they joined their pinkies together and promised. Battler and the others realized that by touching her mother's pinky, the warmth had started to return to Maria's body. Kanikun, thanks for the towel. That really helped. Then, if you would excuse me. As Kennen bowed with a blank expression as though he'd done nothing that required gratitude, he left the parlor. Okay, it's already dinner time. Let's all go together. I'll even give Maria my dessert for being so good. Ooh, really, Mama? Ooh, ooh, get dessert. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Love, Mama. Love, Mama. Hey, Maria, don't jump around. Let me check something. Yeah, we're good. Whoa! I got a gifted sub. How'd that happen? Okay. Hey, Maria, don't jump around. Mama loves you too, Maria. Love Maria. Love Maria. I love Mama too. Love Mama. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Rosa and Maria looked really close. Even the cousins who watched started to feel a long-forgotten warmth that filled up their chest. Wait, even she's saying ooh, ooh? So she doesn't care about that? Huh. You know, that might be the age when you're on your best terms with your parents. It wasn't like that for me. Mom was always yelling at me to study, study, study. That's because they love their children. Parents' love isn't always gentle and indulgent. My mother was strict with me too, but now I realize that it was because she treasured me so. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Love Mama. Love Mama. Love Maria. Love Maria. So, shall we get some food? Let's be friends and hold hands. Ooh. Be friends and hold hands. Mama and me. Friends. Friends. Yes, that's right. Mama and Maria are friends. We'll always be like this. I love you, Maria. Yeah, she's not... Did she slap Maria? She didn't, right? What's going on all of a sudden? What's up? The sudden sound had come from the teacup Gretel had been holding, which had fallen and smashed. Sorry. Got careless. Sorry for dropping it. The cup on the floor had smashed to pieces. Would it really have made such a sound and smashed to pieces just by being dropped from that height? Even someone as thick-headed as Battler could realize that she was in a bad mood or something. But he couldn't understand why she had suddenly grown so displeased. Because that's not the truth. When she made to bend over and pick up the fragments of the cup, Renova appeared out of nowhere and stopped her. You will injure yourself. Leave the cleaning up to me. Shall I bring you another cup of black tea? I don't need it. Guess the demon's black tea just doesn't match my taste. Oh, to think there's someone whose tastes aren't satisfied even by Renova's tea. I must respect your discerning palate. Getting bored, so I'll go out for a second. Bored? Wait a sec, this is where things start to get interesting. About now, Maria's probably going to say that she got an umbrella and a letter from Beatrice again, right? This is the essential part. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm counting on you to clean this up. Leave it to me. Without saying anything else, Gretel disappeared of her own accord. Her form literally melted and disappeared into thin air. There was definitely a displeased expression on her face. But neither Battler nor Renove, and of course not Beato either, could understand why her mood had suddenly worsened. All that remained was the scent of the black tea she spilled. Whoa. Jimmy!
Oh, wait. It's you.
31707, boys. That's Pog AF. Let's go, Jimmy. So it's a good run. Let's go. Hey, Mr. Good Bars. Hey, Unrealistic Yogurt and Nitrogen. How's it going? Yeah, Jimmy, thank you for the raid. Yeah, really good run. Nice. Mostly saw my sub. Give it back. I saw the pop-up for that, and I was like, oh, well, thank you, Jimmy. Sorry, Yogurt. You know, we can always fix that next stream. Gifted a random sub, and you got it. Gotcha. My lurk paid off. But are you gonna do another run? Try to get a better time, or are you satisfied with that? Because I thought you're. Didn't you say you were going for sub 3? High quality lurk. Sub 3 hours? Or was that? Probably will take a break for a while. Gotcha. That sounds good. It's up 3:30. Nice. Well, that's good. Glad to hear you got it. I do want to play it, but if I want to play it, I probably would have to get the Switch version. So that's why I was asking if you had that version. But I want Mario Galaxy 2 as well. I'll have to track that down. Have you never played it? I've not. I've only seen it. It looks good. It looks fun. I haven't played. The only 3D Mario that I played, to completion, was Odyssey. I never played 64. I never played Sunshine. Any of the Galaxies. So I'm missing out, I feel. But yeah, glad to hear you got your run. We're just playing Umineko, When They Cry. It's a fun visual novel. So if you have any interest in the When They Cry series, you might want to avoid this. But welcome, readers. JPChivalry, variety streamer. Visual novels right now. You have missed some good games then? I have. Because I didn't have I had a 64, but I didn't have Mario 64. For whatever reason. And I didn't have a GameCube. I did have a Wii, but that was mostly for Brawl. And then I didn't get a Wii U. I just skipped generations, basically. John Penguin's Chivalry, that's the name. Red JP, you're missing out. At least the Galaxy games, bro. I do want to play it at some point. I'll have to see. Because I know the 35th anniversary collection on the Switch expires in a month, so I'll probably have to just get that. Probably. And then see about Galaxy 2. Or just wait. I'm sure Nintendo will release it for $60. But man, that was good. Glad to hear. So what's on the agenda? Smash Bracket tomorrow? Yeah, I don't really want 3D All-Stars. Don't like the limited edition stuff. Right, it's a little scummy. They also did it with Fire Emblem, I think, right? For the first game. The re-release. Good old Nintendo. I think I'm playing Smash on Sunday. Check out Pyra? The new Xenoblade character. Actually, no. Scheduling conflict next Sunday. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I look forward to the next stream. Look forward to lurking. Got it right the first time? Oh, Pyra? Okay. Did I say Pyra? First. Goldfish memory. If you're playing when bracket ends, I'll give you a raid. Yeah? Okay. Pyra. Gotcha. That sounds good. I'm not sure when I'll be streaming, but I'll appreciate it. Thank you, Jimmy. Yeah, because I'll be playing Smash, for sure. I'll be with my boy, Smuckatelli, since he's coming over. So we'll check out the new character. Probably play a little bit more Sephiroth, because I haven't really played much of him. So this track is pleasant. There's been some good music in this OST. And we're not even done yet. We still have 4 more episodes to go. But yeah, thank you again, Jimmy, for the raid. I'm gonna read. I don't like it. No, to be more blunt, disgusts me. Alright, my mom called me doing my stream, so I should probably call her back. Sounds good, Jimmy. Thank you again for the raid. Have a good night. Hopefully it's a good call. Nothing serious, right? Say hello to your mother for me. Alright. Ooh? Why are you so irritated, Angie? Why, you say? Isn't it obvious? Ooh. I don't understand. Even Maria One-chan, with that blank expression on her face, irritated me. So I held my hands, palms up in the empty air. From out of nowhere, a single book landed on them. It was Maria One-chan's diary. Oh? Jesus. Going through the pages so quickly. Even though I didn't turn the pages were flipped through, despite there being no wind. The door to Maria One-chan's world opened. Why do you think I'm not happy, Angie? Think about it objectively. By objectively, you mean from your viewpoint, right? Are you trying to say that the truth is different from me and you, Maria One-chan? Truth can change its form depending on the observer. And observers from the future always overwrite that form. Angie, what are you trying to do to my happiness? Is this Maria or is this Beatrice pretending to be Maria? It's trying to trick Angie. The pages of the diary were flipped through at greater and greater speeds. Then a brilliant light poured out from the depths of the diary, swallowing everything up and painting over everything with white. Phone call? Who's calling? So I got a text, what? What is this? Sorry, Maria. Mama had to take care of some urgent business that's piled up, so I need to stay holed up at the company for a while. I probably won't be able to come back home until late at night the day after tomorrow. Ooh. Then what about your promise to go to the movies with me on Sunday? The movies? So it's 1986. What's in the theaters? Probably Back to the Future. Judging by Rosa's tone, she had clearly forgotten that promise. But Maria's response to that was an apology for asking. I'm sorry. Maria apologized for troubling her mother by asking that question. No, stay home. I'll definitely wait patiently. I'll take a bath every day and change my underwear. I know where the money is. I'll go to a different store every day. I'll try not to go out too late. If a policeman asks, I'll say I'm running errands for Mama. I'll do what Mama says, like Mama says. That's right. You really are being a good girl. If you do that, I'll buy you a present, okay? Go to bed by 9. Mustn't tell the teacher or any adults that Mama isn't coming home, okay? Child CPS? Yes. So, Mama, do your best at work. Do your best. Finish your work. And come back as soon as you can. I won't cry all night and annoy the neighbors anymore. So come back, quickly. Well then, I'm busy, so I'll hang up. Be a good girl and wait. Don't do anything you shouldn't. Goodbye. Click. With the tone of finality in her voice, Rosa hung up the phone without waiting for Maria's answer. Maria politely set down the receiver and returned to the sofa. There sat the stuffed animal, Sakataro, with whom she'd been watching TV until a second ago. Sakutaro was holding the remote control to the TV. The TV had been turned off because of the phone call. Looked like he was telling her to push the switch because he wanted to watch TV again quickly. Sakutaro, want to watch TV? Uryu, you don't want to watch anymore, Maria. If the actors team gets all their questions right, they could still make a huge comeback. Uryu. No, that's enough TV. Again, Mama was busy with her work and didn't come home. How do you pronounce... I should have looked this up. How to pronounce... Bleach discussion? How did they say it there?
Urayu.
Urayu?
Urayu.
Yuria.
Okay. What else is there? There's this one.
Yuryu.
Yuryu?
Yuryu.
Urayu.
Bleach discussion. Ryu's character. Oh, that's right, there was that guy in Bleach. Okay. Urayu? Uruya? Uryu? I'm gonna stick with Uryu, just because it's easier. So go there, back to the game. Mama works so much overtime that she doesn't come home until late. Because she has dates or something, she always comes home after drinking a lot of alcohol, even though she's not good at drinking. And with a pale face, she'll go straight into the shower and then to bed. Because she has overtime even on the weekends or something, she says she has to spend the night there and almost never comes home. Recently, she started saying something about how she's got a big job she's working on, so this sort of thing happens a lot. Damn. Doesn't even hire a maid or nanny? I mean, she's rich, right? I guess not too rich. The pictures I did my best on during drawing time were laughed at by everyone, but even so, I want to show them just to Mama. Oh, right, she can't because CPS. Never mind. Just of Mama, and once again, she won't be able to look at them for me. I could talk about the time everyone pushed the job of cleaning up onto me, but I did my best by myself and was praised by the teacher. But the time I went shopping, and the man at the shop said I'm always such a good kid and gave me a free canned coffee. And there was a time I wanted to encourage Mama because she worked so hard on her job, and hid a card for her under her pillow. And there's a lot of other things I wanted to talk about. Mama's working really hard at her job. She's working with all of her strength, so that we could eat every day. I hate her job. If only she just quit. Job is an important thing for adults to do. It lets Maria eat, buys clothes, pays for school lunches, and pays a deposit for summer camp. All that happens because Mama works and earns money. I don't know, voice someday. I don't need food. Don't need clothes. Don't need school lunches and don't want to go to summer camp. It's not like any of the groups will let me join in. Who do you? Just now on the phone, Mama promised that she'd buy a present when she comes back from work, right? I think she made that promise because you're important to her, Maria. And she'd feel bad if she made you lonely. You think so? Who do you? It definitely isn't a pain for her, or annoying or anything. Mama also wants to be by your side all the time, Maria. It's also painful and sad for her, since she can't do that. I remember when she spent the whole night by your side, crying. Yeah, I didn't understand why she was crying, but she was so sad. I couldn't do anything but stay silent by her side. I remember the last thing Mama said then. She said, "Thank you, Maria." She said that just by being by her side, you were her only ally in the world. Who do you? Do you remember? Yeah. I'm her only ally in the world. She said. I feel like I'm kind of curious, what voice do they give to the bear? Where is it? Is he gonna talk again though? Sakatara set the remote control on the table, caught up onto the sofa, sat in my lap, and spoke to me, gazing into my eyes.
ママもきっとマリアと同じなんだよ。
Very light. Okay. Completely wrong. But that's fine. I'm sure Mama feels the same way you do, Maria. The designs Mama draws are the only ones laughed at by her clients. Only Mama's company has troublesome jobs pushed onto it by other companies. Mama is the president, so she has to take care of everything by herself. Only Mama's company never gets included in the business of other companies. Mama's only ally is Maria. If you tell her to stop doing her job, where in the world could she find an ally? Also, I realize we're not going to get a chance to hear any of the other characters until in the answer arcs, because I didn't install the voiceover for that one. It's fine. I mean, the voice actor is going to change, I feel, if it ever does get another adaptation. Sakutaro. The only person I have in the whole world is Maria. The only person Mama has in the whole world is Maria. What about you, Maria? I've got Mama, and I've got you too, Sakutaro. So, Maria, you aren't lonely at all. Uryu. Ooh. Since Mama's busy with her work, she can't be together with you very often. But please, don't blame her for that, Maria. In exchange, I'll always be here. We'll be by your side forever. So don't cry, okay? Uryu. Can't your sadness be stopped if I'm with you? Ooh. Ooh. Sakutaro. Ooh. Wah. Wah. From the corner of Maria's heart, which she had been doing her best to seal up, drops of sadness finally drip down. Drip, drip. Drop, drop. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Even though weekends when Maria didn't come home weren't that rare a thing, it wasn't as though that night was particularly painful or sad compared to other nights. And yet, Maria's tears poured down. Uryu! Maria, don't cry. I'll always be with you. Even if you cry, Maria, I won't. I'm a lion cub, so I won't cry even if I'm lonely. Even though I want to cry too, I won't. Why won't you cry, Sakutaro? Even though you're so sad that you can't hold back the tears, you won't cry? Uryu. But if I cry, who will make you feel better? So I won't. After all, I want to get your spirits up. But Sakutaro, it's okay to cry. If I got my spirits up, will Mama come back? When Mama comes back, if she's welcomed by a happy Maria, I'm sure she'll be happy. Uryu. Mama will be happy? Uryu. If you do that, then I'm sure her fatigue from work will also be healed. Then, I'm sure she'll start feeling better sooner and will play with you a lot. When you come home and Maria's waiting for you there, and she's in the kitchen in high spirits, don't you feel really happy? I'm sure Mama feels the same way. So if I watched over the house in high spirits, Mama will be happy too? Uryu. Sakutaro nodded deeply with his big head. The tears couldn't keep falling from Maria's eyes. If she greeted Mama with a tear-stained face, Mama would probably get sad too. You know about it, Maria. You can't use the magic that creates smiles if you aren't smiling too. Yeah, I know. So I won't cry anymore. Hey, Maria, I have an idea for how to have a fun time. Uryu, want to hear it? What? Oh shit. Mama won't come back until late night Sunday. So let's have a pajama party and keep it a secret from Mama. Okay. Why would you stop the music just for that? Okay. A pajama party? Until you get tired late tonight, eat candy and drink soda in bed and play with me. Pajama party? Yeah, sounds fun. I don't have to go to bed at 9, right? Mama won't get mad if I don't sleep. This is a secret between me and you, only for when Mama isn't around. So tonight, until you get sleepy, let's have fun the whole time. Let's eat jelly beans and try to guess what color we'll get next. Let's split open peanuts and try to guess which half is the grandpa. Peanuts? Grandpa? What? Let's search for treasure in the closet, and more and more. Let's peanuts in the closet. I wonder what it'll taste like if we mix cola and melon soda. Ew. I wanted to try it once, but asked Mama if it was okay, and she got mad. Udio, let's keep it a secret from Mama and try it out. Tonight, let's play a lot, laugh a lot, and blow away our tears with happiness. Don't worry, it'll definitely be fun if I'm here. I'll definitely make you happy, Maria. Yeah. It'll definitely be fun if Sakataro's there. I'll definitely be happy. Thank you, Sakataro. I won't cry anymore. Let's play all we can, get happy all we can, and say welcome back when Mama gets home. Udio, tonight, let's play a lot and feel a lot better. Let's have the kind of secret party we could only have when Mama isn't here. If we're noisy enough, I'm sure plenty of friends will come to play from the land of the Looking Glass in Wonderland. Then we'll have so many friends that we won't be able to get bored. Udio! So, she's gonna make more friends? Well, quote-unquote friends? Then Maria began her pajama party all alone with Sakataro, having fun until late into the night. She played by sticking her hand to the bag of jelly beans without looking, trying to guess which color she'd pull out next. Sakataro had good intuition and got it right a lot. Sounds like Sakataro's cheating. Maria also had a brilliant streak where she guessed right 4 times in a row. The game where she split peanuts open and tried to guess which was the grandpa. This grandpa? What? Split peanuts and you guessed the grandpa? What? Was easier than guessing the color of the jelly beans. She got it right a lot. Sucking her salt-covered fingers was impolite. That was the yummiest part. Oh. That impolite there reminded me of impossible. So I forgot the death counter. So let's get that ready. There we go. 182 impossibles. Wait, I didn't add... Hold on. I have to actually click into it. Add, subtract. There we go. She liked both cola and melon soda on their own. She hoped that by mixing her 2 favorite drinks, there might be a flash of light like alchemy, and a new drink that no one had ever tasted before would be created. She got excited about how, if it turned out really delicious, she'd call it Sakataro Soda and sell it. But unexpectedly, it had a weird taste that she hadn't hoped for. And the color was somewhat dull and thick. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised that black and green mixed together would make this. Too bad. I imagined that it'd become a sparkling pineapple color. But it was an awesome, incredible, fun night. If it's this fun here, maybe Mama will feel like coming home and drop by out of the blue. So I got the feeling that Mama might suddenly come home and went to the front door many times to check. But there was no way Mama would be able to come home when she was this busy with work. But rather than a feeling of loneliness, it felt just a little disappointing that Mama couldn't join in on this fun, late-night party. Sometime soon, I'll do this when Mama's around and let her join in. Mama likes some things I don't think are yummy. So maybe she'll really like Sakataro Soda. When Mama comes back tired, I'll serve her some. And more than anything, I want to at least write about this fun night in a letter and tell Mama about it, so that these feelings of happiness will reach Mama too. Her work is always so tough when she comes home so tired, so I hope I can share this happiness with her. Mama will almost certainly come home tired late Sunday night, and I hope I can brighten her day even just by a little by sharing this happiness. I feel like it's gonna be Kinzo and Maria for this chapter, this episode. I gently placed that letter on Mama's desk. To Mama, good job with your work again today. Let me share my happiness with you. From Maria. And then I decided to give a present to Sakataro for proposing this wonderful party. It was a small red muffler I found when searching for treasure in the closet. Muffler? When I was still very young, Mama knitted this tiny thing. Maria was embroidered on it with knitting wool. I softly wrapped that muffler around Sakataro. It really suited him, accenting his yellow with red very well. Oh? Udio, does it look good on me? Sakataro looked embarrassed as he wore his first present ever. Yeah, it really looks good on him. Ooh, Sakataro, thank you so much for everything. It was so fun tonight. Can't even remember why I was crying. Let's be together from now on. And let's always play and laugh together. Who do you? Love you, Maria. Me too. Love you, Sakataro. After playing so wildly, Maria's room was a mess. Maybe she played a little too much. But I'm tired for today, so let's sleep together. And tomorrow we'll clean up together and welcome Mama with a clean room. Alright, Sakataro? Who do you? See? No. You're so happy, right? Is this your happiness, Maria Onei-chan? Oh? Yeah. I'm happy. Even though you were looking forward to that movie so much, and Aunt Rosa promised that she'd definitely take you, she completely forgot. She just happened to forget because she was so busy with work. Even if she remembered, with her work, there'd be nothing she could do. Whether she remembered or not, Mama would have spent the night at work. She couldn't go to the movies. Whether she remembered or not is a minor issue. There's no way that's a minor issue. After all, when Aunt Rosa answered movie on the phone, it was obvious that she'd completely forgotten her promise. When she heard that, Maria Onei-chan's mood definitely darkened. Well, like you say, even if Aunt Rosa had remembered her promise, you wouldn't have been able to go to the movies in the end. But even so, to think that your mother just forgot her promise to spend one of her few days off with you, it's sad. I'd be mad. Yeah, it was sad. Because even if she had remembered, we wouldn't be able to go to the movies. But after that, I had a very fun night with Sakataro. You must have thought that pajama party looked really fun too, Angie. Because it's the same weekend as Rakanjima? Or... There's no way that would be fun. I mean, all that messing around you did that night was just intentionally making a big fuss about nothing. Also, you could forget that you were lonely and that your mother wasn't coming home. That's not true. I really did have a fun party with Sakataro. No, that's wrong. You were just so sad. You hated your mother so much for forgetting her promise that you made a mess of your room. Where was something like that ever written in my diary? It isn't written anywhere. But by reading in the gap between every line, I could understand your feelings. Oh, she's projecting. You didn't have a good time at all that evening. You stayed up late when you were told not to, broke the strict rule about eating sweets outside of snack time. And when even that didn't bury your sadness, you went wild in your room and made a mess of it, right? And after you made a mess of your room and were all tired out, all you did was call out the bed sheets and cry yourself to sleep, right? The diary does say that Mama probably forgot her promise about the movie, and that I stayed up late having a pajama party with Sakataro, and made a mess of my room searching for treasure. Yes, and this is what it means. You were starving for Aunt Rosa's love, Maria Onei-chan. Aunt Rosa always put her work and her public image first, always keeping you on the back burner. That's what disgusts me, because I know just how superficial Aunt Rosa's words of love for you were. You should realize this yourself. So, how can you say you're happy despite that? I don't understand that part of you, Maria Onei-chan. Even at my age, I can't understand it at all. Why aren't you sad? Why is it that you can experience a reality filled with misfortune and can call yourself happy? I can't do it. I can't understand it. You're a sad kid, Angie. I don't get it. Why are you pitying me? Even though a fact about a really fun pajama party is written about in my diary, if the same fact is observed by different people, it has a different form. I remember talking about something like this with Brunkestell. Truth is unfixed and changes its form every time it's witnessed. By the way, it's perceived. In other words, depending on the person who perceives it, a single truth becomes different truths. And truths of the past are painted over by truths of the future. Or like what Okinogi was saying about its love. In this diary, I wrote that what happened that night was very, very fun. You describe the events of that night as something very happy. And yet, when you read the diary, the events of that night sound very, very sad. Even though you describe it as a happy scene, I read between the lines and realize that that wasn't true. Stop it. This tells of a happy night. This is the truth of that night. Please, don't take this happy truth and paint over it with a new, different truth. Are you happy with this, Maria One-chan? Yes, I'm happy. That's why I feel sad for you, since you wouldn't be able to feel happiness in a similar situation. Right now, I'm like she was then, just as isolated, with no friends. Angie had accepted her isolated reality for what it was, but Maria painted over her isolated reality with the reality of happiness. Ushirimiya Maria took a sad truth and changed it into happiness. That was the only and yet very large difference between me and Maria One-chan. Even though I'm unable to accept it, I'm also jealous of that power. Yes, that's right. This is power. I was able to find happiness with that power. Because you don't have that power, you can't find happiness, Angie. What is that power? I didn't know what to call that power either. Not at this point in time, at least. Eventually I was taught its true form. I'll talk about it later, on the next page. So then, late Sunday night, Mama came back with a present, just like she'd promised. It's magic. Whoops. Okay. I'm back. Mama, welcome home. Who do you? Mama came back. Mama came back. Waiting to greet Rosa as she returned home, all tired out, was Maria, in an unbelievably good mood, holding Sakataro. Most likely, Rosa's worn-out expression was partly because she really was tired. Partly because it would be a pain when Maria, who should have been grumbling after staying home alone for several days, would cling to her, sobbing. However, when she was welcomed by an unbelievably happy Maria, and found that her fears were unbelievably needless, Rosa couldn't hide her surprise. What's going on, Maria? You're in a great mood? Is someone here? It was strange enough to make Rosa think that a friend had come over, that she'd come home right when they were having a good time playing together. But there were no other shoes by the entrance. Even though Maria was in such high spirits, she had been home alone. At first, Rosa was suspicious that the cause of this unexpected good mood could be nothing good. But that really was a needless fear, and in any event, Maria really had been in a good mood while she watched over the house. Even if Rosa's heart had been as cold and hard as a rock, after being welcomed with a smile like this, Rosa started to honestly accept that smile, and a smile rose to her own face automatically. In that smile, you could no longer see any of the wariness of someone who'd been unable to return home for several days. Maria kept talking about what a fun time she'd had playing with her stuffed animal, Sakataro. Rosa really hadn't imagined that the stuffed animal she herself had given would be so appreciated, and she couldn't hide her pleased surprise. I see. So you spent the time together with Sakataro. Well done, Maria. Here's a present for Maria and Sakataro for being so good. Who do you? A present? A present? Ooh! What is it? What is it? Both Maria and Sakataro started jumping around. There were two presents. One contained an assortment of Western sweets. Inside was a Scotch cake. Scotch cake? I feel like I've had that before, but I don't know. Let's see. Okay. Gotcha. Damn, it looks delicious. Oops. Let's go back. But you don't actually add scotch to it, right? It's just the name of it. Scotch whiskey cake. Huh. Let's add some more describers. Cinnamon, vanilla, coconut? Pass. No coconut, please. Okay. Looked to be of very high quality. But Maria was more interested in the other one. The other one was an even bigger box, and it was pretty heavy. Go ahead and open it. Might become new friends for you and Sakataro, okay? Wow! What's this? What's this? A Nintendo Entertainment System. Inside, laid there like chess pieces, were about 20 small ceramic figures shaped like animals. Squirrels, rabbits, small birds, dogs, and cats. And they were all holding musical instruments. In addition to them, there was also a panorama-style background. A forest scene was drawn on it. The small forest animals were gathered in the plaza and looked like they were having a good time. Rosa set it up on the table, and when she then lined up the ceramic figures like chess pieces in front of it, became a band of forest animals. Isn't it wonderful? I saw it in the store window and I was taken with it at a glance. This is a present for you for being such a good girl home alone, Maria. A bribe. Ooh! Thank you, Mama. Awesome, Sakataro. Look how much our friends have grown. It's just like you said, Sakataro. It was true that if we had a fun, noisy time, we'd get more friends. Right? Didn't I tell you? Look, we have more friends. Look, we have more friends. Hootie! Relieved that her gift had been appreciated, Rosa remembered that she'd been filled with several days of weariness. Mama, you really worked hard. Go take a shower. If you take a hot one, I'm sure your weariness will go away. Want to take a bath? I'll choose what to put in the bath today. Thank you. But it's already late, so get ready to go to bed. Mama's tired, so I'll just take a shower and go to sleep. Have to get up early tomorrow. Yeah, got it. Here, Mama, I'll take your coat off. I can do it myself. Oh, thank you. Mama, your coat is full of smells from outside. Who? Oh, sorry, something fell out. I'll pick it up, okay? What is it? When she took Rosa's coat, a receipt or a ticket stub or something fell out. It had been in Mama's pocket, so it was probably important. Maria hurriedly picked it up. Looked like a ticket for the green car, or the Shinkansen, or something. Atami? Wasn't that a place famous for its hot springs? Oh. There we go. That moment, with a razor-sharp sound, the warm atmosphere shattered. Instead of the Rosa who had been there just a second ago, enjoying the gift with her daughter and recovering from her weariness with a long-awaited return home, there stood a person who looked exactly the same, but who had a completely different, terrifying expression on her face. So she went on vacation to escape Maria. In her hand was the ticket stub that Maria had picked up. She had stolen it from Maria's hand in an instant. Just a few seconds too late, by the pain of her hand that had been hit, and her mother's expression. Maria realized that she must have done something wrong. She didn't know what she had done that had gotten her in trouble. It's probably because of that ticket stub-like thing. Was she not supposed to touch it? Even though she had tried so hard to welcome Mama with fun and happiness, she had touched something important to Mama without asking, and had ruined that pleasant atmosphere. So Maria apologized immediately. Sorry. Even though she must have heard those words of apology, Rosa's expression actually darkened. Maybe those weren't the words she'd been hoping for. Maria didn't know what to do, and stared at her mother's reaction. Then, even though it should have been such an important ticket stub, Rosa crushed it up and hurried off to her room. Maria didn't really understand what she had done wrong. Ooh, I must have done something I shouldn't have. That paper must have been something important for Mama's work, and I touched it without asking. Poor Maria. Udio, you didn't do anything wrong, Maria. That's why tonight was so very happy. Yeah, happy. And when Mama takes a bath and clears her head, she'll go back to being the normal, nice Mama. So you mustn't worry about it. Udio. You're right. Mom's tired too. Ooh, mustn't worry about it. After all, we were so happy tonight. Udio. Just stop it. Can't watch this. Angie, I think you're looking for happiness in the wrong way. You're the one who's wrong, One-chan. How can you call this happiness? It's so pitiful that I can't watch anymore. What is? That Mama suddenly got mad? That happens sometimes when humans get tired. Condemning a person because of a momentary misplaced emotion isn't very adult of you, Angie. Okay, so... I mean, she knew, but so... It wasn't projecting. She just knew. Can't believe I'm hearing this from a 9-year-old. But that's not the problem. The ticket stub you picked up was clearly strange. What was? There was nothing strange about it. It has nothing to do with the happiness of that night, right? Aunt Rosa called because she'd be staying over at her company because of work, right? Why Tommy? Isn't that what you call a vacation? I mean, she left you and went on vacation, right? You normally don't go on a vacation by yourself. Even if that was a ticket for a Tommy. That alone doesn't make it proof that Mama lied and went on a vacation, right? She lied on the phone, and then she changed her expression so drastically and grabbed it from you. What more proof could you want? Might have been from a business trip long ago, right? Or maybe she just happened to pick up some trash and put it in her pocket. Might have been a receipt from someone who worked for her, who went on a business trip. In that case, it would be important for her work. It wasn't a toy, so I can understand why Mama took it away. This evidence you're talking about is only circumstantial. Imagination and delusions. I don't know why you're interpreting it in a way that makes our relationship worse. I'm the one who doesn't understand why you're interpreting it in a way that's so convenient for Aunt Rosa. As I thought, you're a pitiable child, Angie. Even though there are so many fragments lying about you that could make you happy, can't find them. Instead, you only look at unhappy fragments and continue to get hurt. That's why you're scared of being hurt. You only start looking for happiness after you check to make sure there's nothing around you that could hurt you. When I talk with you, One-chan, it gets hard to tell which one of us isn't making sense. You know what? There are lots of happy and unhappy fragments, and they fill the world up. So people who can't find happiness right beside them won't be able to find it, no matter how hard they look. Like... Title and Mytle? Title and Mytle? Searching for the bluebird. Oh, yeah. That story with the moral. You're the complete opposite, Angie. You're searching for a world without a fragment of unhappiness. That's the same as the blue bird, so you'll be unable to find your happiness for all eternity. Is Battler Hanzo? Or is he the blue bird? Give it a rest already. In any event, I understand that a night of happiness was wasted because of a single scrap of paper. Sure is scary that a single scrap of paper could do that. In that case, maybe the power to get your happiness back can also lie in a single scrap of paper, right? Talking about the letter from Beatrice? I wonder. Just when she'd finally been able to communicate with Maria after so long, Rosa's face twisted with a mixture of anger, sadness, and a fierce self-hatred as she flew into her room and closed the door. Maria's sorry had sliced into her chest sharper than a knife. At that time, she noticed a cute envelope placed on her study table. It's probably something that had come with a girl's magazine. To Mama. Let me share my happiness with you, it said. She took it, after hesitating, opened it, read what was inside. Then, after letting 2 large tears drip down the paper, she flew out of the room, hugged Maria from behind as she headed for the bathroom, buried her face into her daughter's back, and cried. Then, realizing that she was the one who should be apologizing, she apologized. Why is Mama apologizing? There was no answer to that question. Look, we already made up. Something like that was absolutely nothing to worry about, because of the friendship Mama and I share. To me, your happiness is too painful, Maria Onei-chan. I understand how you feel, more or less. Before I realized I had that power, even I was a pitiful child who could only find fragments filled with misfortune, just like you are now. What is that power? This power that I don't have, but you do. Are you saying that I'm unfortunate and you're blessed because I don't have that? Just what is this thing you can't describe except with an abstract word like power? Yeah, you do want to know that, Angie. That's why you've been reading my story so far. Of course, I'll teach you. I'll show you the secret to that power. And it's something I taught you about long ago when you were little, right? Did you forget? It's okay, I remember. Now No, she will teach you. She? Who's that? I shall teach you in Maria's place. Beatrice. Beatrice. The power Maria has, but you do not. Yeah, the power I have, but Angie doesn't. It's magic! Maria and Beato said it together. Then they started giggling because they'd said it at the same time. It was an innocent reaction, one that didn't seem like Beato at all. Black tea was arranged on a table in a peaceful garden. And Beato, Maria, and Sakataro, who was sitting on Maria's lap, were having fun chatting. Oh, I see. He is called Sakataro. So this is your best friend. Udia, nice to meet you. I'm Sakataro. Ooh, Sakataro's shy, so he's nervous. It's okay. Beatrice is also a great friend of mine. Udia, are Maria's friends my friends? Yeah. Udia, then am I Beatrice's friend too? Yeah. Udia. Maria, does something like this happen frequently for you in your everyday life? Ew? What? Is breathing a spirit of magic into inorganic matter and giving it life like this commonplace in your everyday life? Ew. Sakataro isn't an inorganic matter. He's a lion cub. Uryu! A stuffed animal makes for an excellent vessel. It is not uncommon for spirits to be made to reside in them when they are spoken to by innocent children with no toxin. According to Beatrice, every time a child plays with dolls actually gain a will and converse with them. Sometimes even move in by their own will. I'm getting like paranoia agent vibes. A little bit. However, because of their innocence, the power imbued into such a vessel is very weak. If they get struck with even a tiny bit of the toxin from the human's common sense, which says that there's no way a doll can talk or move, they instantly revert to being non-speaking dolls. However, this Sakataro stuffed animal of yours is different. Ooh, Sakataro's stuffed animal, but he isn't one. Uryu, I'm a lion cub. Row, row, Uryu. Sakataro's a lion cub, but he's still a kid, so he can't roar sometimes. Uryu, Uryu, Uryu. Uryu, Uryu, Uryu. Gazing at Maria, who was playing around with Sakataro by the table loaded with tea, Beatrice let out a sigh of admiration. How incredible. This is Sakataro with a cloth and cotton vessel as a shell. He's completely materialized into the human world. He has his own personality, talks with the summoner freely, and even moves by his own will. Even more surprising is that Maria did not summon him using the name of a person from another world, but created him out of the Sea of Zero. After that, Maria boasted to Beato that Sakataro wasn't her only friend, that she had many more of them back at home. It seemed there were other similar stuffed animals and dolls who could talk and move of their own will, like Sakataro. It was something natural for Maria. It was natural for stuffed animals to talk, move, and become her friends of their own will. When she saw that Maria accepted this as something natural as a witch, Beatrice felt a respect bordering on all. Magical girl Maria? I wonder. Maria, without a doubt, that power of yours is magic. It's magic? I'm still a witch princess, so I can't use magic yet, right? No, it is magic. Because you cannot use it consciously, you are still an apprentice. But even so, what magical power it is. The materialization of your friend, Sakataro, is excellent proof of that. Materialization? Indeed. In your case, it may even be fitting to call it creation. A piece of inorganic matter that would have no soul at all in another's hands can have a soul sent into it through your magic. Furthermore, that strong magical power lies in the human world. In this era, so filled with the toxin that denies magic, summoning a magical power that can materialize a single life form is not easy, even for me. It isn't hard to give birth to any number of soulless beings. However, giving birth to a being with a soul is very difficult. This is what Beato asserted. I don't really understand what you're saying, Beato. You're saying Sakataro is amazing? Both you and Sakataro are incredible. You should be proud. I see. That which Kenzo desired above all else seems to dwell most strongly within you. I don't have a clue why Beato is praising Maria so much. Right, Sakataro? What do you? What should be truly admired is not only that a soul has been made to reside in a stuffed animal. Even more significant is the fact that you have changed your own worldview. When it comes to giving birth to something from nothing, you stand out from the crowd. It is easy to make 100 from 1. However, giving birth to 1 from 0 is not. When you do become a full witch, beyond just becoming a match for me, you might grow into a great witch that even I must acknowledge as superior. A witch of origins, perhaps. I'm really looking forward to your future. Ooh, Beato said I have a talent as a witch. Isn't that great, Maria? Udu, Beato, thank you for praising Maria. Cackle. No need to thank me, Sakataro. That red muffler truly suits you, and I am envious of the talent of your master, who was able to give birth to a friend like you. Udu, thanks for complimenting my muffler. This is a present I got from Maria. It's my favorite. And its size is truly like a muffler that was created just for you. I see. I must also give my new friend some kind of present. Who? Beato is giving Sakataro a present? It's like... It's such a pleasant scene, but it doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem authentic. Of course, a gift from a witch must be something with magical power. In that case, so that he can be your friend for all time, and so that you can have even more fun playing with him. I shall give Sakataro my magic power. With that, he should be able to materialize even more strongly. Ooh, I'll be able to have much more fun playing with Sakataro. How's that? Who do you? What could it be, Maria? Is it something scary? Don't worry. Beato won't do anything scary. Right, Beatrice? Indeed. I believe you'll like it. So, to make it materialize even more strongly, a stronger image will be necessary. Well, what to do? Beato crossed her arms and thought about what she could do to please them even more. Oh? Then, right there, was the form of yet another witch. It was Beato's teacher, Virgilia. Virgilia truly was a great witch. Since Maria already thought of Beato as a great witch, this person Beato called a great witch must have been a great witch. According to Beato, she still didn't even rise up to this witch's feet when it came to magical power. My, I thought I heard some cheery voices. What a fun tea party this seems to be. Oh, teacher. Perfect timing. I want you to look at this lion cub. I hear he's Maria's new friend. Ho ho ho. What a lovely lion song. I wonder if you can greet me. Hello, nice to meet you. Who are you? I'm Sakataro. Sakataro fell to Maria's lap, greeting Virgilio with half of his face poking out over the edge of the table. He seemed as very nervous, since this was a witch that even Beato called teacher. What an adorable name. As a reward for giving such a good greeting, here's a sweet for you. After waving her hands about, Virgilia held the palm of her hand upwards, as though she was lightly grabbing at the empty air. Then, she held her fist out in front of Sakataro. When she opened her fist, there was one of those individually wrapped cough drops. Who are you? Maria, it's candy. Awesome, awesome. Ooh, isn't that great, Sakataro? Make sure to thank her. Who are you? Thank you very much for the candy. Go. Even though Virgilia was a great witch, she still treated a stuffed animal like Sakataro to an elegant greeting. Still, teacher, cough drops? Are you someone's granny or something? Can't you at least pull out some strawberry milk candy? How rude. In that case, I won't be giving you any more. Yahahaha, sorry. Sorry. Well then, Maria. Take out your grimoire. And of course, your writing tools. Ooh? Yeah, I'll take it out. What should I write? Oh, what are you starting? I'll use the magic I learned from you, teacher. Magic to make a resident of another world materialize into a vessel. Think that by applying that, you may be able to further strengthen the power that makes this friend of Maria's materialize. I wanted to give that as a gift to Maria and her friend. I see. For a being that has already materialized, it shouldn't be that difficult. That could become a wonderful gift. Well then, I shall help too, if only a little. It would be very reassuring if you would sign for this magic as a witness, teacher. Be glad, Maria. This will be a wonderful gift. I feel like this is all set up for the game, the fourth game. What are you? What's happening? It isn't scary, is it? Is it? Don't know, but I don't think it's scary. What could it be? I can't wait. Beato borrowed the grimoire from Maria's handbag and majestically flipped through the pages. Then she found an empty page and one of those with magic circles drawn on them, and flattened it out. After gazing at Sakataro with a grin, she suddenly started moving her pen. It was something like a written declaration made by witches to a high-order world. It was magic, whose effect could be controlled if Beatrice wrote in Virgilia's sign. Maria didn't understand what Beato was writing at first, but partway through, she figured out the wonderful magical power of this document, and her eyes began to sparkle. Udio? Udio? What is it, Maria? What's she drawn? Udio? Udio? Sakataro was on her lap, so he didn't know what was being written on the table. But even if he had seen, Sakataro probably wouldn't have understood. Awesome, Sakataro! Wait a bit, almost done, almost done. It's amazing, Beato, amazing! When it comes to writing documents of power, this child's talent is magnificent. Might even serve well as a secretary in the spirit world. Yeah, but remember that time when you ate Maria? Well, not Virgilia, but... yeah. Also what? Hold on, I have to enter a text real quick. Okay, I think we're good. Man, now I want corn in that cup. Could probably get that tomorrow, maybe. Or a fruit cup. Something. How's this? Not so bad, right? After finishing her writing with an intense amount of concentration, Beato looked over the document again from a distance. It seemed she was fairly satisfied with her work, and Maria, who was also peeking in at it, let out a cry of wonder. Awesome, Beato. Cute. Ooh, ooh, ooh. by the name of the Golden Witch Beatrice, I now acknowledge Sakataro, Maria's child. Teacher, if you would sign as a witness. Yes, yes. By my name, I witness and acknowledge this oath. It is done. Virgilio signed, completing the written declaration. It is a document with the power to proclaim to the beings of the higher world that Sakataro had most certainly materialized in the human world. Sakataro, who had been born from Maria, was nominated by the two witches, Beatrice and Virgilio, and just now his existence had been acknowledged by the higher world. That itself was the great magic of materialization. According to Beato, it was apparently quite fortunate that Virgilio was there. After all, depending on the number and quality of witches that signed proclamations to the higher world, the power that resided in them could change drastically. Virgilia in particular had many friends in that higher plane, so her signature gave the proclamation a power with which Beato's couldn't even compare. By this proclamation I accept you, Sakataro, as an individual with his own ego, and I welcome you as a friend in accordance with the contract of marriage sorcerer? Hold on. Whoops. Pronounce. How to pronounce in French? How do I do that?
Sorcière.
Sorcière?
Une sorcière.
Sorcière. Okay. Why does French sound so good? Of marriage sorcière. From now on, Sakataro is our common friend. Also, another text. Okay. And for that, I shall bestow upon you a fitting form as a gift. Accept it. With the grimoire still open to the page with the proclamation, she turned it around and handed it to Maria. Maria showed it to Sakataro on her lap. When Sakataro beheld that proclamation, he felt something hot and bright begin to dwell. In his body made of cloth and cotton. Even as he looked around, nervous at the sensation he'd never felt before, that power strengthened, and eventually a bright light completely swallowed him up. Uryu? Uryu. Oh? Okay. Okay. I don't like this. Okay. Well, then when that light disappeared, there Maria's friend Sakataro held a new form that existed. Okay. Alright. Sakataro, the beloved furniture of Lady Maria, a witch of marriage sorcière. He is Lady Maria's white heart itself. You might even say he's a second Lady Maria and irreplaceable to her. He holds a decoration as a diplomat, and none may attack him. Not any of the witches, weapons, and furniture in the Alliance, nor any of the demons and divine spirits in a contract with the Alliance. Huh. Okay. So how does that play out? Ooh, you're cute, Sakataro. Really cute. Uryu? Does it really look good on me? And is it embarrassing? Ho 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 ho. It is a very lovely form, Sakataro-chan. I figured the muffler was his charm point. And the ears. Animal ears sure are nice. Truly cute. Let me nibble them later. Cackle. Jeez. Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you very much for the wonderful present. There's no need for thanks. This is out of respect for your wonderful magic and your friend. And now that you have reached this level, it would not be odd for you to graduate from being an apprentice at any time. You've been enjoying this narration? I'm glad. Being an apprentice at any time. For too long, have you? Too long? From now on, I shall instruct you on even more new and fun magic. from this point forward, you may call yourself Maria, Apprentice Witch of Origins. Just stayed on stream listening. It's been a fun story. We're 60 hours in, so it's been a lot of reading, but I'm enjoying it. A Witch of Origins? Indeed, it is the title of a witch who seeks to become a creator. Right now, you are just an enchanter, a magician specializing in forms of magical enhancement, who has only enough strength to breathe magical power into the small objects around her. But after 1,000 years of training, you could conceivably use the magical compendium that resides inside your heart to create a galaxy. Hey Zyko, if you do it, I swear to fuck JP, what? Do what? Alright guys, that's the end of the stream, guys. I'll catch you later. Have a good one. How long have you been streaming? Hold on. Where's the game? There's the game. Bro? No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. I'm still streaming. Fuck BBH. No, I started at 8 p.m, so like an hour and 17 minutes ago. I did stream earlier today, but then I stopped, took a nap, and here we are. Why are you reading? Yeah, how's it going, Zyko? Hope all is well. It resides in your heart to create a galaxy. The talent of a Witch of Origins is very rare. Even though everyone has it when they are young, no one can continue to hold on to it. This title is also proof that you have not lost your untainted heart. Ooh, a Witch of Origins. Awesome. I'll become one. I'm Maria, an apprentice Witch of Origins. Maria, that's so incredible. I don't know what voice to give this character. Maria, that's so incredible. Witch of Origins. Incredible. Amazing. Udiu. I just woke up and I want to... You want to watch? Watch? Or... Watex H? No, I'm still streaming. I'm not stopping anytime soon, so... Eventually, you'll be able to call yourself a full witch, Lady Maria, Witch of Origins. Maybe a good time now to give not only Sakataro, but you as well, an appearance fitting for your rank. Here. I shall give you a proper outfit for one who, while still an apprentice, is worthy of using the title of a witch. Beata waved the pipe that was her cane. Many gold butterflies that had appeared out of nowhere gripped around Maria, giving her a wonderful dress. Sus Moa? Moa? Oh, okay. Well, she's got a new outfit now. Yeah, I took a nap earlier, so yeah, we're fine. We're streaming. Try to go a long time today. Maria, the Witch of Origins, who will live for 1,000 years in the future. She holds the motherly magical power to give birth to a 1 from the sea of 0. She can do binary. At a glance, this magical power is frail, but no matter how many times you multiply 0, you never end up with anything more than 0. However, the one she gave birth to will one day surpass even the heavens. She is loyally protected by Beatrice, who understands her true worth. The two of them are members of the same alliance. Huh. Gonna switch devices. No funny business, Mr. Man, sir, dude. Don't worry, Zyko. I'm not going anywhere. But yeah, go switch devices. I don't think I read the full thing. Certainly was fitting for a girl who would eventually take the name of the Witch of Origins, combining both cuteness and dignity. Amazing! Awesome, 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 awesome! Cute, cute! I want to show these clothes to Mama too. Can I? She gets to become a witch and she didn't even solve the riddle? I see a bias here. The full dress of a witch must not be shown indiscriminately. Its value increases if you're stingy with it. Cackle. Then the Great Witch, the Witch's Apprentice, and their new friend Sakataro enjoyed a lively tea party. So that's why it's called Alliance of the Witch. See? Look how happy I am. Look how fun this is. Angie's not buying this. Please, don't be afraid of being happy. Becoming happy isn't the same thing as accepting your current misfortune. It means creating a new happiness out of your current misfortune. That is the magic of origins. I didn't want to acknowledge my current world. I couldn't bear to accept such an isolated and painful world. That's why, even though I was entranced by your world, Maria Oni-chan, I couldn't cross the final line. I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? Maria said the word certainty before, right? So that means she's Lambda's game piece this time. Did you forget? You were also witch... Oh. You were also witch apprentice, Angie. With your name entered into marriage Saucier, weren't you? Yeah, that was true. Marriage Saucier. Marriage. That takes me back. I also had my name entered in there at one point, didn't I? Oh, wait. Right. She actually became a witch. We're going back to Angie's story. 122. Okay. I guess we'll see what the next stopping point is for the next BRB. Because we're certainly not doing it now. But I am gonna get some... The world 12 years later. Okay. I'm gonna pour some soda. So, let's do that real quick. Just because the mic settings are different, I'm gonna try to mute while it's pouring. Just 1 second. There's so much fizz going on. Okay. It's almost done. Alright. Alright, it's probably good enough. If that's loud, I apologize. I need my drink. Alright. Yes, I will never forget that. It happened on April of 1987. I received a certain strange request from a friend. There was a large collection of books from the former possessions of a very rich man that were being sold at auction. And it was thought that some of them might have been extremely valuable to the study of archaeology and folklore, as well as in an occult sense. So this friend wanted to witness their worth confidentially. Did I get another sub? Hold on. No, it's the same one from Jimmy's. Okay. Cool. That was 87, half a year after the crime of Rakanjima. Correct. It was explained that those books had escaped the disaster at Rakanjima. The owner of the island, Miss Ushirimiya Eva, had put them up for an auction. For auction. This was apparently a high-class restaurant. A middle-aged man was sitting across from Angie in a secluded and quiet seat. Amakusa could be seen by the entrance. He was probably keeping a lookout for pursuers from the Sumidera family. Oh? The scholarly man across from Angie spoke politely but with enthusiasm. He didn't lay a finger on the food in front of him, so you could tell how excited he was as he spoke fervently. He was a professor at a certain college and particularly well known as an authority on Western folklore. However, among his life works, that was only a convenient exterior. His true life work was a study of occultism, Western magic, alchemy, and everything else to do with the occult, as well as demonology. In short, he was the person in the best position to understand the details of Kenzo's research. Who is this guy? Professor Otsuki? Professor at a certain college, well known as an authority on the subject of Western folklore. He's also famous for his hobby, researching the Rakanjima witch legend as one of the witch hunters. Witch hunter? What? The primary focus of the witch hunt is the pasting together of occult stories to try and make them match with the Rakanjima incident, making it much more of a mental game for dilettantes and dilettantes. It's dilettantes, right? Dilettantes and enthusiasts of the mystical than a scientific investigation into the truth of the crime. Okay. First, what I learned by appraising those books was that Miss Ushirimiya Eva had absolutely no education in the study of folklore, and that the original owner of the books, Ushirimiya Kinzo, was certainly one of the top 5 authorities on demonology in Japan. Top 5? April 1987. Major city antique shop obtained a large quantity of ancient documents that were thought to have a high historical value. They were entrusted with them by Ushirimiya Eva, who wanted them to be sold at auction. At the time, it was thought that Eva would succeed the Ushirimiya family and have all the wealth to herself as the only survivor. However, at that point, not even half a year had passed since the accident, and the others had not been missing long enough to be presumed dead, even under extraordinary circumstances. Because of that, Eva had supposedly been in a very tight spot financially, unable even to collect on her family's life insurance. It seems she tried to sell everything of value, even the books kept in the place where she had escaped harm in Kuadorian were used for this purpose. These old books, which would eventually be called the Ushirimiya Library, were later gathered from antique shops by authorities in the field so they could be appraised, and those authorities were astounded. At least speaking from a perspective of occultism, the impact of that discovery on the world was comparable to the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is because, contained within the Ushirimiya Library, were many extremely vital documents that had never been found, though their existence had been known off for more than a millennium. JPChivalry? Hey Pippin, how's it going? How are you doing? The many dreams of the occult, such as those represented by alchemy, always stirred an intense fascination in dilettantes. It is whispered that many magic books of great historical value, currently unknown to the public, might be in the secret possession of extremely wealthy lovers of the occult. Going good? Smoking a doobie? Nice. Feeling good? Cancelled it. Well, it's been a while since I've tried those. They're not for me. Items such as Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks, which are particularly popular among dilettantes, are said to be prime examples of this. It is said that approximately 5,000 pages of these notebooks currently exist, and that over 10,000 have been lost. But some researchers believe that a large part of this lost portion may have been monopolized by certain enthusiasts and members of the Extremely Witch. Big chillin'? Nice. How is the Valheim? Did you play any more today? It is said that because of this, even now, dilettantes who can't help but seek these spare no expense to search around for quietly hoarded away at unannounced notebooks. There's probably no doubting that Ushirimiya Kinzo was himself one of those dilettantes. No one knows what Kinzo went through to obtain those, but there can be no mistake that he used his vast wealth freely, buying them off of other rich people with the same hobby as him. What? Oh, I was asking, how was the Valheim? Did you play any more today? I'm still on the fence if I want to buy it. I saw that Legend of Bumbo is on sale. I don't know if I want to get that yet. It's 50% off, but... Nah, not played yet. Not played today? Gotcha. Taking it slow. I see. Trying to avoid a burnout, or too much too fast. But yeah, we're just playing Umineko. Still on episode 4. It's still a good time. Those books, which are so valuable that enthusiasts could never satisfy their desire to hoard them away, were discovered in large numbers at the end of the 20th century, and their release to the public had given the entire world a massive shock. Because of this case, the name Rakanjima became known across the world. The world was also shocked to learn that, in all likelihood, a large number of even more valuable undiscovered books were lost during the accident on Rakanjima. Nah, it's just one of those games you can just dip in and out. Oh, okay. You don't have to constantly play it. Gotcha. Because of this, the names of Rakanjima and the Ushirimiya Library will remain in our memories for all time. Our memories. That R probably meant the occult neck of the woods with the same hobby as Kinzo. Because of that incident, the name of Rakanjima had taken on a vital meaning in the world of the occult. Big chill game. That's good. Chill's always good. There certainly had been a lot of reporting about the accident on Rakanjima itself, but not on an international level. However, this one part had spread across the world. Taking the image of Rakanjima as a small island in the Izu archipelago, and painting it over as a demonic island where riddles, suspicion, mystery, and the occult met. Like an Ark chill. Oh, like Ark Survival? That game? I never played that one. But that one has dinosaurs, right? Yeah, okay. You know, a friend that was really into dinosaurs, and so they played that one a lot. In other words, until Kinzo's library was leaked to the public by Ava, Rakanjima had been merely a nameless island that no one could remember, and certainly not the island of the witch. However, when knowledge of the Ushirimiya Library spread all over the planet, Rakanjima's image immediately took on an occult twist. And wyverns? Ooh. Flying across the sky. What happened next was the discovery of that message bottle. That's what turned the island into a witch's island. The nameless island in the Izu archipelago began to transition into an island of the occult. The island of the mysterious witch Beatrice. Yep. Very excited for Arc 2 with Vin Diesel. You might say that, lacking either the Ushirimiya Library or the message bottle, the Rakanjima witch legend would never have been established. The message bottle. Yes. A form of communication to an unspecified target by throwing an empty bottle with a letter sealed inside it into the sea. It was once famous as a way of sending an SOS from a deserted island, but because of the influence of a certain prominent foreign detective novel, it has also become known as a method of confessing the truth after one's own death, like a time-delayed will. The case of the Rakanjima message bottle is certainly one of the latter. Yeah, Arc 2 gonna be fun, I hope. Hopefully. Maybe learn from what they did in the first one. Make it bigger and better. This is the thing everyone says a fisherman on a nearby island picked up. Correct. We learned that a young fisherman in Shikinejima picked up a wine bottle with a letter in it. Oh, that's okay. That's the wine bottle from the opening. This young fisherman kept it just out of curiosity. Then, because Rakanjima had fallen under the world's attention due to the Ushirimiya Library, he announced the discovery. Is there any chance that it was a fabrication made by the fisherman? Of course, we weren't able to deny that possibility. The scraps of paper in the wine bottle were signed by a certain member of the Ushirimiya family, a girl named Ushirimiya Maria. Okay, so it's Maria's diary. However, after looking at the writing left on her former belongings, it was confirmed that this message was written in a different person's handwriting. Okay. Different person's handwriting? Correct. At the very least, I believe there can be no doubt that it was written by a person more skilled at writing and of a greater age than her. There's a very high likelihood that someone faked her name when they wrote it. Therefore, at that point in time, the contents of those scraps of paper were thought to have a very low credibility. However, later on, it was confirmed that a similar message bottle had been recovered from the nearby ocean on the day of the accident by the police in their search for lost articles, and this caused a sensation. It seems that, due to evidence from the surrounding area, and the fact that the bottle had been sealed, the police had decided that its likelihood of being a fabrication was low, and that it had been abandoned no earlier than a few days before the accident. The handwriting for both matched. This caused the credibility of the scraps of paper discovered by the fishermen to rise. It seems magazines and the like have reported on the contents of that message bottle repeatedly. But would you like an explanation? No. I know about it, more or less. But I don't. But I guess it's the recap at the end, the credits. Many scraps of paper had been stuffed into both of the wine bottles. It was an extensive notebook written by someone calling themselves Maria, but who wasn't Maria, in which told of the events starting the day before the accident and up until the day of the accident in a diary-like way. Its contents had been the beginning of the witch's legend serial murder incident, as well as the Golden Witch Beatrice's puzzle. This bizarre diary-style notebook described how the Ushirimiya family members, nailed down on the island by the typhoon, were caught up in a ceremony for the resurrection of a witch and killed one by one in inexplicable ways. And in the end, the Golden Witch Beatrice revived and everything was flung into the Golden Land. It was written almost as though it was a complete account of the events on those days. Also, it depicted the current situation on the island at the time in great detail. And the former servants who used to work for the Ushirimiya family gave testimony that it had definitely been written by a human who knew the inside details of the island. So, because of a combination of the occult boom from that strange fantasy novel and the Ushirimiya library, and well as the fact that the truth remained shrouded in darkness, the legend of the Rakanjima witch was born? Correct. More than 10 years have already passed since that case, and it is still the focus of interest for occult enthusiasts across the world. So I totally did like 7 other things in between switching devices, but you already knew that? That's fine. What's going on, Zyko? How's it going? How is Desi? Yeah, this game is wild. But now I'm clean. Oh, you took a shower. That's good. No, to the contrary. You could say that it has become increasingly deified as time passes. There are still many enthusiasts that try to secretly land on Rakanjima, even though it's prohibited. Could there be another message bottle that has still not been discovered? And on that day, what really happened on that island? There's still much to be discussed. Desi is super psyched that I finally started opening my curtains and the patio door again. It's that time. No longer in the darkness. He can hear the birds. Oh, Desi. As though he had finally remembered that he'd been going on for some time, the man took a gulp of water. His potage was getting cold, but it seemed that the man's hunger had already been blown away. Pretty sure I heard that the fisherman's scraps of paper and the police's scraps of paper had completely different contents. It's fake spring right now. There's still like snow outside, but it's sunny. So it's like a couple of weeks before the inevitable March snowstorm. It's March snowstorm? No. No more snowstorms, please. Correct. Due to that, interest in the Rakanjima mystery increased even further. Inside both bottles were diary-style notebooks on which was written an account from the day before the accident until the day of the accident. However, while both of their contents describe the same 2-day period, they are completely different. Listen to this. Starting with summer. What happened? What's going on? Both bottles. 2-day period. What happens in the summer? I'm gonna pour some drink. Is it the last of the drink? I guess so. It was as though one was the truth and one was a lie. Or perhaps both were lies. In any event, the beginnings and endings alone matched each other. In the beginning, the 18 people, including the relatives, are sealed up on the island by the typhoon. And in the ending, everyone dies, the Golden Witch is revived, and everything is flung into the Golden Land. The contents of both message bottles wrote about the events of the day before the accident and the day of the accident, but the details were completely different. Both diaries outline a serial murder following the epitaph of the witch, but the order of the sacrifices, the way they died, even the tale of the 2 days were different. Wait. However, in both, everyone died in the end, the witch revived, making for the same general plot. Huh. So, the culprit wrote what they thought was gonna happen? Or I guess the culprit wrote their plan, and then they wrote what actually happened, I guess? Huh. Summer Part 1, Fake Fall. Summer Part 2, Actual Fall. Winter Part 1, Fake Spring 1. Winter Part 2, Super Cold, Miserable. Fake Spring 2, Winter Part 3, Doodly. 2, Second Spring. And back to Summer Part 1. Those are the Minnesotan seasons. Jeez. A lot of fake springs. So now you're in what is it, Fake Spring? It's Fake Spring right now. It's a Fake Spring 2. Then it's about to be Winter Part 3. Oh man. Because the only survivor, Miss Ushirmiya Eva, has remained silent about what actually happened on that island. The events of that entire 2-day period are shrouded in darkness. Also construction season, somewhere between Summer Part 1 and Actual Fall. Somewhere in there. I see. Yeah, Texas is just whatever. Texas just... The weather could be whatever. Usually it rains in October, but... that depends. Man. But I do not envy that as I go. These 2 diaries presented a full 2 theories to wipe away that darkness. Those 2 days could be explained with either of those 2 diaries. However, we don't know which is correct, or even if there's anything correct contained within them. Schrodinger's cat box. If it isn't denied, even a mixture of truth and fiction can be the truth. Through the media, these scraps of paper had of course been shown to Ava as well, but in the end, she never broke her silence. Also, I got points with the Umineko goo. Oh, you got the vaccine? Nice. I have not gotten mine yet, because I think they're in rural areas now instead of urban areas. And also, I'm not a priority, apparently. Well, not apparently. It's the truth. I'm not in the priority target zone, so I have to wait. I'm still searching though. Who sent the message bottles and why? You got priority due to the bus job? Gotcha. Makes sense. Earlier, in their special issue for the crime's 10th anniversary, a certain magazine took that topic up for discussion in a grand manner, didn't they? That theory seems to be the one garnering the most support lately. But it is rather dull. What happened on the island on that day? Considering this question is the true charm of the witch hunt. The witch hunt? Yes, the Rakanjima witch hunt is the name of a group of enthusiasts who try to explain the truth of that crime from an occult perspective. Discussion of the mysteries that surround Rakanjima, from the Ushirmiya library to the mysterious 2-day period to the legend of the Golden Witch, is flourishing even today among enthusiasts. For the 10-year anniversary, an international convention was held in New York. I also participated as a representative of Japan. I was able to intermingle with zealous overseas witch hunters in many ways. Witches are a very popular category overseas. The age span of the participants stretched from elementary schoolers at the bottom all the way to famous cultural figures at the top. Even in Japan in recent years, there was finally... I'll let you know if I die after the second point. Sounds good, Psycho. but don't die. At least you just need the second one, then you're done, right? You're gonna haunt me, Psycho. Yeah, gotcha. You probably don't need any more explanation, but he's one of the most famous Rakanjima witch hunters in Japan. Even though I didn't ask anything more, he kept continuing on excitedly all by himself. As I swirled the thin film on my potage with my spoon, I shrugged my shoulders and sighed. Looks like researching about the message bottle really was a waste of time. No, if there's one thing I found, it's that the notebook supposedly written by Maria One-chan was actually written by a different person faking her name. And that person wrote up an occult legend on their own, put it into the bottle as though it was the truth, and threw it into the sea. Jesus fucking Christ, that would be the most annoying ghost. Don't give me ideas. No, don't haunt me, Zyka. I want you to pass on. Don't be a ghost. I have a question. Well, why would they go to all the trouble of writing so much in order to prepare a suspicious letter like that? With the message bottle, there'd be no guarantee that it'd ever pass into anyone's hands. If our luck had been bad, it could have sunk into the ocean, never to be seen by anyone. And even if someone had picked it up, they might have not cared about it and thrown it away. Why would they entrust their confession to the truth to the sea with such an uncertain method? Why would they write up multiple differing tales? If there had been one message bottle claiming that its story was the truth, it might be reckless, but not impossible. Oh hey. However, because there were two, that made both of them doubtful. If someone was planning to make out those 2 days to be the work of a witch, then they really did go one step too far. And because there were two, it's just that an undiscovered third one, or possibly even more, might exist. In other words, the two differing contents makes both of them harder and harder to swallow. But despite that, the contents of both matched in that they told of a witch in a tale. So, is that the main point the writer wanted to get across to us? Seems to me that the only possible explanation is that someone who wanted to give rise to an illusion of a witch carried out this crime for their own enjoyment. Did they not release the witch's epitaph to the public? Because I'm sure someone would have solved it, right? Or is it something only relevant to the family, and thus they're the only ones that would get it? That would understand. However, the 17 people other than Aunt Ava lost their lives, and a vast wealth, or maybe even 10 tons of gold, had moved around secretly in the darkness. It doesn't feel right for a confession occurring after all that to bring up this illusion of the witch. Because, I mean, there's people that solved the Zodiac Zodiac code, right? So eventually someone would figure it out. Even if we ignore the magazine's theories, it's very doubtful if the message bottle really was a diary. After all, the amount of writing was massive. It's hard to imagine that someone actually caught up in the middle of a serial murder like that would be able to calmly write it down. In that case, it's probably more realistic that this diary was written slowly over a long period of time, up until the day prior to the accident. In that case, would it mean that everything on Rakanjima was a planned crime, with everything prepared for over a long stretch of time? The fact that Aunt Ava left this world without saying anything is infuriating. She definitely said it on her deathbed. She definitely said that her reason for not telling me the truth was because it was her best way of harassing me. Yeah, by now it's painfully obvious. Of all the things Aunt Ava did to harass me, this is probably the last and the greatest. But thinking of it this way, it's pretty doubtful that Aunt Ava is the true culprit. Of course, that's not because the handwriting on the message bottle was different from Aunt Ava's or anything like that. It's because in both tales that were discovered, Aunt Ava was included among the victims. Right. I think it was at the beginning, the last session, that I was considering this. The general mean consensus is that your junior senator is a Zodiac killer. Ted Cruz, JP, geez, keep up with the most recent conspiracies. See, that one I knew about. Oh man. The writer of that diary was the culprit, maybe Aunt Ava was also one of the targets to be killed. Maybe Aunt Ava survived because something went wrong. Because I hated Aunt Ava, I came to believe that she had to be the culprit. But the existence of the message bottle makes me suspect that the mastermind is a far more profound and unknown person than her. I looked at the clock. I've heard more than enough. It's time. As he continued to speak fervently, I suggested that I wanted to bring this discussion to a close. He seemed to be aware that he'd gotten excited and talked too much, so he quickly accepted this. Thank you very much for today. I believe I've heard something truly valuable. No. It was truly fun to be able to welcome you, a young lady, as a new friend of the witch hunt. I have many precious materials that I couldn't show you because of this change to a different venue from the usual. I would be glad to show you them at the next chance we get. Thank you, Professor. Could I ask one more thing? Yes, what is it? Professor, why are you interested in witches? No, in occultism and demonology? Well, that is somewhat embarrassing. A daydream I had in my childhood, that if I could use a mysterious power, I could take on even the biggest of bullies, went on to become my life's work. After all, the primitive desire of admiring unknown power is as universal today as it ever was in the past. He thought about using Kamehameha waves on his bullies. Do you ever just get really mad at another suburb of your city for no reason other than, well, you haven't been mad at them in a while? Because I'm channeling that energy today. Another suburb? Maybe because of their traffic laws. Because you can't go fast for, like, once you enter, you can't go fast. And you just immediately get a ticket. Because the cops are bastards there. But I've never been pulled over. And I always respected the speed limit there. Because I knew our burbs here are just tribal AF for no reason. Tribal? How so? Yeah, there's one suburb if you go really fast, or if you go like I don't know, 5 over, I guess 5 over the speed limit, you'll have a potential chance of getting pulled over. It's very dumb. From what I've heard, no first-hand experience. After all, the primitive desire of admiring unknown power is as universal today as it ever was in the past. Professor, if you could do it, would you want to become a witch? Do you still dream of being able to use magic at will? But of course, even though at this age I understand logically that such a thing couldn't exist. Cannot forget my childhood-like dreams, such as flying in the sky and turning scrap iron into gold. Hahaha. If you would, please keep this a secret from my students. Like we act like going a mile over into a new suburb makes you a whole new another species. Does it? A mile over. If I told you that I was a real witch, would you believe it? My pet theory from my few experiences with women is that they are all witches. Jesus. Angie snorted at the old professor, who must have been an earnest scholar with barely any experience with women. Yeah. And one final question. Professor, have you seen the original message bottle itself? Yo, Professor, scuff tonight? I have indeed. In that case, do you know that handwriting well? Of course. I'm not a specialist in that area, but at least when it comes to the handwriting of the message bottle, I'm proud to be the most knowledgeable in Japan. No, it's Minnesota. We're all literally the same, but we pretend like, oh my god, you live in Minnetonka while they're in Bloomington now. You must fight. Just as soon as you get in there. Into the new suburb. I can't imagine what that's like. At that point, Angie set a book on the desk with a thud. And this is... I've never seen it before. He prided himself on his thorough knowledge of all literature related to Rakujima, and he looked bewildered at this binding that he hadn't seen before. Are you checking out Urban Dictionary and reading the suburb fights? It's so hilarious. They put that on Urban Dictionary. Ignoring him, Angie silently flipped through the pages, opened to one of them and showed it. On that page was a handwritten paragraph beginning with, "To my beloved witch apprentice." And at the end, there was a signature in katakana that said, "Beatrice." This is... The instant he glanced at it, his face went pale. She knew the answer before asking, but Angie asked it aloud anyway. Does the handwriting in the paragraph on this page match the handwriting in the message bottle? Well, I must take this home and investigate more. Pardon me for asking, but what in the world is this book? Where did you get it? The man stretched out his hand, but Angie pulled it back, so telling him not to touch it with his filthy hands. Literally every verb that matters has its own entry, and we all just savage each other. But we all agree Adina can... Is it Adina or Adena? Adina can suck her ass. Not a fan of that suburb. Thank you. Just that reaction is all I need. Thank you very much for today. Here's the reward I promised. She stood up, clutching Maria's diary. Angie carelessly tossed a wad of 10,000 yen notes, wrapped with a strip of paper onto the table. Edina. Oh, right, Edina. Okay. And I can't say that San Antonio has that type of culture. Just getting tribal. A wad of 10,000 yen notes, though? Sanji turned her back to him and made to leave. The man raised his voice as though clinging to her, but Angie didn't stop walking. Nobody likes this fucks. Snobby cake eaters. Psycho, please, be nice to them. I beg you. What in the world is that book? I don't need a reward. Show me that book. Both you and I are in the witch hunt, but it looks like we aren't pursuing it at the same level. You're entertaining yourself with the outside of the cat box. What I want to know about is the inside of the cat box. And this book is the key to opening it. It's too good for you. Well done. Goodbye, gentlemen. Have a nice day. Is she saying that in English? And that's what the arrows are for? JP, no. Don't bully them, Psycho. Please, wait. Sumadera-san. His voice didn't reach her. She had already joined up with Amakusa and gone to the car. Yeah, I guess I didn't realize that Beatrice would have written in the book. Damn, so that means someone... So Maria and Rosa did meet this quote-unquote Beatrice. Huh. I wonder. Did you find anything? Actually, wait. Let's do the 5-minute review, since it's like 2 hours. So yeah. Un momento. But also, Alright, and we're back. No, I don't know the Texas equivalent, but they are awful. If we're talking like cities, it might be San Antonio. It might also be Austin. It's one of the two. Houston and Dallas, I think, are fine. Maybe. And the Valley's okay. If we're talking suburbs, now I'm thinking about it more, probably Castle Hills. I bet it's Austin. Austin is just it's a beast. But they have so much good food there, though. It's always a treat. They have so much going on. Their food scene is incredible. Also, cough, cough. Also, I hope you guys enjoyed the beeps and honks as we did the BRB. Beep. Did you find anything? I have to research all the suburbs and cities to find all the Texas gossip. See what people are saying. Yeah, because I would imagine Castle Hills for San Antonio at least. Because that'd be the Edina equivalent, probably. Only at the very end. I was right. The one who wrote the message bottles was Beatrice herself. Cool. So you've concluded that the witch actually exists. Who knows? Mind if I sleep? I'll bet that talkative professor gets lost in his own little world and lectures and makes a lot of kids fall asleep. Please, go ahead. Take a rest. Still, that went really well. That guy believed I was a Sumidera until the very end. Oh yeah, it was Akasaka from Higurashi. Also, I have to consider this as like the Akasaka / Uishi scenes. As in that they happened, and then you get more context of the mystery. So, I guess I'll accept Angie. That's not a trick of Beatrice. The Sumidera family had set up a web beforehand around any people Angie might try to contact. They had offered a reward to anyone who could take Ushirimiya Angie into custody if she appeared. Angie had foreseen that and had snatched it away. She had called herself Sumidera, and after cleverly tricking the man by saying her own subordinates would set up an ambush, so he didn't need to worry about it. She had taken him outside. No? So when the Sumidera family pursuers reached the professor's house, there was no longer anyone there. According to the family, a young man and a woman calling themselves Sumidera visited this morning. Took the professor out with them, and still have not returned. There's a chance we were outmaneuvered. What a bad child, Angie-chan. I wonder if that craftiness is from Naison's blood. To think she'd casually take on the name Sumidera after saying she'd hate to go by it so often. The professor should be returning soon. When he does, we must serve him some tea. Yes, understood. I wonder if she thinks she's leading me around by the nose. What a naughty child. Giggle, giggle. With a demonic look on her face, Kasumi violently stamped her heel. No. Well, don't break your leg. Jeez. I'll teach you. About my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Angie, with your name entered into marriage societe, weren't you? I was also included among the witches, wasn't I? I closed Maria's diary and flopped down in a very high-class looking bed. I'd slept deeply for a long time in the car, so it took longer than usual for drowsiness to set in, and I read the diary as I waited. This is a very... like, the music in this has been very chill. This was a super expensive hotel in the city. For this episode, at least. Since it was often used by the rich and the famous, they were very big on confidentiality. That made it very convenient for Angie to escape her pursuers. The idea that renegades should spend their nights hiding in cheap hotels is a commoner's way of thinking. To Angie, who possessed all the wealth of the Ushirimiya family, renegade life was comfortable indeed. Of course, even though he was a guard, Amakusa was a man, and therefore in a separate room. Angie used the bedroom of the suite, and Amakusa lay on the sofa in the living room. According to Amakusa, the sofas here were more pleasant than his own beds had been recently. Poor guy. When I looked at the clock, I saw that it was almost 2 in the middle of the night. Still not getting sleepy. I sighed deeply. At that time, even though there was no wind, I had the feeling that Maria Nechan's diary fluttered. Then, when Nechan appeared... Wait, what? Oh, okay. Okay, I think it's the same profile. It's just that she's on this page now. Okay. Her form was no longer the normal one I'd known. She was wearing the dress that Beatrice had given her after acknowledging her as a witch. If you don't get some sleep, it'll be tough tomorrow, right? If I were a witch too, I'd be able to use magic, wouldn't I? Yeah, you can use it. I taught you, didn't I? Taught you how to use it? You were able to use it in the past, weren't you? Did she? I remember. I've started wanting to use it. Are you starting to feel lonely? Not really. It's not like having a different pillow every night. Is that tough? The first step to magic can be loneliness or boredom. Even small reasons like that. Even if it's just trying to kill time until you can fall asleep. Yeah. I'm glad you remembered about magic one more time. It's been quite a long time since I last used magic. At one point, with Maria Nechan's introduction, I touched the corner of it and opened the door a tiny bit. So, I should still remember that sensation. Right now, your magical power has declined significantly, Angie. If you don't devote yourself to the basics, it'll be hard, okay? Sure. Checking all directions. Securing a quiet place. What about Amakusa-san? He's sleeping. After opening the door to the living room a crack, I could see the blanket caterpillar on the sofa roll over in its sleep. With your magical strength as weak as it is now, the anti-magic power is affecting you too much. Not just the sight of people, but voices, sounds, even the presence of people will get in the way of your magic. Sever those completely, like how ancient magicians shut themselves up in... Ateliers? What is this? Ateliers. Ateliers. Okay.
Bonjour, this is Julian the Frenchman who plays your workshop here.
Stop. I don't need no introduction. Just tell me the word. This one?
Ateliers.
Ateliers? I'm gonna go with this one.
Ateliers.
Okay. But also, what are they? Workshop or studio, especially one used by an artist or designer. Ah, okay. I don't need no introduction. Just give me the word. Just give me the pronunciation. Like ancient magicians set themselves up in ateliers to preserve their isolation. I remember. The very existence of humans blocks magic. Therefore, the very act of showing magic to people is a sign of a high-level witch. Obtain a quiet space for yourself alone. That should be enough to prepare a space to use magic. Next is the vessel. Right now, it's important for your bike to at least have training wheels. No, a chain. This is, of course, impossible. Angie rubbed her own head. She wore hair accessories there with pink gems attached. It felt a little childish for Angie, but she never took them off, not even for a single day. I guess like Maria with her crown. Yeah, really will be impossible for you now, Angie. If you'd practiced every single day since then, you might have gained the ability to summon with that by now. If I were to start training now, how long would it take? It's said that a year of magical training for a child is worth 10 years for an old person. You need a lot of determination. You mean like Ushirimiya Kenzo? So, just like the piano and the violin, getting a special education from a young age is huge when it comes to magic. As you are now, your power has weakened since the time you were first able to use magic, Angie. Don't overdo it, and devote yourself to the basics. After suddenly rubbing those things on my head one more time, I gave up. Then I started fishing through the knapsack, looking for anything that might make a good vessel. Shouldn't this be a perfect vessel? It's been a long time. Yes. With this, I think even you should be able to perform a summons as you are now. And they have no master now. It should be possible for you to become their new master, Angie. Among the things that looked like good vessels, I took the one I thought might possess the strongest magical power, and set it on the side table near the bed with a clatter. It was a shady-looking steak-shaped... Wait, what? A shady-looking steak-shaped weapon with an occult design inscribed on it. It was one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, which the witch used to offer sacrifices. She just has it? When the police had been searching the family's possessions, they had collected a large amount of junk. After the investigation had finished, these had been politely returned to the Ushirimiya family. Finding something I had seen in the pictures of Maria's diary, I took it home with me. She just has the weapon. Originally, there were 7 stakes of purgatory. How pitiful. Now she's the only one left. One-chan smiled, looking lonely. I pulled another book out of the knapsack. This was also old-fashioned, and you could tell that it was an occult book just by looking. But its contents were plain. It was one of Maria One-chan's elaborate notebooks. This wasn't a diary. This was a grimoire, which she had written as a witch. The 7 stakes of purgatory are Beatrice's furniture, created by her and employed only for her sake. But since Beatrice is also a witch of marriage associé, they could be employed by Maria, a witch of the same alliance. For that reason, the method of summoning the 7 stakes of purgatory and how to handle them was written about in great detail in Maria One-chan's grimoire. And, as another person with their name registered in that alliance, I was also permitted to employ them. Which of the 7 sisters is this stake? Their characteristics are written about well in the grimoire. That's what the... Okay. That's what this is. All these character notes. Except for the future parts, right? Because that wouldn't make sense. The Sisters of the 7 Stakes really hate it when you get their names wrong. Remember their names well before summoning them. A packed page told of the 7 stakes of purgatory. It described the 7 sisters in great detail. Yes, I think I memorized almost this entire page once in the past. The more I read it, the more I start to remember. By the pictures and characteristics written on the grimoire, I could tell that the stake in my hand was Mammon's stake. In the past, I hadn't had any stakes, so I'd summoned them without any vessel. So, this was the first time I'd clearly seen any of the 7 stakes, let alone Mammon. Or Mammon. Mammon, the 5th sister, controls the deadly sin of greed. An incredible kid. Greed also controls aspirations, the desire to improve oneself, and the strength to live. Definitely doesn't mean only bad things. She's rude, but she's a girl who tries really hard. I see. You could say that without desire. There's no reason to live. For a while, I heightened my concentration and digested the information that was written about Mammon. The more the summoner knows about the target that's being summoned, the better. Knowledge is connected to magical power. I began to fill my head with knowledge about Mammon, raising a necessary amount of magical power for a summoning. Grimoires can be a bit interesting. This might be a much better read than some lame novel. Really takes me back. For a grimoire, it is demanded not only that you understand the letters, but that you fill up the world of the space between the lines, giving birth to a world from the pictures and creating things in various ways. The power to give birth to something. For someone who has that, such as you, a grimoire should be more interesting than any book. I've always known that you'd be able to understand that. That should be enough knowledge of Mammon for now. Yes, I've remembered it, more or less. I'll give it a try. Take care. In case the worst happens, here's my talisman. The Treaty of the Alliance won't protect you right now. That Mammon is a bit of a quick trigger, and she may still bear a grudge. Be careful. Yes, I'll wear it. The 7 sticks of purgatory, as furniture used to make sacrifices for a ceremony, were treated as beings inferior even to weapons. That was only when compared to other demons. To humans, furniture is something to be feared. I fished through the knapsack again, took out a bracelet charm with a scorpion medal that I'd gotten from Maria Onechan long ago, and put it on my arm. In the past, I hadn't needed something like this, but I need insurance. It's okay. It has already been fitted with the required amount of magical defense. As long as you wear that, you'll definitely be fine. Maria Onechan's magical power, which had been specially put into this charm, had been enough to earn even Beatrice's admiration. While it may have looked like something cheap to a human who couldn't understand magic, its magical worth was incalculable. Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Mammon of Greed. I focused my mind. Oh? I made the magic-propelling toxin that filled my body 0. It's a gem. Imagine an untainted, vast space. Doubts and common sense all resist magic. Make the resistance 0, and erase the burden on the magical power. Inside my head was the image of a vast space. I'm not ignoring, I'm just busy preparing things for more things. It's all good, Psycho. we're just chilling, just reading. It was a nighttime world where I floated in the air, and the neon stars over the ground sparkled. A world where the stars that should have covered the sky were wiped away by the light from below that covered the ground. In the world of a vast night sky with no obstructions. I imagined the wind blowing through at will. At that time, in a room where there shouldn't have been any wind, the free nighttime wind kicked up a cyclone. The long-forgotten sensation raced through my entire body. It was a unique feeling of exaltation that comes from using magic. Mammon's stick, which I held it in my hand, gradually began to make me feel pale light. A twisting cyclone with a stick at the center. The hefty stick floated a bit into the air. Wonderful. Looks like the gap in your training hasn't stolen your talent. Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Mammon of Greed. Show yourself to me. After I raised my hands, bit by bit, lifted them higher than my head. As though it was being attracted upwards, Mammon's stake once again floated up high into the air, and gradually began to shake. That shaking began to grow faster, and it burst. With a speed faster than I could follow, it flew around, violently rebounding off the walls of the room. The terrible sound of it dancing around threatened to make me flinch. However, I must not lose my mental concentration. Oh? Gradually distracting music and just noises. Besides, then the stake, which had been flying around at an incredible speed, finally stopped and faced me. It was in the air, just a few centimeters away from my forehead, and held back by the defensive barrier created by the scorpion charm. It had tried to break the defensive barrier, eating into it with an incredible power, but Rhea and Onechan's barrier wouldn't be broken so easily. It's no use. Can't break it. The snake muttered hatefully. It's probably safe to say that the scorpion charm saved me. Without that, my attempt at killing time until I got sleepy would have killed my time for all eternity. Wait, is this the same series with that ridiculous boing noise? Oh yeah. Well, it's the spiritual sequel series. But it is that one, I believe. But yeah, that's the sound effect of death that we just heard. But no one died that time. Where is she? I guess she's okay. Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Oh, it's right there. High quality furniture created by Beatrice. Mammon is the first furniture to become Angie's friend. She stayed by Angie's side throughout her training period, greedily encouraging her master to become a full, true witch. A very special person, even among the Seven Sisters. So do the other ones show up? Try to see, because one of them said Mammon. So this is Mammon. Asmodeus. Oh, her personality is similar to Mammon's, and the two sisters often fight over the same thing. Beelzebub, right. Boing. When Mammon's snake realized that it was unable to gouge me, it gave up and grew docile, changing its form from that of a snake into a human. In that same old outfit that I'd never be able to walk around outside in, although you could say it suited her in a demonic sort of way. Is that Anji-sama? But that magical power is pretty shabby. Are you really Anji-sama? Angie. It's been a long time, Mammon. Have you been well? And here I was convinced that furniture that's already fulfilled its function just gets left to rust away in a closet. So, what kind of sideshow is this? You aren't going to say that you're my owner, are you? Yes. Angie is your master. Lady Maria! How unsightly of me. Is that barrier just now yours? Yes. I thought that as she is now, Angie might just have gotten finished off by you. I lent her a talisman. If Lady Maria says Anji-sama is my master, I cannot refuse. Anji-sama, please, your orders. If it's me you need, are you going to perform a new ceremony? With new sacrifices? Of course, that's only if you're willing to handle me yourself, and get your own hands dirty. That role isn't something I'm asking for anymore. All you have to do is talk with me like you used to. Yes, if that is what you desire. Furniture is furniture because it is used. It is an honor to just be summoned. Anji-sama. Mammon had a slightly complicated smile on her face. She accepted her new master because Maria had told her to. But it looked like she hadn't gotten over her discontent at working for Angie, with her frail magical power. Perhaps she's had some other reason for hating Angie, but for now it seemed that she couldn't disobey, even if she wasn't happy about it. So, what should I do? I don't know. Just do something lively, like old times. Well now, this liveliness you're talking about is probably from when we sisters were all together. Maybe difficult by myself. Did you forget? That's right. The Seven Sisters were really lively when they got together. But with Angie's magical power now, I think summoning just Mammon is the best we can hope for. The stakes for the other six have been lost. My apologies, Lady Maria. But maybe it'll be possible to summon the Seven Sisters via my own stake. If I'm to be used, I'd hope Anji-sama has at least that much power, right? Mammon grinned. Apparently she wanted me to summon the other sisters without a vessel. I see. Since she's unable to satisfy herself with being summoned alone, she's asking for the other sisters to be summoned as well. I get it. Agreed. Yes, she was like this back then, wasn't she? This song is maddening. With the xylophone. The furniture, the times during which they are used for our bliss. No matter how badly they're exploited, being used is furniture's joy. On the contrary, regardless of how nice you are to them, not being given a job is more painful than anything in their eyes. Mammon spoke in a challenging way, but she wanted me to summon the other sisters somehow, and rescue them from the world of nothingness. If that's the case, all she's got to do is say so. These demon people can never just say what they mean. Angie, don't overdo it. You'll need plenty of rehabilitation just from summoning Mammon. Oh, I'll need to rehabilitate after just one? Well, I'm just killing time anyway. Okay, Mammon. I've gotten this far. I'll call as many as I can. Really? Not bad, Angie-sama. Okay, quickly. Apparently, even though she'd asked, Mammon hadn't really expected Angie to do this. She hopped around badgering Angie to summon the other sisters. Like some tinky-ass metallophone or vibraphone. Either way, too much tink. Maybe it'll change once the other sisters come into play. Summoning Mammon alone consumed a considerable amount of physical and magical power. It'll probably be pretty tough to do 6 more. I'm awed by the magical power of those who can summon sisters like this at will with a snap of their fingers, and who therefore reach the level where they can be called witches. Mammon, don't make Angie overdo it. She still isn't at her best. What? Angie-sama said she'd summon everyone. Actually, I only said I'd call as many as I could. I guess that's greed for you. Don't overdo it, Angie. You should rest for today. You're tired enough. It's okay. Just killing time anyway. Let me get tired enough that I can just fall over or sleep. This time, there's no vessel. I'll have to strengthen the image from my knowledge of the grimoire and materialize with just that. Angie out here, better summon a Tula with that staff? Wait, a Tua from Dangan? I held my hands out in the air, replaying in my head the sensation from when I summoned Mammon. Or a Tua. I'm acquainted with all of the 7 sisters, right? Gotta remember that time, long ago, when I talked with them. She talked with them? Once again, the power of magic began to fill me up. I let off a faint and yet distinct pale light from both of my hands. Oh? Angie-sama. Hold on, good luck. Hey, Lady Maria. Angie-sama's definitely gonna summon everyone, right? Man, so many new tracks in this one. The 7 sisters will get to be reunited again, right? Right? See? I told you. Yeah, definitely. But there's no guarantee that it'll happen tonight. Angie-sama can do it. Please, Angie-sama. Start with the youngest sister, Asmo. Here Atua comes. Asmodeus, the 7th sister. Got it. I'll call them in order starting from the youngest. A strand of hot sweat dripped down from my forehead. This really is going to be one hell of a burden to carry. Here she comes. Oh? The pale light in this space began to slowly form into the outline of the girl. Come, arise. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Asmodeus of lust. There was no vessel. However, as I held a strong conviction that she definitely did exist there as a core, her form began to crystallize. Her outline became distinct. In the form of the youngest of the 7 sisters, Asmodeus was finally created. Asmodeus of Lust, right here. Where is this? Am I alive? Asmo! I'm so glad. Mamma-Nisan! Where in the world is this? Who summoned me? Angie-sama did. Angie-sama said she'd revive all of us. No, I didn't. Angie-sama, thank you. Do bells next, please. Beelzebub, the sixth sister. Beelzebub of gluttony, come, arise. At this rate, I wonder how many I'll be able to summon. If I can't focus, this is probably it. The pale light made an outline and formed into Beelzebub. Beelzebub of gluttony, right here. Bells! Angie-sama, you're amazing, incredible. Mammon and Asmodeus jumped onto Beelzebub, celebrating the reunion. It summoned 3 people at once. My head was throbbing. Gotta summon the next one, without stopping for a break. Come, arise, one of the 7 stakes, Belphegor of Sloth. I forget, when Rudolph, Kirie, and Hideyoshi died, it was Belphegor and... who was it? Which one's Envy? Leviathan? Those are the ones that died, right? Belphegor of Sloth, right here. To think that I would be needed again. Belphanie! I'm hungry. I mean, I'm so glad to see you again. To think that the 7 sisters will be able to meet again. Angie-sama, thank you so much. Keep it up and do Satan me next, and Leviani and Lucini. Yeah, I get it. So please, try not to be so loud. Doing 4 people at the same time. It's pretty tough. Yeah, I could imagine. That's what she's... okay. Angie, don't overdo it any more than this. You did a good job summoning even 4 of them after such a long time. Stop it, Mammon. Right now, Angie-sama is being pressured with the burden of summoning us. Angie-sama, I beg that you do not strain yourself too much. No way! Angie-sama promised. She said we'd all play together again. No, right? Angie-sama? You said everyone would meet again. You promised that we could meet again right away. That's right. I promised. I didn't promise anything about when, but I certainly did promise. So keep that promise. If you don't, I'll never forgive you for forgetting it until today, Angie-sama. Come, arise. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Satan of Wrath. My mind's getting hazy, but I'll call. Even though I've forgotten about those days, even though I've never thought of that time as anything but sad and lonely, because the short time I spent with them was fun, without a doubt. Satan of Wrath, right here. What the hell are you people doing? Don't you realize how much it's burdening Angie-sama just to let us have an idle chat? Satan, who had apparently figured out the situation immediately after being summoned, cried out in a loud voice, telling her sisters off. That loud voice made my consciousness hazy again. We are furniture who have been granted rest by Beatrice, and whose duty has been finished. Not only are you not honored at being given another chance to be of some use, but you're putting a burden on our new master. You disgrace to all furniture. Erase yourselves right away. Yes, it's like Satan says. I'll erase myself. You all erase yourselves too. In this moment, that's the best way for us to be of use to Angie-sama. No way! Not until everyone's summoned. Same here. I'm hungry. I mean, I'd hate to leave again so soon after being reunited with you all. Don't be so selfish. Come on, raise yourself quickly. Come on, Esma. Disappear right now. Wah, Satan is bullying me. It's not fair if you always bully the youngest one. Yes, they really are lively. It doesn't bore me. That's enough. You've surpassed your limits for now, Angie. You're right. With 5 of them summoned and messing around as they pleased, the load was far too heavy for me, with the meager magical power I had at that moment. This is it. Oh. As my consciousness went hazy, I fell over onto the bed. Have beds always felt this soft? It seemed that the sisters were still squabbling together as much as they liked. For a way to kill time till drowsiness comes to get me. This is enough. Feeling something warm and nostalgic in the sisters' liveliness, I sank into a world of deep sleep. At the entrance to my dream world, I felt Maria One-chan and Sagataro waiting to receive me. You worked hard, and good job. Udio! Welcome back, Angie. Welcome back, huh? Then I should respond like this. I'm home. I still don't like Sakataro's design. It's fine though. Are we going back to the island? Or... because we're what, 6 hours in? We're not progressing the murder mysteries? That's right. Just once in the past, I underwent training in order to step into the world of witches. I accepted that the only power that could save me from those sad, painful days at St. Lucia Academy was a thing called magic, and I received Maria's introduction to the basics. Imagine a vast space, a scene from when I looked down at the mountain's base from a rest stop at the peak. Like this? I projected that scene from my memory into my mental world. Normal girls get over their fascination with magical girls when they leave elementary school. So seriously training to use magic at this age was embarrassing, even for me. But even that embarrassed feeling felt pleasant to me now. Right then, I was learning mental concentration from Maria One-chan in order to use magic. But it wasn't going very well. It was about as hopeless as teaching a person to wiggle their ears by showing them. It seems that you need to imagine a vast space to gain the mental concentration for using magic. So I remember the time from my younger days when my family had gone on a small vacation. When I had looked down towards the base from a viewing platform at a rest stop on a peak. I tried painting the scene in my mental world. No, still far too small. Imagine a much, much wider space, and create your own mental world. Your image is still way too foggy. There's no temperature in the air, and there's no wind. No smells either. The world is still very faint. You can leave those for later, so for now, imagine an even wider space. Udio, why do you have to imagine a vast space? From the time of their birth, humans have inside of them a toxin that blocks magic. If that toxin isn't purified, you can't use magic well. One effective method of achieving this is to imagine a vast space. What, like the hyperbolic time chamber? Just now, I thought of a world as seen from the window of an airplane. That didn't work. Can't even think of a world more vast than that. In that case, Maria just has to teach Angie about the vast world Maria has. Won't that make it easy for Angie to imagine as well? Who do you? That's right. And I'm interested in the kind of world One-chan imagines when she uses magic. I'll use it for reference. Ooh, that won't work. The mental world must be vast and isolated. A world with no obstructions other than yourself. So if you teach someone about that world, you won't be isolated anymore. That's why you mustn't reveal your mental world to anyone. If you draw up a good mental world, you too must keep it as a secret only for yourself. Udio, so stingy, Maria. Thanks, Sakotaro. Guess there are no shortcuts in training. I'll make an effort. It's okay. I've been given plenty of hints. Uryu, do your best, Angie. Until recently, I thought there was no way something like magic could save me. After all, magic doesn't exist in this world. That kind of thing is supposedly nothing more than an illusion, a delusion, a daydream. Wait, what is this? I had an alarm. Okay. Let's see. However, Maria Onechan... Hold on. Okay. However, Maria Onechan showed me that she could fill her own world with happiness using a power that's impossible for me. I used to look down on that happiness as something empty. Because I didn't believe in magic, I also denied everything else, refusing to believe in the happiness that magic gave birth to. But slowly, bit by bit, Maria Onechan's world grew happier. In the past, I'd disparaged it, thinking it too pitiful to look at. But that might have been nothing more than jealousy. I was forced to admit that. Now, this was my first step in my search for happiness. A vast space, a dry wind that could blow without being blocked by anything. Let me feel that wind blowing through my own hair. I see. Even the ground might get in my way as I am now. Then, I don't need a ground. Brush the ground away. Downwards, downwards. Oh? In other words, it was as though I'd floated up, leaving the ground far behind. After pushing the ground further and further downwards, the ground grew foggy and faint, and for the first time, I began to feel like the sky. She's defying gravity! Then I understood its vastness. In that instance, I felt the vivid wind go right through even my body. In other words, blowing through me without any resistance. Yes, maintain that sensation. Yeah, I get it. I get that I've been released from all hindrances. You did it, Angie. You did it. You've taken your first step into the world of witches. This is the world of witches? Yeah. So let's try practicing the magic that you've always wished for, Angie. Magic that'll summon friends. Magic that'll create allies who'll save you from your loneliness and thereby bring you happiness. Will Angie also be able to summon friends like me? Uryu. As she is now, it's still far too early for Angie to summon friends like Sakotaro from the Sea of Zero. To begin, let's start by practicing with friends that are easy to summon. What will we start with? Because you're a witch of Mirage Saucier, you're also permitted to use those employed by other witches in the Alliance. For example, Sakotaro is my friend, but since you're in the same alliance, he's your friend too, and you can summon him. You want to try summoning Sakotaro one of these days? When you're so lonely it gets tough. I'm sure Sakotaro will cheer you up. I see. You could call Sakotaro a being employed by Onechan. So, as a witch in the same alliance as her, it's possible for me to summon Sakotaro as well, too. I met Sakotaro's gaze. How pleasant it would be to have him just be there, by my pillow, so he could talk to me a bit on lonely nights. Not pleasant at all. If I call out, will you appear and talk to me? Uryu. Can't wait to be summoned by you, Angie. Uryu. Looking happy, Sakotaro pressed his head against me like a cat. Suddenly, getting a cute younger brother felt a bit confusing, a bit embarrassing, and a bit nice. Unable to understand why I couldn't honestly accept this feeling, felt tears well up in my eyes. Right. I'll give it all I've got, Onechan. Let's practice. Let's try summoning the furniture of Beatrice, a witch from the same alliance. Beatrice's furniture. Hearing Beatrice's name gave me a slightly strange feeling. When it came to the crime on Rokkenjima, the public kept going on in a frenzy about how it was a sacrifice ceremony performed by a witch. And that witch was Beatrice. So, if the witch did commit that crime, that would make her the culprit who stole my family from me. However, Maria One-chan said that Beatrice was a good witch. If I held negative emotions towards Beatrice, she'd get mad, leading to a nasty fight, and refuse to talk for a while. At this moment, One-chan was my only close friend. So, to avoid worsening her mood, I decided to think of Beatrice as nothing more than One-chan's magic teacher. What's up, Psycho? Smug. Also, I believe that the crime was a conspiracy cooked up by Aunt Ava. I would definitely expose the truth about that someday. Well, now here you go. Bet you weren't expecting Smug Dog so soon, huh? I wasn't. Oh, man. Lol. It's a good emote. Angie, obstructions are entering your body again. Sorry, I lost my concentration. One more time. I expect no less from you, One-chan. You instantly noticed that I was being overcome with idle thoughts. After shaking my head just once, I reimagined the wind blowing through a vast space. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory? That's a pretty creepy name. But they're very energetic and fun kids. They might become your new friends, Angie. First, I'll show you how to summon them. Watch. Maria One-chan lifted both hands up to the level of her head and quietly unified her mind. A state I wasn't able to reach except by meditating for a long period of time. She reached in the span of a few quick breaths. Then, a pale light began to gather in her palms. One by one, the girls began to show themselves. Okay. 1, 2, 3 people. 4, 5, 6, 7 people. The way they were summoned one after another in a line was a masterpiece. Incredible. Just like the illustrations on One-chan's grimoire, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. The younger sisters were behind the eldest, Lucifer, who saluted One-chan. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, right here. Lady Maria, it has been quite some time. Yes, long time no see. Is everyone well? We furniture are what we are because we are used. To us, being summoned after so long is truly an honor. Kya, Sakataro. It's been so long. You look as cute as ever. Me first. Oh god. Kya, today's so fluffy, squishy, and cute. Ah! Let me hug him too. Let me hug him too. Uryu? Can't breathe. I won't run away, so let go of me, everyone. Hey, you all. Are you trying to break Lady Maria's furniture? Anyway, get away from him. Hugging is prohibited. Even though you're saying that, it looks like you want to hug him the most, Satan knee. Giggle. Ack! It's not like I have any interest in something so fluffy, squishy, and cuddly. Hey! Be silent in the presence of Lady Maria and Angie-sama, you foolish sisters. They were so energetic. I was shocked by their sudden burst of activity right after they appeared. On top of that, surprised that the innocent Sakataro was on such good terms with the Seven Sisters. That's unexpected. To think that Sakataro would be so loved by such shady people. Is Sakataro gonna be like a Monka in the future? Probably. They're fellow members of the same alliance. There's nothing to be scared of, right? But on the off chance that their mood worsens, looks like they could finish Sakataro off in an instant. It's alright. The witches of the alliance and their furniture are all friends. So Sakataro can play without worrying. Of course, that goes up for you and me too, Angie. Who that? The boy that has the The pigtails lady? Because she looks crazy already? Sus? The one on the left? The one on the left, I don't think she'll be Monka. But the boy that has the fox ears. The yellow haired kid. I'm sure he'll pop up soon. It was one of the packs of marriage associé. Mutual non-aggression and non-interference. With the sleeves? Yeah, that one. Remember, witches must respect each other's magic and creations. Even the sisters, who are normally shady and belligerent, treated fellow Alliance members as friends. Thought that's a girl, bye. This one? That's a guy. I'm not a fan. But, yeah. So, to the Seven Sisters, Sakutaro was a mutual friend. It has a girl voice actor, though. He was loved by all of them, and they're even trying to steal him away from each other. The scene as they squeezed him and loved him was a bit charming. Wait, what's wrong with Fox Champ? I feel like he's gonna become Monka. Because he's furniture of a witch. And witches can be Monka in this game. I see. They're fellow members of Marriage Associé, after all. At a glance, you'd think that Sakutaro's casual atmosphere and the Seven Sisters' shady one would be like water and oil. Looked like they definitely wouldn't be compatible. And yet, they were interacting in a friendly way like it was completely natural. If this wonderful alliance could join all the people of the world together, I wonder if everyone in the world would be able to become friends right away. All you Seven Sisters, listen. Right now, Angie is in the middle of magic training, so I want everyone to lend their power. Certainly, Lady Maria. But what specifically? The magical power materializing you will move from me to Angie. In that state, I want you to be by her side all the time. You just have to talk with her. My apologies, but I wonder if Angie-sama's magical power will be able to easily summon all 7 of us around the clock. Evidently, I will need to once again break open the TV tropes to understand literally anything that is going on again. Yeah. He did it for Higurashi, right? Yeah, this one, there's a lot of mystery. And I'm unspoiled on a majority of that mystery. I just mostly know characters. There are 3 characters now. Oh, whoops, hit the mic. 3 characters that I don't know how they play into the story, but I haven't seen them yet, officially. If I did, I forgot about it already. I can't remember if you did. But yeah, I'm enjoying this one. It's a good story. It's been fun trying to solve the mysteries. I apologize, but my apologies, but I wonder if Angie-sama's magical power will be able to easily summon all 7 of us around the clock. The oldest sister, Lucifer, gazed at my complexion as she advised this, speaking reservedly. In other words, she was saying that the burden might be heavy for me at this point in time. That's the kind of training it is. Angie has more talent and magic than everyone imagines. It'll be pretty tough, but I think it's worth it for Angie to take this challenge as she is now. Angie, starting now, I'll move the magic power materializing them over to you. In other words, it'll become as though you had summoned them. So, what Maria Onechan was trying to say was something like this. To keep the 7 Sisters materialized, you are continuously burdened with a significant amount of magical power. Maybe you could say it was like training while wearing a weighted wristband. Udio, doing all the 7 Sisters would be pretty tough. Isn't that asking a lot of Angie all of a sudden? Thank you, Sakutaro. But this is training to become a witch. I want to see how far I can go. The 7 of them certainly do seem boisterous. But even if this is for training, having them with me will surely distract me from my loneliness at least a little. I understood it would be an ordeal, but wanted to give it a shot. Don't overdo it if it gets tough, okay? And everyone, if it looks tough for Angie, Take it easy. Certainly. Get it, everyone? Yes, One-sama. Well then, Angie-sama. For now, we, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, will become your furniture. Lady Maria, if you would. It's so weird seeing them being nice. Yeah. So, Angie, can we start? Sure. I'm a little nervous. Lydia, this might be tough all of a sudden. If you feel like you're getting a headache, lower your magic power immediately. Okay, I'll move the source of magic power over to Angie. In an instant, the inside of my head felt very heavy. This is... yeah. It's tough. Until then, the inside of my head had only been used for myself. It was almost like it was now being used for 7 other people. They just stood there and blinked once, or let out a single sigh. That put a strong pressure on my head. Lady Maria, my apologies, but perhaps the burden from all 7 sisters at once might be too great after all. I'm okay. Ack. No. Won't work after all. You're using all of your energy to materialize them. There's no point if the burden is such that you can't balance it with your everyday life. And anyway, this is a bit unrefined for a witch. Who do you... That's why I said doing so many suddenly was impossible. Everyone, erase yourselves for a bit. Right. It seems it'd be better to lower the number of people. Asma, erase yourself. Me again? I'm opposed to youngest sister bully. Disappear starting from the top every once in a while. That would mean I'd have to disappear second, right? No, no, no. Don't make a ruckus, Asma and Levini. That kind of disturbance will become a burden to Angie-sama. That noise you're making is also a burden, stupid Satan. Eek. Gah. 7 sisters started arguing over who should erase themselves first. The energy from that fight all became a burden, forcing Angie to bear an even greater headache. No, she's about to pass out. In the end, they decided the order with rock, paper, scissors, and 1, 2, 3 of them disappeared. But even at that level, Angie was still far from comfortable. In the end, once 6 of them had erased themselves, I was finally able to calm my breathing. With my magical power, forget the 7 sisters. Just 1 person is my limit. It's gonna be Mammon. Yeah. Sheesh. This way it's not the 7 sisters, but just me, right? You're a bit unreliable, Angie-sama. Mammon, who had won all of the rock, paper, scissors matches and was permitted to remain until the end, grumbled. Who do you? Mammon, you shouldn't say things like that. Angie is still starting her training. Are you alright, Angie? Is your headache okay? Sakataro stretched up on his tiptoes, trying to pat Angie's head. Watching this, Maria scratched her head, acknowledging that this sudden training had been too difficult. Ooh, maybe that was a little too much. I'd be perfectly fine with this much, though. The more friends you have, the more fun it is. Now I'm even more aware of how incredible you are, One-chan. Apparently when one reaches Maria One-chan's class, one can summon enough people to perform in an orchestra. For a witch apprentice, that's awe-inspiring. Are you okay? Angie-sama? I'm sorry. Looks like summoning you is the most I can do. Well, I guess I'm okay with that. After all, of all the 7 sisters, I get Angie-sama all to myself. What do you think, Angie-sama? If it's just me, will it be a burden for you? No, I think I'll be able to manage you alone somehow. Great. Then please train a lot and cultivate your magic power a bunch. And someday, for sure, please bring the 7 sisters together and let us serve you. Promise? Blush. After confirming that, for the time being, her own materialization wasn't causing any issues. Mammon immediately became cheery again and tried to make me promise to work harder. I see. That definitely fits with her being greed. But maybe you could also call it having a positive attitude. Yes, I promise. Have to be able to do at least that much someday. Thank you, Anji-sama. I, Mammon of Greed, will surely serve you until that day. My headache finally abated, and I relaxed both hands, which had been clutching at my head. Then Mammon stuck out her hand, helping me stand back up. Uryu? Maria, Angie, it's about that time. If we don't return to the room, you'll be scolded. Right, because this is back at the academy. Huh? Oh. Hadn't expected Sakutaro to talk about the time. I was brought back into reality. She did this in the bathroom? What? As though the light had disappeared, the vast world sunk into the darkness. I was in a tiny, tiny bathroom stall, sitting on a toilet. When A-chan's grimoire was open on my lap. I looked at the clock. It was almost 2000. 2000? 2400? 2000. Time for lights out. If I show up late for the roll call before lights out, not only will things get pretty annoying, but it will cause trouble from roommates and floor mates. Couldn't care less about causing them trouble, but I don't want them messing with me later. JP! Hey, Nara. How's it going? How are you? Hi. We're on episode 4 of Umineko. Good, just got home from work. How are you? I'm doing well. I'm just enjoying Umineko. This episode has been very cozy. Very chill. But last episode was very hype. A lot of cliffhangers. Well, cliffhangers and surprises and reveals. Cozy is good? Yeah. There's been no murdering. A little bit of manga because of child abuse themes and subject matter, but no murder yet. So right now we're learning how to be a witch. I gotta skip through the last episodes and see what happened. Oh wait. Recap please. So what Kappa? Where did we leave off of last time? Because I think I remember you stopped by after the first set of closed 6 murders, right? So then Maria and Rosa died. I think Hideyoshi died. Oh, right. Okay. So with Rudolph, right. Yeah, that was sad. So Rudolph Hideyoshi died. After that was George, who snuck off to go see Shannon's body. And he got sniped by the Chester sisters, which are the 2 bunny girls. And then after that was Nanjo, who got shot point blank by someone. But it wasn't, because by that point, oh right, Kraus and Nazi died. But that was kind of that just kind of happened. We didn't really see it. They kind of just left and then, yeah, they were gone. But there was only 4 survivors left. There was Nanjo, Battler, Ava, and Jessica. Jessica was wrestling with Ava because she was thinking that Ava was the culprit, and she got gunfire discharge in her eyes. I see, I understand. So then she got blinded, so she couldn't see who killed Nanjo. And then Battler was following Ava, but someone definitely killed Nanjo, and it wasn't Battler, Ava, or Jessica, because they said the red truth. So it has to be someone. And then Ava won. She presumably killed Battler. Like that was like the last shot of that. And then Battler, there was a whole fight with Beatrice Battler and Ava Beatrice to decide how did the crimes occur. Ava Cray, yeah. So Ava pulled out this move where she said, someone definitely killed Nanjo, but who is it? And Battler couldn't figure it out. So then Beatrice sacrificed herself, and she said to deny witches. And then Battler woke up in the Golden Land. Everything was happy, cheery. It's like Neon Genesis Evangelion's ending. Congratulations. You won. But it was a trick. They wanted Battler to sign something to confirm the existence of witches. But before he could sign, Angie, who is Battler's half-sister, right? Because they share the same father. Angie showed up and prevented him from signing. And so now we're following. Oh yeah, I can show you Angie. This is Angie. But what a new person. Yeah. I don't think they've mentioned her before. They might have mentioned her in episode 1, but I don't recall them saying her name. Because Angie was one of the characters that I was quote-unquote spoiled on. As far as her name and then her relation to a certain place, which is St. Lucia Academy. Which is an area that shows up in Higurashi. So that's why I was spoiled on that. But yeah, Angie shows up, she prevents Battler from signing. And she's a witch. She's Beatrice. Or can I just say it was magic? It's magic. But yeah, Angie's from the future. She's 12 years in the future. She's from the reality where Ava survived. She won. Ava contracted some illness and she was dying, and she was pissed off at Angie because she was the only other relative of the Ushirimiya family. And oh yeah, Ava died. Yeah. So Ava made Angie's life hell. Apparently Ava had a rough life as well because of all the suspicion about the circumstances of the murders and the island incident. So yeah, Ava died. Angie got the money. Angie's also Beatrice? Yeah. So Beatrice, actually, I think we can show it if you get there. So the Beatrice name got passed down. Whoops. I don't know why it's not showing the other characters, but yeah, Beatrice passed it down to Ava, and then Ava passed it down to Angie. And then in this episode, at some point, Maria, she didn't become Beatrice, but she became a witch. So she's the Witch of Origins, and she summons things. And she summons this guy, Sakutaru, which I'm not a fan of, but he exists. But yeah, I went from Ava to Angie through the succession. Oh yeah, and Angie's aunt, which is Kirie's sister, Kasumi, is trying to find Angie so she can get her hands on the inheritance. And she likes to serve black tea a lot. And black tea is like a euphemism for torture. We've also got Amakusa, who is Angie's bodyguard. He's kind of cool. And he was hired by Okunogi, who is Ava's business partner. I was about to say that I like black tea. Yeah, you don't want that torture. Apparently, she cuts off your arms and legs, and then forces you to make business transactions. And then you made it manga. They made it manga. I didn't do it. I was just letting you know. There's also this guy, Otsuki, He's just a professor. I don't know if he'll show up again, but that's him. But yeah, a lot has happened. We got debated at the end of episode 3. It was a good debate. I was caught off guard. I couldn't care less about them causing me trouble. I don't want them messing with me later. So we have 3 plot lines going on right now. We have the island, we have Angie, and then we have Maria. As far as her like diary. And her becoming a witch, I guess. So on the island, they pose the theory that Kinzo died previous to the family conference, and his body is off the island. Which I guess could make sense, because Battler never saw Kinzo in any of the previous episodes. And that could eliminate him from the 18 body count that's on the island. But I believe Kinzo's on the island. I don't know. It's a weird situation. And then the reason why they're posing that theory is because they think that Kraus is hiding that Kinzo died, so that way he can get the inheritance all to himself. So that's what's happening on Rakunjima. For Maria, she's getting abused by Rosa, but she's a witch. She can make people... she can make stuffed animals become real beings. And then Angie's trying to figure out the truth. While also, witch Angie is helping Battler try to beat Beatrice's game. Sigh. My free time by myself is already over for today. Interesting, yeah. It's getting complicated. I'll sleep, wake up, tomorrow will begin, and another long, gray-colored day will repeat again. I closed the grimoire and rose from the toilet seat. At that time, when Achan appeared again and spoke. Hey Angie, you're forgetting your training. Take Mammon with you. I'd forgotten. The moment I returned to reality, Mammon's materialization had stopped. One more time, I created a strong image of the existence of Mammon in my mind. Sheesh, you're so mean, Angie-sama. Why'd you erase me so suddenly? At this rate, you won't be able to call all 7 sisters easily. I'm sorry. Got careless. It's been incredibly long since I've materialized in the human world, so I'm interested in absolutely everything. Getting a bit excited. Where is this? St. Lucia Academy Dormitory. This is a stall in the shared bathroom. Each room has its own bathroom, so no one comes here. It's quiet and perfect for reading books. So in this dorm, you have to hide in the toilet stall even to read a book? Do they burn books or something? I have a 2-person room, so my roommate is always there. Our relationship is gloomy and it feels like I'm always getting ignored. The atmosphere is bad, so I really can't relax there. As long as I'm not there, she can do what she likes, call her friends over and chat away. It's more convenient for them, too, if I don't return until just before lights out. There's also a library, but there's a group that uses it as a meeting place, and they're always talking behind my back, so I don't like to go there. During lunch, it's the bushes behind the school building. During the night, it's the stall and the shared bathroom in the dorms. Those are the only hideaways where I can find peace. I opened the door to the stall and went out. I turned around, signaling with my eyes for Mammon to come with me. I don't really get it, but I realized it'd be hard to call this place pleasant for you, Angie-sama. Let's go out quickly. I hate the air here. Really? I think the air here is the most decent. When I left the bathroom and entered the corridor, because it was near lights out time, several kids who had gone to play in other rooms were dashing back to their own. When it came time for lights out, we had to change into uniform pajamas that we hated and called prison clothes, line up in the hallway, and go through the dorm leader's roll call. On the off chance that someone was late, we would take collective responsibility and all of the floor mates would have to undergo punishment in the form of volunteer work. As long as I avoided this, the girls would look at me coldly, but they wouldn't get in my way. That alone was enough for me. Mammon looked at the passing kids and the furnishings of the dorm with interest. Without paying her any particular attention, I hurried back to my room. In front of my room was my roommate, who had already changed into her prison clothes, chatting with some kids from the room next door. When they noticed me hurrying back, the topic of their conversation noticeably changed. They lowered their voices, stealing glances at me. I acted like I didn't notice, went into my room and changed. Then I hastily went out into the corridor. Everyone was already lined up. Hey, this is weird. I thought this was a school for rich girls. It's like a prison. It's stupid. You think so too? That's what I think. And unlike prison, you don't get out early for good behavior. After bad-mouthing the place, I noticed something. Having someone to listen to your complaints feels surprisingly good. She gets to vent! Oh my god. Fortunately, Mammon's form can only be seen by her summoner, me. Of course, there was no need to speak out loud for this conversation. All I had to do was speak inside my mind, so no one could listen in. Magic. And the friends it creates. My internet is taking a dump again? Oh no. Might not actually not be so bad. All these people are sheltered brats. Feels like they aren't even alive. Yahahaha. Stop it. If you're seen by some chance, it'll be pretty bad, right? Humans without a fragment of hopes or dreams are like a lump of anti-magic. There's no way they'll be able to see me. Huh. You lower life forms can't even see. Giggle giggle. Are you okay being around so many humans with that magic-resisting toxin? Why do you work so late? I'm fine as long as you continue to make me materialize, Angie-sama. Although, since you'll probably have to keep concentrating to materialize me, there's a chance you'll neglect your daily life. Look, that girl you're sharing a room with is calling you, right? Huh? Oh. Oh, you gotta close sometimes. Damn. At least it's not super often, right? Yoshiromiya-san, are you listening? About our weekly duties starting next week. Would simply expire. She's probably trying to push a few more chores onto me. My roommate, who never even looked at me in the eye normally, was smiling at me unpleasantly. But it'll be easier to have the weekly duty pushed onto me alone, rather than doing it together with her. It's a small price to pay to have her continue to ignore me non-stop. Maybe like a few times a week? Yeah. I guess that's the schedule. Even so, with a completely shameless excuse, she sidestepped the issue for some reason and insisted on flipping the situation around, as though I should have come forward and done it of my own initiative. But at least it's the weekend now, right? I don't mind, because I like the closing crew more. Oh, okay. That's good. Internet died before I could hear the response. Here? Oh, from Nara? Or... The morning people are too dramatic? Oh no. One of the special traits of this academy is that it's full of girls who don't know how to ask a favor. That kid. She pisses me off. I'd love to just gouge her right in the forehead. Yeah. Hope you do, one of these days. No murder, Angie. Ooh, being dramatic in the morning. Yeah, having a friend nearby all the time to complain to makes me happier than I thought it would. It really was lively with all the 7 sisters gathered together. I'm sure just watching them mess around will be a lot of fun. I want to gain enough magical power to summon all the 7 sisters at once, and soon. So, I'll train much, much more. And finally summon the thing I really want to find. Battler? Wait, say ooh again? Ooh? Ooh? Ew? Gross. What is it you really wanted me to What is it you really want to summon, Angie-sama? Namin noticed my conversation with myself inside my head and asked about it blankly. I hesitated to talk about it, but then I figured out there was no reason to hide it and told her. You? Oh my god, you say it in such a southern way. Ew. Which I think is why when Maria says her oohs, it's like I'm saying ooh ooh. Gross, gross. My family. Dad. Mom. Oni-chan. We're all like, you up here? You? So you mean the souls of the dead? Calling a resident of another world is summoning, but calling back the souls of the dead is called resurrection, and they're completely different. Resurrection is supposed to be a very high-level magic. I know. So much so that even Maria One-chan can't do it at all. That's the thing I want to find with magic, the most. I've been warned that it's very difficult, high-level magic. It's so great that, in the worst case, I might not necessarily reach that point, even after training for my whole life. Yeah, you're more of an EU person. EU. Furthermore, I have no vessel. A vessel is vital for making magic succeed, whether it's summoning or resurrection. Because I don't have that, magic that would already have been difficult is now hopeless. That's right. I have nothing to remember Dad or Mom by. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Where do I go? Why is this popping up? Is this gonna be... Nope. Sorry about that. I feel like I say it both ways. It's a 5-minute video, Jesus. I should say it.
Ew.
Ew?
Ew.
Okay.
Ew.
You?
Ew.
You.
Ew.
You. Okay. Yeah, like that. I could never say like ew. Okay, what's this music? Can we skip the intro?
You.
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 You. Dance through. Dancing to the music. It's like you. Say it like that guy. Say it like the guy. Okay. Ew. That's how I got it. Pepe Jam. Plug, please. All the dance. So hold on, let me check something. That goes there. There you go. Oops, hit the mic again. However, by an extraordinary coincidence, I do have something to remember just Oni-chan by. And that's this. What is it? That hair accessory with the pink jewel? What the hell? Hate to say it, but it looks a little cheap for you, Angie-sama. BRB, sounds good, Nero? Long ago, without telling Dad, I went with Mom to meet Oni-chan. We went to play at an amusement park. This is a prize from the crane game there. I know it's cheap. I realize that it doesn't match my style, and I get that it's too childish. But this hair accessory is the only thing that makes me feel as though Battler Oni-chan is by my side. Oh? UFOs game? The glass case had been filled with plastic capsules, packed with fun-looking things. It seemed that each capsule had some cute accessory in it. The game was to grab those with the crane, but I was young and it was too hard for me. I tried it several times, but I didn't even get close. Mom said that whatever was inside was probably cheap anyway. We didn't even know what we'd get, so there was no point in getting all upset over it. But whether it was something cheap or not wasn't the problem. The process of grabbing happiness with my own hands felt really important and sacred to me. So I wanted the cheap thing inside me. Inside me? What? So I wanted the cheap thing inside more than anything. Oh. Then Battler Oni-chan came over after finishing a game of shooting soldiers with a gun and tried to do it for me. Aww. With his arms that were longer than mine, Oni-chan grasped the happiness that I couldn't reach. Freudian slip, I heard that, JP. It's fine, it's fine. It's okay. Corrected ourselves. TV tropes, Freudian slip. Oh, were you even trying to impress me? I was just choking. I was just joking. It's a good example. Who's that character from Supergirl? Oni-chan really was coordinated. Seems he often played with his friends at the arcades. After only one or two attempts, he grasped that thing on the other side of the glass with a crane that I hadn't even been able to touch, and threw it into the exit chute. When Oni-chan tossed me that capsule, I remember that he looked very, very reliable. For several days, I felt like opening the capsule would be a waste. Then one day, I finally opened it up, and what revealed itself inside was his pink jeweled hair accessory. I'm hoping Battler doesn't have a Keiichi secret, Keiichi level secret from Higurashi. Since that day, it's been a symbol for Oni-chan. But then again, he is a perv, right? So that's some minus points there. Since I was young, I felt that having all four of us gathered, including Battler Oni-chan, was a precondition for a happy family. So I wanted Oni-chan and Dad to make up quickly. In my own way, I treated this hair accessory as a charm for bringing my whole family together. So I always used to wear it. I wanted to feel my reliable, fun, and wonderful Oni-chan by my side all the time, and let him live in our house. But my memories of Oni-chan are very distant. Can't do it as easily as Maria Oni-chan created Sakatara from a lion stuffed animal. One day, I'll surely possess the high-level magic to revive the souls of the dead. And the only key, the only vessel, that can make that successful is this. I see. I did feel an incredible magical power from that hair accessory, so that's what it was. Magical power? There's magical power in this thing Oni-chan gave me? Maybe I should say that it resides in you, Anji-sama. Your strong desire to call your brother gives you magical power. Resurrection certainly is a high-level magic, but there can be no mistake that you're steadily and unconsciously climbing the stairs towards it. I'm glad. It's nice to hear someone other than myself acknowledge that. Your own effort isn't something that you can observe by yourself. In that sense, even though these words came from a shady demon girl who controls one of the 7 deadly sins, they made me very happy. Well, I can't guarantee that you'll obtain the resurrection magic before your life is over. However, your power as a witch is proportional to the height of the mountain you dare to climb. If you don't lose heart, I'm sure you'll rival even our former master, Beatrice, as a great witch someday. I wonder if I can. I wonder if I can become a great witch and revive Oni-chan. No, my family. The Witch of Resurrection, Lady Angie. Kya, wonderful. The Witch of Resurrection is a very rare kind of witch. Having a master like that would make me pretty proud. Actually, I'd love for that to happen, because furniture's worth is also proportional to the class of its master. Please, pass Beatrice-sama up and become a peerless great witch. As a representative of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory, I'll support you from the bottom of my heart. Kya? I thought that if a magical friend were to appear for me too, a cute kid like Sakatara would be best. No, No Sakataro, please. But even this fifth sister of the shady seven sisters who controlled the seven deadly sins was enough to calm my heart so much all by herself. Maria One-chan has probably known that since long ago. That's why she recommended the world of witches to me over and over and over again. And I kept on stubbornly rejecting her. I should have given in and started my training as a witch sooner. A year for a child is worth 10 years for an old person, right? Now I found my past self, which only ever complained, deplorable for wasting my precious time. Long after I turned off the lights and slipped into bed, Emin continues to talk to me alongside my pillow. I'm back! Welcome back, Nira. You missed a cute moment with Battler and Angie. They're explaining the hair accessories that Angie has, which were a gift from Battler. Because he won the crane game at an amusement park. I promise. One day for sure, I'll develop a magical power that can summon the seven sisters. Oh, cute. And I'll let them have a lively and fun time. The seven of them make a single whole. None can be left out. Family must be together. I must bring them together. Is it gonna flash forward and she's gonna summon Leviathan and Lucifer? No, okay. My awareness began to return slowly. Unable to stand watching Aunt Rosa and Maria One-chan's relationship. I ran away from Beato's and One-chan's game, didn't I? It's been almost 4 hours and yeah, lots of flashbacks. Just gotta go back. I've gotta go back, support One-chan, quickly bring him back from this strange world of the witch's game. After all, as long as I'm here, I'm not allowed to call myself Angie. At that time, I felt someone's presence. Who is it? Oh! When I turned around, I could see Memon there. Gretel-sama. Beatrice-sama said that if you do not return soon, it will become a hindrance to the progression of the game. I beg that you return swiftly. Thank you. I'll go back now. Isn't it great? What is? That you were able to meet Battler One-chan. Is that sarcasm? Well, if that's how it sounds, feel free to call it that. I'm sorry. I should have taken it literally. Yeah, you're right. Even in this screwed up world, being able to meet One-chan makes me happy from the bottom of my heart. And you'll win against Beatrice, for your One-chan's sake. Yes. Can't have him playing around in a world like this forever. It's about time for him to return home. That's why I came to call him. Please, do the best you can. Although I can't support you, since my current master is Beatrice-sama. I know. Until October 5th, 1986, you're Beatrice's furniture. And eventually you'll become my friend. But eventually you'll throw that friend away. After all. Spoilers? Memon moaned as if she bit her tongue, staggering as she clutched her chest. Apparently the rules apply to people other than me as well. Are you okay? It's pretty painful. Excuse me, Gretel-sama. No, thank you. I'm glad. Glad I was able to meet One-chan. That's my answer to your first question. Well, let's go back. If I grumble too much, you'll get in trouble with your current master. Yes, glad you understand. Well then, Memon? Huh? I'm sure Memon was about to say, well then, this way. But then she stopped, as though the film had been torn off at that point. It looked like she'd suddenly frozen. Then I noticed. She wasn't the only thing that had frozen. Even the air and floating bits of dust had frozen in place in empty space. A world where it seemed even time had frozen. Yes. This looks like a portent that Bernkastel will appear. But the atmosphere was different somehow. Then I understood. It wasn't Bernkastel. It was the other witch. Lambda? Oh. How are you feeling, Angie? Lambda Delta. The rules don't apply to you, do they? Of course not. Rules exist to bind others. What kind of idiot would bind themselves with them? Burgestell is a witch who supports me, but this girl is different. This witch supports Beatrice. In other words, she's a being on the opposing side. But there's some kind of difference between her and Beatrice. Even compared to Burgestell, there's something strange about Lambda Delta's existence. It's... how should I put it? Maybe like she's a being from a higher dimension. In any event, I was still unsure about how to deal with her. The only thing that was certain was that she was my enemy. No, just knowing that might be enough, but... So, do you have some business with me? Not really. When I listened in on your conversation, it started to get a bit interesting. I thought I'd let you hear something good. You're supposed to be my enemy. I can't think of a reason for you to tell me something that'd help me. So the moment I start listening to you, I lose. Bye. See you next time. Don't misunderstand. My opponent is Byrne, not you. In other words, it's possible for there to be a topic that benefits both you and me. Sorry, I don't feel like listening. Although I said that, I probably won't be released from this frozen time until Lambda Delta is satisfied. This itself might be proof that she's in a higher dimension than me. Haven't been given the option of not listening to her. All I can do is try not to be shaken by anything she says, and strengthen my mental guard. She'll probably try to make me believe something disadvantageous to me, threatening me. Giggle, giggle. There's no need to square off like that. I just came to resolve your misunderstanding. No, that's not quite it. I came to let you know about the lie Burgestell told you. Oh? Burgestell lied? Didn't Byrne make it sound like your big brother would come back if you defeated Beato? Who knows? I don't feel like talking with you. My brother coming home. I hadn't been promised anything like that dreamlike. Getting just one person only if I was lucky had been a promise without very high hopes. But that's enough for me. After being promised an eternity of isolation, having a faint but still non-zero chance was like a shining beacon. In a way, that promise of Byrne's wasn't a lie. If Byrne promised, then I'm sure that if you defeat Beato, Battler and your parents will be released and will come back to you. Then there's no problem. Seriously? That kid is surprisingly cruel. To think she'd deceive you, even though she knows. How are you saying I was deceived? Damn. Letting her take the initiative. But I won't be released until I lend an ear to her. So it's something I'll have to hear anyway. Even though I realized I was falling into a trap, I urged her forwards. What year is it now? You're talking about the world of the game board. In that case, it's October 4th, 1986. I mean, for her reality, they're not going to come back. For her, Ava wins, and then she becomes a witch reality. But I guess she didn't realize that. In that case, it's October 4th, 1986. That's right. So if you win against Beato, and then on October 6th, when the typhoon is past, the people who were trapped on the island will return. On October 6th, 1986, that is, right? So what? How was your October 6th, 1986? You were at your relative's house, right? I'd been at the house of the only Sumidera my mother trusted, Grandpa. We got a call. And I was playing with building blocks in the tatami room. We got that call. After watching to make sure that I'd remembered, Lambda Delta laughed unpleasantly and spoke. Oh. Hey! On your October 6, 1986, did Battler Oni-chan come home? Which is... Even though I didn't understand what she was saying, I noticed an unpleasant sweat seeping out all over my face. I don't get it. I don't get it. What is this witch saying? See? If you defeat Beato, Battler will certainly be released. And he'll probably return home. To his home in 1986. Who dat? That's Lambda Delta. She a witch. After all, that's how it is, right? Battler was locked up from the 4th to the 5th of October 4th to the 5th of October in 1986. It's only natural that he returned the next day if he were to be released, right? And you're a person from the year 1998. You're Ushirimiya Angie of the year 1998, where Battler did not return. Know what that means? If you didn't tell me that Fox Champ is a different person, I would think this is them. Dance 3, you like this one? I like this one as well. What are you talking about? If my family came back home on October 6th, wouldn't that be wonderful? I'd come home from Grandpa's house right away, and then we'd meet. Oh shit. I think they played this one in episode 2. I like this one. I'd come home from Grandpa's house right away, and then we'd meet. Everyone would be happy. Yes. Ushirimiya Angie would be reunited with her family. The 6-year-old Ushirimiya Angie from 1986 would, right? Who am I? What a bop, yeah. The soundtrack's been really good. It's enjoyable. Yeah, I think this was in episode 2. Ushirimiya Angie, an 18-year-old one. No, that's not it. You aren't Ushirimiya Angie. You're a witch's piece with that name. Strictly speaking, the name Angie Beatrice belongs to a completely different person. Know what that means? Still have a full OSC save, I just don't have the time to go through it yet. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna wait until I finish, and then I'll go through it. But then I have to go through Daft Punk, and Kuroko no Basuke, and then this. So much music. I don't really get it anymore. Huh? Huh? Who am I? Huh? And that's why I think Burn's cool. No, I think she's a meanie. Especially since it's not like she hasn't gone through the same thing herself. Am I being tricked? Somehow? Yeah, but please don't blame Burn, okay? After all, depending on how you look at it, that kid isn't lying. If Beato is defeated, your family will be returned. Returned to Ushirimiya Angie. But she probably didn't say that this Ushirimiya Angie would be you, right? Was it like that? Was it like that? What did Burkostel say to me again? Your assistance is required. The family needs it. Burkostel started by saying that. Then I spoke. If I save them, does that mean my family will come home? And how did Burkostel answer that again? Cannot promise that. She did make me a promise in exchange for accepting this fight. Yes, this is what she said. In exchange, I'll search for a fragment with the ideal world that you wish for. A world where your family comes home. Yeah, that's right. She didn't say any more than that. She'd look for it. She didn't say she'd find it. But I was prepared for that from the beginning. But even so, that child promised that as long as I didn't give up, there was a faint chance of it happening. And in the end, she said this. I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I promise to search for and bring you the happiest resolution among the possibilities you're capable of accepting. I've known it was a tough bet from the very beginning. After all, I have no family in my 1998. Even just a small chance of shaking that absolute zero would be worth it. I was warned beforehand that even if I succeeded in my revenge, it might be a wasted effort. So, yeah, there's no lie in that part. Beato's game board is perfect. Even having you around makes the chances of Beato losing so slim that it's doubtful you could even dream of it happening once in your life. In other words, your chance of winning is almost zero. So absolutely that it could be regarded as infinitely close to zero. So, Burn can be forgiven for saying that part in such an evasive way. but I can say for sure that she was tricking you when she let you get your hopes up. After all, even if you could overcome astronomical odds and win, the person your family will come back to isn't you. It's the 6-year-old Angie that exists in this 1986. The true Ishinomiya Angie. Not you. Burn will still probably go around the billions of fragments searching for the best world for you. But didn't she tell you that she planned on bringing it to you as a present, but wasn't able to find it? She did. Giggle, giggle, giggle. You're finally starting to notice, aren't you? No reward has been prepared for you in this battle. No, to the contrary, when smashed, Beato's game board will disappear. Then you, as a piece, will disappear. The sort of goal you'd be capable of accepting is completely... No. I'll proclaim it upon my name. Upon the name of the Witch of Certainty, Lambda Delta. I proclaim that it certainly doesn't exist. That can't be. That's what Byrne lied about. Or should I call it speaking in riddles? She made you misunderstand and think you could be saved. I came to clear that up. Just bragging. In other words, no matter how hard I fight, no matter how hard I pursue victory, my family won't come back to me? Right, they won't come back. With certainty. The Witch of Certainty says it with certainty. Isn't this incredible? Several ancient kings have dedicated historical buildings to me because they wanted me to give them certainty. And here I am, graciously giving it to you as a present. Isn't this really incredible, cute, and marvelous? But I have a single good proposition for you. Damn. She's crazy. Yeah. Damn. Getting completely overwhelmed. I knew I shouldn't have listened. Now I'm starting to be overwhelmed by this witch, Lambda Delta. That face, though. My opponent is Byrne, not you. Didn't I just say it's possible for the two of us to talk about something that benefits us both? I've said that from the beginning. So listen to me. You have no choice. Okay. I'll listen. I've just gotta listen, right? I finally lost control over my emotions and exploded from the inside. I don't have a clue anymore. I believed that I was Angie, but at some point I stopped being Angie. That's right, I'm Angie, not Angie. Who am I? Not my parents' child, nor my brother's little sister. I'm just a piece in a witch's game. There's no need to be so pessimistic. I mean, think about it, okay? Right now, you're together with Battler and Ichan. While it's true that you can't tell him your name, at least you're positioned as his ally in a game where he battles a witch. And you're able to be with him for all eternity. You know what it means? I can't stand it. But I understand. In other words, as long as Oni-chan keeps getting a tie in this game, it will continue forever. Continuing to tie means continuing the game for eternity. It means that I can remain with Oni-chan as a piece. But if Oni-chan wins or loses, and the curtain closes on the game, you, as a piece, will disappear. How do you define happiness for a game piece? Getting used by someone playing the game, nothing more. You won't find it when the game's shut in a closet, gathering dust, right? In the past, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory said it as well. Furniture's happiness comes from being used, not being stored away. That's right. I am now the witch's furniture. Let's change things around a bit. To be honest, I want this game to continue in a tie for all eternity. An unending game is an eternal cage. An absolute closed room that never opens for all time, and that'll finally make Byrne surrender. God, she really loves Byrne. But it's like quote-unquote love, because it's not the good one. You know, Beato does want to win a bit. Victory by making Battler surrender. But that's actually a problem for me. After all, if the game ends, the closed room will fall apart. so I'll go easy on Battler a bit to stop him from surrender. Don't worry, okay? When Battler's about to surrender, I'll become his ally. Jesus. But you know, I got the feeling that Beato is faintly starting to realize. I think she's starting to realize that her victory won't come for all eternity in this game. But she is, of course, the endless witch. Beato's stupid, so she optimistically thinks that even so, she'll surely win eventually. Like she just has to repeat this game on and on endlessly. Of course, pretty much all blondes are morons. Giggle giggle. What? Rude. In this game of witches, there will never be a victory or a loss. I won't let her win, and I won't let her lose. Doesn't that include her? She's blonde. With certainty. Catch him. Byrne noticed that, so she looked for the most powerful piece for breaking that deadlock, found you and threw you in. To make this game end, you see? To make this game end? What's a piece's role when the game ends? I'll state it clearly. Your existence is a contradiction. Your reason for existing is to bury yourself in the darkness and despair. Internet fucking deaded. Can't even get the stream to load? Oh no. Can't hear anything. Is chat working? The psycho. That stream's still alive, right? Yeah. It's just Psycho's ending up. Can I get the stream up? WTF? I hope his internet was dead when I said that. so he doesn't get reminded. Only stream that won't load? Did I get shadow banned? It's on your end? Oh, okay. Am I done? Have I been cancelled? Oh, looks like people are still alive. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my channel. You can see the stream. Are we in the shadow realm? No, surely not. It's probably just Psycho's internet. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap card? Limited time only emote? Damn. Is that when they're streaming Yu-Gi-Oh? Laptop, please. Okay. My goal is to defeat Beato and release my captive family. Yes, gotcha. I missed out on that. And yet, even if I succeed, I won't be rewarded. It's turn for me. Oh, what else? How many other emotes did I miss? Oh, that Joey face. No, I want that one. Come on, Twitch. Bring him back. You cannot lose. And you won't be rewarded if you win. So, I brought you a third choice. And that choice will make our interests coincide. Continuing the tie for all eternity. Yes. As long as the tie continues forever, this world will not crumble. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What does she sound like?
この世界は何？
What is this world?
魔女とのゲームの世界。
It's the world of the game with the witch.
ベアトとバトラが永遠に戦い続ける世界。
A world where Beato and Battler fight for all eternity.
そして同時に、
And at the same time,
あなたが永遠にバトラと一緒にいられる世界なのよ。
it's a world where you get to be with Battler for all eternity. Jesus. There's also Power Rangers permanent modes, but I missed that. Damn. I missed that as well. My head was spinning. The confusion became a hot liquid and I felt it pouring from my eyes. It was so hot, but it felt like it burned my face. Right?
エンジェビアトリーチェ。
Beatrice? Wait, how did you pronounce it? Angie Beatrice?
ゲームを終わらせ。
beach
知
it.
る理由がどこにあんの？
Since Versal's goals in the game and the world where you and Battler can interact, why should you be her ally?
あの子はあんたを騙してたのよ。
That kid tricked you, you see?
自分の駒になればあんたが救われるかのようにごまかしてね。
It's like I just wanna hear her say Zetai. But I guess I can save that for later. She made it look like you might be saved if you became her piece. But I won't deceive you there. So, I'll say it, Angie. Become my chess piece. Unlike Burn, I won't offer you rewards based on lies that certainly will never be granted. As long as you become my piece and help me so that this world certainly never ends, then with certainty, I will swear upon my name that this world will certainly continue. I like how I said that, and she immediately starts talking about certainty. That's not all. Actually, maybe this one.
酒は我が友だ。
ボーナスもつけてあげる。
I'll add on a
あ
bonus.
なたに課せられているルール。
This rule that binds you.
それを取り払ってあげるわ。
I'll clear it away for you.
まあもちろん。私の駒になると誓ってもらった後にやるよ。
Well, of course, I'll do it after you've sworn to become my piece, okay? That's fine. If she says it again, I just missed it. In my own throat, there was a thick, loud, golden sound. I shouldn't have listened. If I hadn't listened, I could have remained an innocent little sister, praying for my brother's victory. But it might be different now. I might have been degraded into a witch's furniture. One that cares about nothing but being by Amichan's side. I'm not telling you to betray your brother, okay? If it looks like Battler's gonna lose, you can save him with all you've got. On the other hand, when Battler closes in on Beato too much, I want you to hold back a little. That's all I'm asking, alright? Don't worry. There's no need to actually betray Battler. Battler can't win against Beato alone. That's why Burn threw you in, you see? As long as you don't lend a hand, Battler will be unable to win against Beato for all eternity. See? It's really simple, isn't it? Giggle, giggle. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ka ha ha ha. Kya ha 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 ha. Jesus. I want the anime adaptation. Oh man. Hey. That's... oh wait. It's 4 hours. Yeah, let's do the 5-minute review. Un momento. I'm not unplugging the mic accidentally. Yeah, we're back. It was like about 6 minutes. Thereabouts. So, Lambda Delta threatened us. Or I guess Angie. Or I guess technically it's from the perspective of Angie, so it's us. But now what? Hey, that's mine. Give it back. No, I'll eat it. Asmo, pass. Kya, ha 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 ha. Over here, Levione-sama. One-sama. I wonder where they swiped it from. They were fighting over a donut or something, playing around really loudly. Hey! Angie-sama is reading, so can't you be a little more quiet? Yelling stuff like that makes you the loudest one, Satan. Be silent, you foolish little sister. You're the loud one, Lucifer One-sama. Is there something you'd like to say to me? I was already used to the oldest and the third oldest sister arguing with each other. Even though they were both so quick to anger, it's a bit funny how they're both having to hold back a little. It might be surprising they like each other. Cackle. We were told to be noisy, but this is a bit too much. Should I make them lower the volume a little? They can mess around all they want. It's 100 times more pleasant than that shrill laughter in the classroom. Angie-sama, go to the next page, quickly. Well, my internet is just fucking shot, huh? Oh no. What's happening? It is taking a while to load some of the tabs on my laptop. Did I drop some frames? I did. What is this? What is this notification? Oh, okay. I see. Smokatelli is live. Let me check something as well. Okay, we're good. Angie-sama, go to the next page, quickly. You read really slowly, really slow. Like to read, Memon? You look like you'd be the worst at doing boring things. Mammon controls greed. That also includes a thirst for knowledge. I guess that tracks. Thinking back to, ReZero. Yeah. Still, she wants to keep that knowledge all for herself, so be warned that she refuses to let people read any book you give her, and sometimes burns them after reading them. I like knowing things that no one else knows. I like being able to do things that no one else can do. So I like studying and practicing, because I want to keep wisdom that no one else knows about all to myself. As Mammon said that, her eyes sparkling. She peered down at the page that was open and read through it again. You could see the greed that made her covet that page even more thoroughly than I did. As you can see, my magical power has grown much stronger than it was on the first day I summoned them. By now I've gotten so that I can summon all the 7 sisters of Purgatory at once, and still calmly read a book like this. This place, although I can't recall exactly where it is a quiet and calm street side bench. I'd been young back then, so I don't remember the details of its location. Still, I remember that my days walking here were a lot of fun, together with Dad, Mom, and even Oni-chan. It was a memory of a very rare and very happy day when everyone had been together. The people who walked by every once in a while didn't notice me. They just pleasantly ignored me and passed by as though everything was normal. Even the 7 sisters' incredible outfits weren't embarrassing or anything, because it wasn't like anyone was actually watching. Come to think of it, getting pretty used to it. As long as they don't make me wear those. So, let me check something. There we go. I was sitting on a stylish bench, memorizing a timeline for world history. In an academy system where everything is based on collective responsibility, there's no tolerance for dunces. It seemed that I was considerably below the average grade for the class. According to those extremely intellectual girls, if I alone improved my grade, the average would rise drastically. They had been kind enough to show me with a graph drawn by colorful pens on a B4 sheet of drawing paper. Just thinking of the effort it had taken to draw that was repulsive. But I've already spat out all those complaints. I've already voiced my constant and furious anger and sadness to these girls here. The sisters were sometimes indignant, sometimes sympathetic, and sometimes mourned along with me. I was truly happy to be able to share emotions like that with friends. It's said that they were originally furniture that existed to carry out Beatrice's cruel sacrifice ceremony. According to the cult JPChivalry I hated, it seems that several of them even attacked my family. But I don't believe that. It's pointless to question them about it. They are furniture, so they only respond to their master's requests. Even if they really did attack my family, I can't hate them. What I really hated was the Golden Witch Beatrice. Or else that ringleader of the Ushiromiya suspicion. Aunt Ava. Anji-sama, quickly, next page. Oh, sorry. I'm tired. Mind if I take a break? Kya-ha-ha-ha. Anji-sama said break. Let's play, let's play. Anji-sama, let's play. When they noticed that I had interrupted my studying, the most energetic youngest sisters gathered around me. And that wasn't all. Well, even Maria Onechan and Sakataro showed themselves. They had probably been very close by, but they must have hidden themselves so that they wouldn't interrupt my studying. Uryu, Angie, how's studying? How's studying? Kya, Sakataro, how are you? Wait a second. Let me squeeze him. Let me squeeze him too. Ah, that's disgusting. Just kidding. It's just, you know, it's fine. It's one of those genres. Don't we always say that the first one to go get there wins? Kya, cute, cute. Ukyu, you're crushing me! Uryu! Your luck ran out when you showed up while all the 7 sisters were gathered. Give up and let us hug you. Come on, it always turns out this way. I apologize for my stupid older and younger sisters. Ha 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 ha. Sakataro is happy to meet everyone too. How's it going, Angie? How's the studying going? JP doesn't like Shota. Thanks. Well, not bad. They were nice enough to pass around printouts from a quiz that another class took earlier. Their beautiful sense of solidarity is enough to bring tears to my eyes. Well, at least it's probably better to put a timeline into my head. And I guess furry as well. That'd be another tag that goes there. Uryu! Sure are good at studying, Angie. You'll be able to get a lot of points. Uryu. Good work. I was terrible at studying, so I'm jealous of you for being able to get a good score when you study hard. You're joking. When it comes to English, Latin, and knowledge of the occult, you're much more amazing for being able to remember so much. I can remember anything when studying magic, but I can't remember anything boring. So that didn't help at all for tests. Well, it's true that occult knowledge would be like that, but your grades must have been pretty good in English, right? In the first year of elementary school, on a Japanese language test, there was a problem when I was given a picture of a gun and was told to write its name in 4 squares. Got marked wrong because I wrote the English word rifle in katakana. Why? Doesn't that fit? It was supposed to be the Japanese word for gun in hiragana. I was told that's wrong because you don't learn katakana in 1st grade. I didn't really get it, so from that day on tests, I wrote everything in hiragana. But I got in trouble with Mama for some reason. Got in trouble with the teachers too. You were probably born in the wrong country, Onei-chan. Oh, that was Maria. Oh. Then I'd rather have been born in the country of witches. so I could enter a witch school. Ooh. If that happened, you might have had much, much more wonderful magical friends. Uryu. Ooh. But it's not like I mind it now. After all, I can use lots of magic. I've got a lot of magic friends. Sakataro is all I need. I'm not the only one. There's also Sakasuke, Sakukichi, the animal band, Shimoda-kun, the seal, Sanae-san, the rabbit, Mr. Pig-kun, and plenty more. Incredible. The number of One-chan's friends keeps increasing. Every time I ask, the number of names from our friends grows. But there's no doubt that Sakataro is her best friend. I'm a little jealous of all those close friends. What do you think? How are the Seven Sisters? Do you get along with them? Those sisters are really energetic. They sometimes say shady stuff, but they aren't bad. I'd wanted to get a cute kid like Sakataro, but I think being with them now is more than enough. Giggle. If you learn more of my magic of origins, I'm sure you'll be able to give birth to friends like you'll like, Angie. Creation is still a bit too hard for you now. There's a difference between creation and summoning, and resurrection is also different. So, your greatest wish really is to revive your family? Yes. I have a vessel for it. This. That's right. I'm sure that hair accessory will eventually become the key to summoning Battler. The rest is up to your training, Angie. Although, not knowing how long it'll take is enough to make me cry. Uryu. Stay strong, even if it's tough. If you don't give up, Angie, it will definitely come true someday. If someone gave me some proof that it'd definitely be granted, at least that would calm my heart. Uryu. And I guarantee it. Without a doubt, Angie will surely have her wish granted someday. Thanks. Glad to hear it, even if you're just saying it to console me. It's not like that, Uryu. Stop it, Angie. That kind of emotion will turn into the magic-resisting toxin. The feeling that your dreams will definitely come true is the best seed that buds into magic power. That's right. Sorry, teacher. You need to be a bit greedier, Angie-sama. Go however far it takes to get the thing you desire. You're lacking the willpower to never give up until you get it. Uryu, that isn't true. Angie's doing her best. Thanks, Sakataro, Mammon. Crying about it won't help anything. There's nothing I could do except hang in there. I'll try hard. I'll grit my teeth. I'll definitely make my dreams come true. With certainty. Uryu, you're awesome, Angie. Do your best. Mammon and I will support you. Yes, we'll support you. The greedier our master is, the more our worth will increase. More importantly, Angie-sama, we finally got 10 people gathered here. We plan to have everyone play Shiritori or something. Shiritori? What's that? Shiritori. It's a Japanese word game which the players are required to say a word which begins with the final kana of the previous word. Oh. I think I've seen that in some shows. Plan to everyone play Shiritori or something. If you lose, there's a punishment game. Let me nibble your ears. Gross. Come on, is hunger the only thing inside that head of yours? Please, forgive my foolish sister's stupid proposals. Are you sure it isn't about time you return to your studying? No, no, no! I waited so long for you to finish studying, so I can't stand it if you don't play with us. I don't think it's a bad idea. Perhaps playing every once in a while is good for softening the mind. Governed sloth, right, Belfa? What you're saying sounds reasonable, but you're actually being sneaky, aren't you? Humph. My apologies. You are diligent, Angie-sama. If it's okay with Angie, I'd also like to play with everyone. Let's make some noise. It'll definitely be fun. Uryu! Angie, let's play! Let's all do Shitori! In that case, let's start from Sakutaro's Uryu. In that case, which sound should we start the next word from? Ryu? Or you? From Uryu? I wonder. Maybe it really should be Ryu. It's rare for a word that ends look bad to come up. Then I'm first. I'll do a word starting with Ryu. Ryuzu. Watch crown. I want to go first. Ryoto. Loot. Would have been wonderful. Zu? Feels like we keep getting tough ones. Wait a sec. What order are we going in? Who's next? Uryu. I don't think it matters who. Whoever thinks of a matching word first. What's that? Sounds interesting. How about the person who can say the most wins? It's fast-talking Shiritori. Then I'll go. Zucchini. Umineko itame. Garlic stir-fry. Mekabu with pasta. All of them delicious. I said 3 of them. Bells takes 3 points. Can you use conjunctions? If you could use with, then anything would work. That last one doesn't count. -1 point. Let's start from me. Then I'll go. Meringue. G? Uryu. Gesuido? Drainage system? Umetatechi? Reclaim land? Chika Shitsu basement. How'd you like them apples? One-sama, those are all pretty crummy words, giggle. So what? Then why don't you try following up with something refined? Anyway, that's 3 points for me. Next one's Sue, okay? Sue. I've never played such a weird Shiritori before. Ooh, it's fun. Uryu. I don't get it at all, but it's fun. Uryu. I've played normal Shiritori before, but I've never experienced a Shiritori this weird. There's only the lively 7 sisters, Maria Onechan, Sakutaro, and me. I'm now surrounded by friends that are so fun to be with. The courage to accept a world of magic, a world of witches. That alone didn't change the fact that I was still locked up in an academy. I had a single friend in my class, but despite that, I'm able to have such a fun and lively time. I'll also become a witch, like Maria Onechan, and someday, I'll add my family to this fun circle. Dad, Mom, and Oni-chan. And if possible, George Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan. And the other relatives. I'll call everyone here without a single person missing. And we'll all gather together. This is my dream. That's right. Until I make that come true, I definitely won't lose heart. I'm sure you'll become a great witch, Angie-sama. As long as you believe in that. We 7 Sticks of Purgatory will always serve by your side until that day comes. You'll be there for me, no matter how long? You'll lend me your strength? Of course. After all, I'm your friend, right, Angie-sama? Yes, that's right. Let's all stick together and play together. Today, and in the future, always. Until the day your dream comes true, Angie-sama. And then they stop being friends. The lively 10-person game of Shiritori, alongside a street cut off from time, under the constantly bright rays of the sun, could have continued forever. Because they said that she hadn't practiced magic. Oh. Wait, seriously? What's going on, Ushimiya-san? In the end, I wasn't able to get a very good grade on my test. I tried memorizing things in my own way, but if you can manage anything by cramming the night before a test, no one would ever worry about tests. Normally, when you know the problems beforehand, you should be able to pass easily, right? Easily? It's true that we didn't go so far as to write the answers into the blanks for you. We thought you'd study at least that much. What the hell? Come on, are you serious? I can't believe it. They're almost all wrong, aren't they? Did you really study properly? More or less. This isn't what you call more or less, Ushiramiya-san. It's so horrible that it makes me dizzy, okay? Oh god. Please forgive her for getting a miserable grade on such an easy test. For making the average score for the entire class plummet. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Ha 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 ha. The same test had been given in another class first. That test paper had been obtained, so the average score for our class had been unusually high. Enough to obscure my slight improvement. However, there were some things I had no excuse for. But I spent that entire day studying like mad. I might have been able to get a slightly higher score. So even the kids are bullying her just for test scores? Jeez. But I hadn't gotten that far. After that, on that day, I spent the whole time having fun playing Shiritori with the Seven Sisters, Sakatara and One-chan. As expected, the winner had been Maria One-chan. She was a strong player thanks to her wide knowledge of trivia. Sakatara had gotten the punishment game. He spent the whole time cheering for everyone else's answers, completely forgetting to think of any himself. Because of that, he'd been squished by the Seven Sisters and had his ears thoroughly nibbled, hadn't he? Hey, are you listening, Ushiramiya-san? They were surrounding me, twittering like small birds. They were annoying, smelly. On the outside of that circle was Mammon, an exasperated expression on her face. This is the messed up school, just like usual. Shouldn't you be more than happy as long as your own grades are good? It's probably because of that collective responsibility thing. Instead of worrying about their own grades, they're more concerned about how embarrassing it is for the class average to be low. Or maybe it's because they really hate the volunteer work they're forced to do as punishment. So in other words, they aren't studying because they want their grades to be good, but because of collective responsibility and since they hate volunteer work? They're jealous and embarrassed. They don't want to be inferior to anyone, and they don't want to be humiliated. That's the only feeling that drives them to study. What noisy people. If they want to study, why can't they just do it themselves? In the end, without collective responsibility and volunteer work, they'd have no desire to study. How foolish it is to study without knowing the meaning of studying. Still, these guys really are annoying and stupid. Don't you dare disturb Angie-san's precious day for even a minute. Wah, I hate those people. Just get lost. I'm hungry. Go away now. Wah. Sorry, everyone. Wonder why humans are so shameful. It's probably because, instead of working hard themselves, it's easier to make you work hard and earn them a higher class average to satisfy their greed. Humans are all greedy, and they'll burden others with their greed to make things easier for themselves. We'll eventually be reunited with them on the mountain of Purgatory. When they get to the 5th terrace, they'd better watch their step. Mammon controls the 5th terrace of the mountain that reaches to heaven, Mount Purgatory. Since she's saying this, she could probably be sure that after those girls die, their journey to heaven won't be an easy one. No, on the contrary, let them just fall into hell. The class committee went to the student council and applied to use a classroom during lunch and after school. The purpose of use was for a class study group. A wonderful little gathering so that they could all surround me and make me study. I'm so grateful I could cry. Which meant that every day, all of my lunch and 3 hours of my afternoon would be stolen. The academy and its student council, with its theme of student self-government. It's weird because I guess they got rid of the special class. Or they just added that for the anime. The Academy and Student Council, with the theme of student self-government, instantly approved of this pleasant activity that the students were taking up of their own initiative. In other words, I was no longer able to escape after school by leaving the classroom. After school, the first class study group meeting started right away. They open a textbook, then kindly and carefully explain so that even I could understand it. Of course, it didn't turn out like such a naive illusion. After school in the classroom, dozens of my classmates crowded around my desk. First, before we started studying, why were my grades so bad? What was the reason? It was decided that we couldn't start until I could clearly answer those questions, become aware of the problem, and show regret for my actions. Of course, there's no way for me to respond when asked a question like that. They've loathed me all this time, and they've rejected me and kept me at a distance, preventing me from joining in on their community. So I've avoided their community myself. There shouldn't have been any conflict for either of us that way. So even in this group that was enthusiastic about raising the class average, they obviously kept me at a distance. Even if I tried to join in, they would probably ignore me, like they always did in the past. If you just asked, we would have taught you whatever you wanted. Right? Right! They were getting themselves all worked up. I've already had enough of the hypocrisy of their tactile excuses. Ushiromiya-san, your problem is that you're lacking a cooperative personality. You mustn't be satisfied as long as everything is good for you alone. Those who gather in St. Lucia's place of learning shall have a cooperative heart. It's written right there in the student handbook, right? I think having a cooperative heart is what gives birth to the desire to study together and contribute to the entire class. I believe that itself is the thing you lack before you even start studying, Ushiromiya-san. But what do you say? Poor Angie, yeah. Hey, have you been listening to us? We went to all the trouble of staying after school to say this for your sake, right? I'm so grateful I could cry. Of course, they didn't like that. This way, it almost makes it look like we're bullying you. They reprimanded me. Fortunately, I'm normally all cried out anyway. If I'm told not to cry, I can hold it back. First, I was made to write a letter of remorse and read it out loud. Of course, this was to be done by today. The class committee politely applied to the student council and the staff room for an extension on the use of this classroom. It seems it was accepted right away, which means that starting now, I'll be forced into self-criticism for at least a full 5 hours here. Jesus. Ushiromiya Angie got a low score on a test and caused trouble for her classmates. That's not it, right? You getting low grades and causing us trouble isn't the root of the problem, is it? It's a cooperative attitude, right? A cooperative attitude. Come on, why do we even have to direct Ushiromiya-san on how to write a letter of regret? Their abusive jeers flew about one after another. I followed their directions and erased it. Ushiromiya Angie didn't have a cooperative attitude and caused trouble for her classmates. Hey, wait a sec, it's pointless if you just write whatever we say, right? Do you really know what regret means? It's pointless if you don't write it in your own words. Pointless. I always thought you were a bit strange, Ushiromiya-san, but you really are weird. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Even following their direction didn't change the jeers much, and now it felt like they were mocking me even more. So for several more hours, without rest, without even being allowed to go to the bathroom, much less dinner, I was continuously abused. I was coerced into writing a paragraph that humiliated myself. But how far along is this before she meets with Ava? At about 9 that night, I was told to stand up and read it aloud. The contents were smeared black with tears and eraser marks. It certainly was my handwriting. but it was like a list of soulless letters. Whose contents I couldn't even remember. Everything had been copied down according to their orders. So while I had been the one to write the letters, they weren't my words. I'd been coerced into writing them down, even coerced into reading them aloud. Even after all this time, I was surprised to learn that, beyond just ignoring people and hiding their things, there are other ways to bully people. Hey, read it aloud quickly. Look how many people are staying this late just for you, Ushurimiya-san. Why not think us a little? Isn't the fact that she doesn't feel gratitude a sign that she doesn't have a scrap of cooperative attitude? It's okay, Ushurimiya-san. We'll always be with you from now on. Why not study with us and remake yourself? Okay? Giggle giggle. As I stood by my seat, surrounded by them, I dropped my gaze towards the blackened page, and then I spoke those humiliating words. But right away, jeers flew at me, saying they couldn't hear to speak up. I can't read it. I had no idea that being forced to read a paragraph humiliating me would be so painful. My throat shook. My fingertips shook. The paragraph of humiliation written in my own handwriting made my eyes burn with the hot liquid. So my world blurred and twisted. I saw the girls surrounding me twist and bend. I saw them twist and bend into the impression I had of them. In other words, that was my true field of vision. Beyond that twisted crowd of people, I could see my friends. Compassion could be seen in all of their eyes. Angie, stay strong. Uryu. Maria, Onechan, and Sakutaro were looking at me with sad eyes. Probably because they realized that even cheap words of compassion would hurt me. They kept alternating between trying to say something and hanging their heads. What the hell's wrong with these people? They're just the worst. It really pisses me off. What's so fun about gathering around Angie-sama and torturing her? It's a resentment they can't voice despite their jealousy. I don't care who it hurts as long as they can let it out. What horrible people. Angie-sama, in this kind of situation, it's okay to go mad with rage for your own honor's sake. Anger is an appropriate emotion and an appropriate reaction. If you don't get mad now, when will you get mad? Suplex the girls. Yeah, kill them. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Stop it. Don't stir Angie-sama up with cheap anger. If Angie-sama could do that, she would have done it already. You should only get angry if doing so will improve the situation. However, from an objective standpoint, doing that now would probably only aggravate the situation further. Maybe humiliating, but the wisest thing to do now is to withstand it. Haha! You really are a sloth, Belfa. Quit fooling around. I can't stand this. Can't forgive them. Are they gonna kill the girls? Everyone, calm down. It'll become a burden for Angie. A burden? What are you talking about? Is this the time or place to be calm? We furniture are not so cruel as to coolly watch when our master is humiliated. I hate my ISP. That kid looks identical to the crazy lady. Identical? Kinda looks like her, right? Angie-sama, you have no obligation to read such a humiliating letter. If you can't let out a cry of rage, then at least throw it onto the floor. You don't need to trash talk them. You don't need to yell so loud that they bend over backwards. Just throw the notebook on the floor with all your might. By doing just that, you'll be able to show your strong will. Don't start running on by yourself, Mammon. I told you, right? If Angie-sama could do it, she would have done so long ago. Nothing will be resolved by the eruption of momentary emotions. Can't you see that doing that will only make their treatment of Angie-sama even more severe? Why is this happening to Angie-sama when she didn't do anything wrong? Not letting her eat dinner, making her stay so long after school. I hate it. And it's not just tonight, but tomorrow and the day after too. It's enough. You can't simply sit there bearing this humiliation. Hey, are you really listening to us? Someone tugged at my hair. I was torn back into my tragic reality. I was no longer even permitted to listen to the Seven Sisters, speaking on my behalf in my heart. My hair was lifted upwards. One of my hair ornaments came off. I could hear the sound of it rolling on the ground. No one picked it up. To the contrary, they casually avoided it as though something filthy was rolling towards them. I tried to follow it with my eyes, but my hair was tugged upwards again. Why do you never listen to us, even though we're talking about something so serious? In one ear and out the other, is it? Does anything get into that thick skull of yours? Get a grip, okay? Are you really conscious of of the trouble you're causing us? You aren't going to start saying that you just wrote it grudgingly because we told you to, right? Until you really show regret of your own will, this seriously isn't going to end, okay? It's not just for today. It'll seriously keep on going tomorrow and the day after, you see? Don't you play us for fools, okay? Pepe hands, yeah. I mean, why are you still even alive? Is it normal to go on living like this? If it were me, I'd just die. Jesus, this is not cozy. Definitely not cozy. I assure you it was cozy last session. You can't live like this, can you? Because you being alive just means getting in other people's way all the time, right? If it were me, I definitely couldn't live on. Yeah, I'd die too. If doing that's better for the world, and I'd die right away, right? Uncozy. And die. Oh? Angie-sama? Kill all of them. Oh shit. Kill all of them now. Lucifer, can you hear me? You Seven Sisters of Purgatory are incredible furniture that can massacre mere humans in a flash, right? You're always boasting about it to me. Then do it. Massacre them, right now. Right here, right now. Yeah, kill him. Well, for some reason, Lucifer hesitated. Why? What's wrong? You're certain kill furniture that can fly around faster than the eye can see, and instantly pierce the hearts of a witch's enemies, right? I'm giving you an order as your master. Carry it out right away. Kill. Kill them all! Angie-sama, please, calm down. If they had immediately followed my brutal order, making heaps of corpses with me at the center, I was ready to reflect on my own reckless actions of stealing human lives so readily. Ready to regret and repent, just as they had wanted me to. I was prepared to do that. And yet, Lucifer just let an unsure expression rise to her face, and didn't move to carry out my order. I knew it. Yeah, I knew it. Vaguely. No, that's not right. I've known from the beginning. I've known that magic was all empty this whole time, haven't I? Magic doesn't exist. Happy hands. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Yeah, right. Stupid. So pointless. I've known it the whole time. Angie-sama. No magic. Battler wins. I glared into the worthless Lucifer's eyes, and pain seemed to accompany that gaze. As though she was being assaulted with a violent headache, Lucifer grasped her head with both arms. But it looked like she couldn't tear her eyes off my gaze, so she was assaulted with a pain that grew more and more violent. Yeah. Oh jeez. Who brought a plate in there? Useless. Useless. I hate you. Disappear. You're nothing but a delusion inside my head. Hopelessness and disappointment. Resignation and a dream's end. A cracking sound, like you'd hear from a frozen lake's surface during a fierce winter, rang out just once. At the same time, Lucifer's form, which was being tormented by a violent pain, stiffened in place and grew cloudy. That was very good acting, JP. Thanks, Nara. It was almost as though a beautifully polished glass window had been heartlessly smashed and turned white from the countless fissures. You're saying I should go into voice acting, right? That was an accurate analogy. At some point, Lucifer's form had turned to a glass ornament of the same shape. Countless fissures ran through it from the inside, and as the head and arms collapsed, it crumbled to the floor. Eek! Lucini, ne? Lucine. Yes, you make a good. Who's the second sister? Leviathan? Carry out my order. Massacre them right now. No, Aji-sama, please calm your heart and listen. We, Quaga, goo goo gaga. Kya. I'm not looking for excuses or backtalk or an answer. I want nothing more than a swift confirmation of my order to eradicate the girls who are humiliating me. If you're gonna say anything else, there's no need for me to listen until the end. After Leviathan also turned white due to countless cracks throughout her whole body, she fell over backwards, splitting into separate parts along her neck, hips, and arms. If she'd been smashed to bits and lost her original form, it probably wouldn't have seemed so brutal. So seeing the two of them halfway left over made the remaining younger sisters shake even harder. Why won't you listen to my orders? Why? Why? My apologies. Here, under the current conditions, the anti-magic power is extremely strong and... What's that? You can't do it because humans are here? That's your logic? Isn't killing humans what you do? If you can't do that, then what use are you as furniture? Die. Eek! Please spare me, Aji-sama. Good. She clutched her head with both arms. Satan also turned white and fell down face first. Apparently the neck is the most slender part, after all. Her head slid off and rolled over to Belphegor's feet. Oh yeah, this track. This track's good. It makes me laugh every time. You can't do it because there are too many humans. Then later on, I'll call them into the shadows, one by one. You can make a bloodbath of all of them, right? With the current magical power, it may be easy for you to converse with us. However, you still lack the training to materialize us in front of all the humans here. I deeply understand your anger, but even if you could use us to attack, and murdered everyone here, that would only make your situation worse. I know it's humiliating, but please control your anger for the time being. Aga! Ga! Qua! I get the same answer from the next three? Are you gonna tell me you can't do it because the anti-magic power is too great? Are you gonna tell me you can't do it because my magical power is too weak? Then I won't ask you to kill all of them. Just one person's fine, so try and kill them. Right here, right now. It'll make a good compilation. All the noises. As Asmodeus and Beelzebub held each other, they crouched down, cringing in fear under my glare. If they'd been able to obey my order, probably would have carried it out immediately. Yet here they were, crouching down. The death of the seven deadly sins. Empty. Sad. And pathetic. That's right, I've known. These girls can't even touch reality with one of their fingers. No! Bells, I'm scared. Bells! Angie-sama, spare us! Spare us! I don't want to die! Die, useless furniture. Or are you guys even alive? Why are you alive when your lives are worthless? It doesn't matter if you die, right? Die. I'm telling you to die. Do you think any idiot would leave furniture that has no use lying around? Eek! Gah! Please stop, Angie-sama. What is it, Nana? You're gonna be only one to fulfill my order? That's right. You're my best friend. You alone will do it for me. Get them. As you are now, Angie-sama, even if you use us, you aren't capable of committing murder. It's furniture's duty to help with things that their master can do. Things that even the master can't do, we can't do. Do you hate them, Angie-sama? You do hate them, right? I totally understand why you want to kill them. Okay, in that case, go ahead and kill them, Angie-sama. If you stain your own hands with blood, then we, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, will go along with you however far you go. Oh yeah, just commit murder. I am being destroyed. Who's destroying you, Zyko? I'm asking you all, because I can't do it myself, aren't I? Throttled by ISP? Oh no. Isn't being able to do things I can't a thing that makes you furniture? Yes, we are furniture. Furniture to be used. Please, go ahead and use us to kill. You'll be the one killing Angie-sama. If you're saying that you want to kill, then go ahead, be my guest. No need to hesitate. Go, carry it out right now. This guy's been watching too many streams. No, that's it. I haven't. Just the one stream that's acting out. Man. Once you've prepared yourself mentally, once you're prepared to dirty your own hands, then we'll help you. But you haven't done that, Angie-sama. Cackle, cackle. Don't speak, furniture. Delusion. Get it already. You don't all have to tell me. You people can't do anything. You're nothing more than my delusions, illusions, daydreams. I haven't had a single friend from the very beginning. You're just a phantom. A pretend friend I created in my heart, in my isolation, right? I've known from the very beginning. JP streams are too strong. I think my sudden decrease in Twitch time has preempted this. Because I haven't been on Twitch all week until today, basically. It's just, unfortunate. Yeah, that's right. We're an illusion inside your head, Angie-sama, but so what? Yes, that's true. We're just imaginary friends created to soothe. Lonely, lonely Angie-sama's heart. To soothe lonely Angie-sama's heart because she doesn't have a single friend. But so what? If you want to look at reality, just look at it. You can stop looking at us and return to being surrounded and bathed with jeering over there. Just on Twitch? No, it's too much. Oh yeah, the New Year's resolution. Come on, go back. Welcome home to reality. Just call on us only when it's convenient for you and pretend you have friends. Then spur us on even though you don't have the guts to dirty your own hands. Then deny and erase us once you realize that it's hopeless. Yes, please enjoy it. I'll leave with a shriek of anguish just like you want, Angie-sama. Just copy the jeering that you're being showered with right now. And do the same to us to get it off your chest. That's also furniture's duty. Getting slammed against the floor when someone's pissed off is also a chair's important duty. That alone can absorb their master's bad mood even for an instant. There can be no greater honor for furniture. Kill me, deny me, your first and final friend. At the end, Mammon had a mocking expression on her face, but for some reason it looked splashed with tears. Mammon, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus were smashed and fell to the floor. Oh man. Oh? Uryu. Come over here, Sakataro. Angie's a little agitated right now, so you mustn't get close. What about everyone else? Were all the 7 sisters alive? Did they die? It's okay. Looks gruesome, but those are the remains of their vessels after being deported from the human world. Shells that have been shed. So it's alright. They're probably deeply hurt, but they're okay. Everyone is alive. I'm sure we'll be able to meet them again someday. Uryu. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. And then Sakutaro dies. Angie has violated the contract of marriage associé. To do such a horrible thing, even though witches of the Alliance must respect and accept one another. Even though they were all important friends to you, Angie. No Witches Alliance has anything to do with this. Magic friends? Give me a break. I killed them. Erased them. I smashed the 7 sisters. Ryu, that's so cruel. So cruel. Just give it a rest with this playing witches thing. I'm begging you. Maria One-chan and Sakutaro, I want you to disappear by yourselves. Even in my imagination, I don't want to kill and erase you. We aren't your imagination. We're your friends, Angie. Uryu. Sakutaro said that as he hid behind Maria One-chan, sobbing. Sakutaro doesn't exist. Sakutaro is also an imaginary creature One-chan created to distract herself from her loneliness. Uryu, it hurts. It hurts, Maria. Why? Why? Uryu. Stop it. Denying my friend is the one thing I will not permit. The same power that had smashed the 7 sisters was probably eating into Sakutaro as well. But Maria One-chan was apparently protecting him with some other power. So Sakutaro's form didn't break and scatter. One-chan glared at me sharply. It was a serious expression that I'd never seen before. Sakutaro is my furniture. You cannot erase him, Angie. However, trying to deny someone is the greatest form of scorn for a witch. Sakutaro didn't exist from the very beginning. It's just a lying, stuffed animal. A phantom you personified with the delusions inside your own mind. Ooh. That's not true. Sakutaro's my friend. He was a stuffed animal once, but now he isn't. No, he's a stuffed animal. A stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. What is going on during all of this? I wonder what Maria would look like if she was still alive in this timeline. Oh yeah. She would be 21? Yeah, 21. Because it's 12 years later. A stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. Can't move or talk by himself. If Angie gets her reality, I would imagine we would see that, probably. 21-year-old Maria. Can't move or talk by himself. Just talking for him like a ventriloquist, right? You call that magic? You call that a witch? You call that a friend? Can't accept that. Uryu. Am I not me? Am I just a stuffed animal that can't really talk? And not Maria's friend? Uryu. As though struck with a high fever, Sakutaro weakened bit by bit. As he clung to One-chan's body, he did all he could to continue standing. But his body began to gradually slip down. As he did, One-chan held him, yelling at me as tears streamed down her face. Ooh! Stop it! Don't burn Sakutaro with the magic-resisting toxin. Don't bully him. Don't insult him. Don't deny him. Is she gonna get rid of Maria too? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Maria One-chan, you're so weird. There is no Sakutaro. Stuffed animals are stuffed animals. I learned from Mama that they're made of cloth and cotton. There's no way they can walk or talk. Giggle, 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 giggle. Uryu, You. Sakutaru! Sakutaru! You aren't a stuffed animal. You aren't a stuffed animal. You're a friend. Ooh. Wah. Giggle, 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 giggle. Giggle, 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 giggle. Instead of playing with stuffed animals, it's better to play outside with everyone. I'm bored with stuffed animals already. Giggle, giggle. Yeah, now we're playing PS2 now. I hate you, Angie. Ooh. Why say something like that? Hate, 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 hate. I hate you. Do we have that emote? No, right? You're not my friend. I won't let you be one of us witches anymore. Upon my name, the Apprentice Witch of Origins, Maria. I hereby expel the Apprentice Witch. Witch emote? I hate you. I don't think I do. It's Anakin from episode 3 of Star Wars. Yeah, I don't have it. Should probably get it at some point. Princess Witch of Origins Maria. I hereby expel the Princess Witch Angie from the marriage associé, the Alliance of Witches. No, it looks like you're yelling at me. I'm sorry, Dara. Oh no, the perception. It's not the truth. I don't hate anyone. And then, what had been peaceful days to me became a daydream and ended. By now, it's impossible to prove. No one can verify whether that really was magic, or that those really were my friends. Or else nothing more than a daydream. The streamer is me. I, the sole observer, concluded that they were a daydream. So that became the truth. Oh wait, let's do a meme. I don't know. There we go. That's the absolute truth. We wrote it in red. So it works. Perhaps in the farther future, I'll observe it again. When that happens, maybe I'll not acknowledge that it wasn't a dream. That the seven sisters really were my friends, and that along with Maria, One-chan, and Sakutaru, they did everything they could for me in my isolation. Something so vague is neither the truth nor an illusion. Maybe the reality here and now is the only world with the real me. Where is the real me? Gotta find a loophole in this. Gotta break through the truth. You gotta... Oh yeah, they introduced blue words. So blue words is Balor's claims to force out Beatrice to use the red truth to dispute that claim. So now there's blue. Blue text. Where is the real me? I wonder if there'll be green text. A person standing amidst the girl's exposed wreckage that resembles broken glass sculptures. That girl who's breathing harshly, her shoulders heaving, isn't me. I'm over there. The me that's surrounded by a crowd and being showered by jeers and who's hanging her head, her eyes red, isn't the me over there. The real me? I won't dream anymore. Because there's nowhere left to run. I'm going back. I'll return myself to the cage, made of flesh. Hey, are you listening to us? It's not like anything will be resolved if you just stand there hanging your head, right? I hear you. Ah, you finally answered. You aren't thinking that this will end if you stay silent, or that we'll forgive you if you cry, right? We're asking if you're aware. We're asking if you're aware of the trouble you're causing those around you. I slowly nodded. I acknowledged it. I acknowledged that I had slipped into the world of my daydream, trying to remain separate from the others in my class. To separate myself from and disgrace those sisters who spoke to me with reliable and kind words, despite being totally unable to help when I really wanted them to. I acknowledged that. I, Ushiromiya Anji, do not have a cooperative attitude and cause trouble for my classmates. There is nothing to blame for that except my excessive inferiority complex towards all of my classmates because of my inability to study. And... ... It's a shame that I'm alive. Starting there, I was no longer reading the paragraph they'd made me write. It was me, improvising. And it was what it was in my heart. They noticed that it wasn't what they'd anticipated. But while they did frown, no one spoke, so I continued. That's right. It's a shame that I lived. I should have had them take me with them on that day in 1986. And yet, I was the only one who wasn't taken. Why am I here? This isn't the world I'm supposed to be in. No one will save me. For a time, it felt as though only the fictional friends I created inside my head could save me. But those friends were nothing more than a delusion, and they didn't save me at all. After all, this isn't a world of imagination, but a world of reality. So in short, up until today, I've been having the same daydream. I hated my real classmates and only lived by interacting with the friends in my mind. Just now, I split up with those friends, so I am here. I have no family, but my friends away too. There's no longer anything left for me. Why haven't I died? Someone asked that a short while ago. I think they're right. Why am I alive? I should have died in the year 1986. No, I must really have died. And yet, my dead soul is still locked up inside this cage of flesh. So I'll ask someone. If no one answers, I'll do it myself. Damn. Please, let me die. Well, that's gonna get you to the counselor's office. I spoke that sentence and looked around. Dumbfounded girls. Shocked girls. Girls whose faces seemed to be saying, "What the heck is this kid talking about?" And a bit late, more and more girls with faces that said, "Is this girl alright?" Pepe spin. Whisper. Chatter. And then giggle. When I ordered the friends in my daydream to kill, they couldn't do it. Internet? Is the internet okay? Still acting up? And so, I asked real humans to kill me. But of course, these girls can't do it either. In other words, both daydreams and reality are the same. Doesn't this mean that I'm including this world? Absolutely everything is a daydream? Then there's no problem, right? After all, on that day when I lost my family, I was already dead. Everything that happened afterwards is going on in my head. My life flashing before my eyes after I failed to die. Once I understood that, it felt like the scenery surrounding me began to twist and bend slightly. Yeah, I'll finally wake up. I'll be released from this daydream world. I feel my consciousness sliding away. That's alright. Fade farther and farther away. Take me to my family. Then, no matter what happens in this twisted, stale world, I won't mind it at all. I saw the crowd get pushed aside as the teacher stepped in. Perhaps the teacher doing the rounds happened to notice a strange disturbance. The teacher was vigorously shouting something, moving to protect me. Watching that, I knew that an ally had appeared for me, even if there was only one. I felt my awareness return very slightly. Was she passing out, or does it mean she'd been up all day? The only ones who can save me in the world of reality are real humans. Never again. Never again will I seek rescue from daydreams. This is the world of humans. Nothing can save a human except other humans. And plus, she skipped dinner. A good teacher, Poggies. I see. If that's what you think, then that's your world, Angie. Can Angie find happiness this way? Angie believes that's the only way to find happiness, and it is the only way. She can't accept the blue bird in the cage for what it is. Then she must go and search forever. Who do you? Maria, are you breaking off relations with Angie? No, nothing like that. I only did that because that's what Angie wanted. We witches are sometimes persecuted. However, we always remain by everyone's sides, and our aid can always be asked for. Will the day come when Angie will play with us once again? Maybe. Or she might forget, and it will never come. In the human world, we call that growing up, and saying goodbye to your childhood self. Still, if Angie just remembers, we'll always be by her side. And until then, we'll be waiting. So how much... well... so how much time passes before she calls them again? Because she does call him again. This is all just a flashback. Also, do we continue? Yeah, we continue. 45 minutes. Plenty of time. Who do you? Maria, answer me. Who do you? So I really am. A stuffed animal? I'm made of cloth and cotton? So there's no way I can talk? So I can't talk to Maria? Sakataro looked up at Maria sadly. So this is after Maria got bullied, I guess? Okay. Maria's face was covered with tears, and it looked as though it had even lost all traces of sadness. Ooh, I hear you, Sakataro. You aren't a stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. You are my friend. I hate Angie. Oh. Ooh. Who do you? Sorry, Maria. Sorry, Maria. Who do you? Sakataro regretted doing that. By freezing her heart, Maria had finally been able to escape from her sadness. By speaking up and calling her back, it caused her to be overwhelmed with sadness again. Sakataro tried hugging Maria, letting go of her, and gazing at her uneasily, lost as to how he could bring Maria's spirits up. He might have looked a little humorous doing that. In the end, that was enough to distract Maria from her sadness. Sorry. Crying won't help anything anymore. Got in a fight with Angie, but you still have lots of friends, Maria. I'm not the only one. Everyone's here. Sakusuke and Sakukichi, the animal band, and many, many more. Maria looked at the many stuffed animals around her pillow, which were gathered together as though they were having an idle chat. That penguin, though. Everyone is worried about you, Maria. They're all talking over and over about how to cheer you up, okay? Everyone won't go away like Angie? They won't. We'll always be together. Really? All of you are only with me at home. We can't go out together when Mama's around, and we can't go to school. Oh wait, are they saying that Angie bullied Maria as a kid? Angie would have been like, what, 5 or 6 when she did this? We aren't supposed to take us to school, so we'll get in trouble if this teacher finds out. But if no one finds out, we can meet together at any time. Sakataro, you're big, so you'd be found. Then you could take one of the kids that are small enough to walk around with. For example, what about them? If you take the friends in the forest band, look, they're small, so you can hide them in your pocket and go to school together. There's a lot of them in the band. I can't fit them all in my pocket. She collected all the forest band pieces that were scattered across her bed. There are about as many of them as pieces in a chess set, so it'd probably be impossible to fit them all in her pocket. In that case, you can just take friends that you're especially close with. You can take the 4 rabbits, your best friends, and the forest pen. I can fit 4 in my pockets. Yeah, this way they won't be found. Now you won't be alone, even at school, Maria. Those kids will be with you, even where I can't go. Yeah, maybe I won't be lonely that way. Maybe I can hold out until coming home from school. As long as we aren't found by the teacher and Mama, we can be with you at any time. So let's be together, play together, forever. We definitely won't leave you all alone, Maria. Who do you? Maria's expression finally regained a little of its brightness. It's weird though, because she didn't bring up this, all these stuffed animals before. It's only for this episode, I think. But I guess, I don't know. It's in the mind of how she thinks magic works, I guess. That's right. In the beginning, Maria's world didn't have Angie in it. Even without Angie, it was fun with everyone. And yet, strangely enough, it suddenly became sad without Angie, who had come in at the end. All that's happened is that I've returned to the world right before Angie entered it. So there's nothing to be sad about. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not lonely. Sakutaro and the others are with me. What do you? I love you, Maria. Won't let any more humans come into my world. Marriage Associé is an alliance between me and Beatrice only. From the start, even Beatrice didn't want to let Angie join. It's alright this way. Angie was still too young. For now, until you can be friends with Angie again, I think it's okay to forget about it. You can play together once you've regained your high spirits, Maria. Until then, all of us will be by your side. Thank you, Sakutaro, everyone. And then, Maria once again regained her former world. She regained the world that wasn't lonely, where she was surrounded by many friends. Just like usual, she didn't have any human friends at school, but her magic friends were always with her. The rabbit band she had in her pockets talked with her during class, sounding like they were having fun. Just listening to that greatly embellished time she spent in her class. Maria made it so that, as long as Mama and the teachers didn't find out, her other friends could always be with her. When Mama told Maria to go play outside, Maria would secretly pack Sakutaro and Sakusuke and the rest into her bag, and play together at the library or somewhere. Even when Mama was late coming home, and Maria went shopping for dinner, she always went with Sakutaro. The man at the convenience store and the other people were nice to Sakutaro. He sometimes gave a second portion free for Maria and Sakutaro. When Mama found out, Maria would get in trouble for bringing Sakutaro and the rest outside. When the teacher found out, Maria would get in trouble for bringing toys to school. The toxin must be strong in Mama and the teacher. That's why Sakutaro looks like a normal stuffed animal to them. After all, the convenience store man and the others say hello to Sakutaro. Not all humans are hopeless. I mean, they're just being polite. There are tons of people who, unlike Angie and Mama and teacher, can say hello to magic friends like I can. Oh, Maria-chan. Welcome. Was your Mama late coming home tonight too? Yeah, but I've got Sakutaro, so I'm not lonely. Right, Sakutaro? Who are you? What time is this now? This is Maria before going to the island. I think it's 1986. So yeah, it should be right before she goes to the island. Uryu. It's not just Sakutaro today. Some other friends came too. Oh? Other friends, is it? What kind of friends did you bring today? Makes sense, yeah. I think it's 1986. Today the rabbits from the forest band are also with me. Look, my pocket. It's definitely after her birthday, because we started this, like, timeline with her birthday party. but I don't know when her birthday was. So Maria began to line up for 4 ceramic rabbit dolls on the register. As the owner of the shop looked at it, smiling, he sent a signal to a part-timer with his chin. Then the sign of the other register that said close was taken down, and a voice called out for everyone to move over there. All of the people in line behind Maria lined up behind that one. I see. You do have a lot of friends, Maria-chan. But I hope your mama comes home soon. Ooh, Mama's busy with work again, so she's spending the night at the company. It's been very busy lately. She hasn't even been able to get much time to talk to me on the telephone. But I'm not lonely. I've got Sakutara and the rest. Right? Is this guy gonna call Child Protective Services? Is that what's going on? What are you? I've even got all the rabbits from the band. Look. Q. Is QQ the sound a rabbit makes? My, I've never heard that. They're smiling at Sakutara, who was poking his head out of her knapsack. She played around with the rabbit band on the register, making them frolic around. Although the shop manager gazed at this pleasantly, yet slightly pitying look on his face. This was apparently a single mother household, where the mother had to work hard and couldn't come home very often. On top of that, it looked like this girl didn't even have any friends. As he watched her play around happily with her dolls and claimed that she wasn't lonely despite everything, couldn't help but feel a kind of compassion. And actually, this wasn't limited to him alone. Maria had become quite famous in this shopping district. Maria-chan, you should eat some Odin every once in a while. If you don't eat her eggs and fish paste, you won't get big. Ooh, can't get a cream roll? Would you? If you don't eat certain things, you won't get big. How about Odin for today? Ooh, then I'll have some Odin. Yep, that's the ticket. Why don't I stick a whole bunch in there? Want mustard? Would you? I can't handle spicy things. Mustard is spicy? I see. And you make sure you don't let it spill on the way home. It'll sure be delicious while it's hot. Ooh, thank you. She had planned on getting some sweet pastries for dinner, but since Odin had been recommended to her, she'd be having that tonight instead. Yeah, this is very adorable. She's not talking about witches, right? When she doesn't have that creepy face going. Letting someone else determine the menu makes for an unexpected and interesting meal. Very often, Maria had to decide what her dinner would be on her own, so it was easy for the menus to get a little one-sided. So it felt fun to have a meal she hadn't anticipated. Who do you? Thanks for giving us extra, mister. Send my regards to your other friends at home. No stuffing yourself on your way back. Go straight home and eat it there. Ooh, thanks, mister. Maria raised the bag with the Odin container high. No? Huh? Who do you? What is it, Maria? The key isn't in my pocket. Oh. Standing in front of the door to her house, Maria searched all over her body. The key to the house wasn't there. She always methodically put it in the same pocket. So there's no way she had put it in another pocket, but she searched her whole body just in case. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't there. Did you drop it when you took your wallet out? No. When I took my wallet out, I definitely felt it. I also felt it when I searched my pocket partway here. It was there until partway. I didn't drop it. Ooh. Even though the late autumn wind had been bearable and Maria had been thinking of returning home, where the heater was, now that she was confused and had lost her key, that wind tormented her. But no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find her key. She turned out all her pockets and even tried taking off her jacket and hitting it, but to no avail. Of course, she also turned the knapsack Sakutara was in upside down, but the key didn't come out. Ooh, 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 ooh. Something that should have been there wasn't where it was supposed to be. Why isn't the key there when I didn't do anything wrong? Why isn't it? Why? Why? Yeah, getting locked out of your house definitely sucks. Maria was cold and frustrated and angry, and she stamped on the ground. The bottom of her foot throbbed, but that didn't lessen her frustration. At the same time, her tears poured out. There's no backup key? Ooh. 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 It wasn't her fault, so it was someone else's fault. But Maria didn't know who that someone was, and could do nothing but continue to let out a moan of anger. Who do you? I'm sure you dropped it part way. Let's look for it, okay? Let's return on the road where we came by and search, okay? Ooh. Even though I went to all the trouble of buying Odin and got eggs and stuff for free. Won't be able to eat it while it's hot. Ooh. Were microwaves a thing back in the 80s? They were, right? Maria, I know it's frustrating, but let's search, okay? It's no one's fault. It's no one's fault. Just let's search. Maria finally lent an ear to Sakutaro's words and began to trot back down the road she had come on. The wind was colder than before. It felt like it was blowing in through the corners of her jacket in a mean way. What are you? Let's watch our feet closely and search, okay? Then let's get home quickly. Let the heater warm us up and eat Odin, alright? I'm sure it'll be delicious. Ooh. Gone. Ooh. It's gone. Sakutaro encouraged her. Maria searched for the key. But she made it all the way back to the convenience store where she'd bought the Odin. She hadn't found it. Just in case, she asked the man at the convenience store whether they had found a dropped key, but they hadn't found anything. One more time, she returned home, paying close attention to the area around her feet. But unsurprisingly, she didn't find it. She was no longer frustrated enough to stomp her feet, but hot tears dripped down her face. The Odin had cooled down completely. Even though she had been told it would be delicious when warm, she hadn't been able to eat it. Even though that man had given her so much free stuff. Udia, don't cry. Mama isn't coming back tonight. Let's do our best and search. Why can't I find it? Ooh, ooh. Maria, don't cry. Let's do our best and search. Maria. Maria was no longer able to hold back her tears. Sobbing, she clutched Sakutaro and held the back of Odin, returning once more down the road she had come by. Cold Odin, Pepe Hans. Perhaps because more and more houses and stores had turned their lights off by now. It was even darker and harder to search than before. And once again, without finding the key, she returned to the convenience store. Maria-chan, still can't find your key? Ooh, my key. It's gone. Wasn't your mother away for the night? So you can't get into your house without a key? Ooh, can't get in. Well, that's not good. Did you try going to the police? Might be able to help you. Mama said not to talk to policemen, even if they start talking to me. Oh. Oh? Well, why is that? It's probably because Rosa would be liable for making such a young girl like Maria watch over the house by herself. Because she knew that this wasn't something that would be permitted by society. So, Maria was indoctrinated into changing the store she bought things at so that she didn't catch the eyes of adults. And to saying no more than a greeting to policemen, even if they talked to her. Maria had obediently done as she was told, instead of considering why she must do that. She was much more concerned with meekly obeying because her mother had told her so. But the manager of the convenience store probably didn't think of it that way. In the first place, seeing such a young girl being forced to watch over the house alone and so frequently would make anyone worry. And then After making the round trip between her home and the store once more, and arriving at the convenience store for a third time, a policeman was there. It's that child. Maria-chan, did you find your key? Ooh, didn't find it. What's your name, miss? Policeman asked her name, but Maria didn't answer. Did your mother tell you not to talk to policemen? Don't worry, no need to be scared of me. Have you eaten dinner yet, miss? I bought some, but I couldn't get into my house, so I couldn't eat it. What's your mother doing? Is she not coming home tonight? Is it her work? Ooh. Do you know how we can contact your mother at work? Maria hung her head limply. She didn't understand why the policeman was getting mad at her. No, he probably wasn't getting mad at her, but if this reached her mother's ears, then she would definitely be in trouble. Even if she didn't understand the reason why she would be in trouble, she at least understood that much. Oh, maybe this is why Rosa needs the money? Maybe? Or no? But the policeman wouldn't let Maria go, and her head was swimming from hunger. The policeman noticed that, and was decided that he'd listen to her story as they ate in the police box. Maria was taken to the police box. She had her Odin heated in a microwave oven, and even salty rice cakes and hot tea were brought out for her. She'd been told not to talk to policemen, but after being asked about Sakutaro, she responded, starting to feel that this wasn't a bad person. And anyway, she shouldn't be able to return home now, so she didn't know what to do. She told him Mama's work phone number, which she had been told to tell no one and to use only in a very, very serious situation. In the tatami room inside the police box, as she ate the Odin that was so hot it felt like it would burn her, she watched the policeman making the phone call, lazily thinking, I'm probably gonna get in trouble. Will Mama get mad at me? What would you? He must have been listening to the phone ringing for a very long time. With the receiver up to his ear, the policeman looked up at the clock, grumbling. Maybe they aren't picking up because their business hours are over? Huh? Hello? Hello? Is this Anti-Rosa Ltd? This is the Komatsugawa Police Department police box in front of Senbon Zakuro Station. Is President, Udaikan? No, wait. President Ushiromiya available? Yes. What? She's on vacation? Oh, shit. Yes. Starting yesterday, the president has been on a 3-day vacation? Is there some business you have with her? Oh, no, never mind. So, do you know where she might be? You haven't heard where to contact her, have you? Sure, could you hold on for a second? Hey, anyone heard where the president went for her vacation? Or how to contact her? Heard she was going for all-you-can-eat crabs in Sapporo with her boyfriend. I'm sure such a cold place will do wonders for shrinking the distance between them, don't you? Haven't heard how to contact them. Boyfriend? Crabs? Yep, understood. Hello? I hear she went to Sapporo, but I'm not sure about how to reach her. Should I take a message? I see. What a shame. Well then, if you manage to get in touch with her again, could you tell her that we called? Sure, yes. Rosa kinda bad. After that, I was taken to the police department, which was even bigger, and ended up spending the night there. Then they asked me various things about myself. Bad mom, yeah. A lady, called herself the district welfare officer, came by and asked about a lot of things. And I was told, you poor thing. When I heard that, I learned for the first time. Am I the poor thing? Who do you? That's not true. You're happy, Maria. Ew. Oh, man. Then Rosa came back. Maria was told to go to her room, but on her way back from the bathroom, she hid by the entrance to the living room and listened in on the exchange. JP, this is not cozy. Yeah. Child abuse. She hid by the entrance to the living room and listened in on the exchange. The person who had come to visit was the female district welfare officer who had asked Maria various questions on that other day. Or child neglect, right? You can't be so pushy. Maria's heart is too innocent and delicate, so if there was an insensitive kid there, she could be hurt. Please, stop your pointless meddling. But in that case, miss, if the child is so delicate, why leave her home all alone? Shouldn't the mother be together with her child? I am together with her as much as I should be. I don't need to take instructions from you for something like that. Oh, really? She's very well known in this area. They say your daughter frequently goes out at night to buy things and eat. Everyone was worried and looking out for her. How do you know that was my child? There's gotta be plenty of children around this town, right? Don't just suddenly decide that it's my Maria. Kids sometimes walk around outside at night, right? How can you prove that they were all my child? It's well known around the shopping center that a girl holding a lion stuffed animal often stops by to eat dinner and buy things. Everyone treated Maria-chan with care out of concern for her. Sometimes people even escorted her home, thinking the night roads might be dangerous, you see. What a nice community. You could find lion stuffed animals anywhere. It was none of their business escorting her home. Are they thinking of kidnapping Maria? Don't bother her. Maria is my child. I am raising her. I have no intention of putting her in some strange institution. Stop your needless meddling. Well, she made the lion. It's handmade. Udio, does that lion stuffed animal mean me? It's okay. I'm the one in trouble. It has nothing to do with you, Sakutaro. Maria hugged Sakutaro, continuing to watch her mother fearfully. I also wish I could be with Maria every day. But I'm a single mother, so I have to work. I may not look it, but I'm a president of a company, and I bear responsibility for my employees' well-being. I'm busy with my work all year round, so there's no time for me to rest. Really? But you've been on vacation these last 3 days, haven't you? I have not been on vacation. I've stayed at my company all night, working. There's a mountain of matters to be taken care of that the other unreliable employees can't handle. Why are you lying like that? Someone from your company said that you were taking a 3-day vacation, you see? You went to Hokkaido with your boyfriend, right? Leaving your daughter by herself for 3 whole days. I don't know anything about this boyfriend. I don't know anything about Hokkaido. Where are you getting this nonsense? Why? Do you have any proof? What the hell? Don't just start butting in on someone else's family matters. I love Maria. I have my own way of loving her, so just keep your mouth shut. Didn't go on a vacation. I was just working the whole time. I was trying to finish things up at work with I was trying to finish things up at work with all my strength because I wanted to see Maria as soon as I could. I stayed at the company the whole time. I don't know anything about Hokkaido. Don't just go ahead and say something like that. Just get out. Get out. What's wrong with you? Get out. Get out. Jeez. She threw him out the window? Wow. Rosa raged, her hair flying wildly. A teacup was knocked over from the force of her standing up. But far louder than that was the sound of her beating the table with both hands. When faced with this rage that could accurately be described as wide-eyed derangement, the district welfare officer couldn't help but be taken aback. And the same went for Maria, who was secretly watching this from the hallway. She had already seen her mother in a rage several times before this, but she had never seen her this crazed with anger. When she saw this, Maria was sure this was no longer her mother. It was some other evil being that was possessing her mother's body. and then she herself was discovered by the evil being. Maria knew that she was being reflected in the evil being's eyes. Her mind went blank, and she felt as though her field of vision was racing off into the distance. After fiercely closing in on Maria, Rosa mercilessly slapped her on her small shoulders and dropped her gaze towards the stuffed animal Maria was holding, Sakutaro. Oh shit, Sakutaro's gonna die. Maria, even though I told you so many times not to take that outside, you brought it with you, didn't you? Udia, it isn't Maria's fault. I told her to take me. That's not true. I brought Sakutaro on my own because I was lonely. So Mama, it isn't Sakutaro's fault. Udia, Maria. It's not Sakutaro's fault. It's not Sakutaro's fault. Instead of Maria, the brunt of Rosa's anger was aimed at the lion stuffed animal Maria was holding. A girl went shopping in the middle of the night, always clutching a lion stuffed animal. Because of that, she'd become well known in the shopping center. Didn't I tell you not to take stuffed animals with you? Why? Can't you listen to what Mama says? Why? Why can't you follow Mama's rules? With every single word, she stamped her heel and banged furiously on the wall. Of course, she didn't make direct contact with Maria. However, the violence of the harsh sound certainly beat against her. Okay. Miss, stop that. Let go. I said let go, damn it! The district welfare officer had come back to her senses and was pinning Rosa's arms behind her back. But the instant Rosa was touched, she went wild, furiously throwing the welfare officer off. She hit the table and fell to the ground. The teacup on the table smashed on the floor, making a violent sound. Maria didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault. So don't scold Maria. I'm the one who brought Sakutaro. It's not Sakutaro's fault. It's not Sakutaro's fault. So don't look at Sakutaro with those scary eyes. Don't look at him. Don't scold Maria. Don't scold Maria. Who do you? You. What were you doing just now? And a minute ago, too? Do you also play with dolls like that? Outside? Did you do it in front of the people in the store? So that's why they remembered you? Die, you brainless moron! Why are you such a dumbass? Oh, she's actually hitting Maria this time. Answer me honestly. When you went out, you always walked around with that stuffed animal without telling Mama, right? Who do you? Stop using that weird stuffed animal talk. Speak with your own words, not as stuffed animals. Oh, she was doing ventriloquism. Sakutaro isn't a stuffed animal. He's my friend. Don't call him a stuffed animal. Don't! Yeah, I get it. It's called Sakutaro, was it? You took him with you all the time when you went shopping without telling Mama, right? Yeah. Maria admitted it, honestly. If she hadn't admitted it, then Sakutaro would have said something to take the blame. So by admitting it right away, she was protecting her small friend. Only Sakutaro? Any others? You haven't been bringing weird things to school too, have you? Miss, surely your daughter has done nothing wrong. Stop this interrogation at once. You stay quiet. I'm talking with my daughter, aren't I? Come on, Maria. Look at what Mama when you talk. Look at Mama when you talk. What's the answer to Mama's question? It wasn't just Sakutaro. All the rabbits were with me too. Do you have them with you now? Maria fished around in her pockets. Well, this is why Secretary doesn't show up in the other episodes. Pulling out 4 ceramic rabbits with their tiny hand. The rabbits were her close friends, who could be together with her at school in Sakutaro's place. But when Rosa saw that, she shook her head slightly as though dizzy. On the school notice, it had been written that Maria was apparently bringing toys to school and playing with them. Her family was instructed to try and prevent this, but Rosa had rejected that, blaming the teacher and phoning in a protest of her own to the school, saying that there was no way her child would bring toys to school. For nearly an hour, she had shouted at the vice principal to stop making false accusations about her daughter. To a certain degree, those at the school had grasped that Maria was a pitiful girl. They knew that the small toys she brought in were her only friends, so they had done their best to overlook it. But when the other students caught sight of them, some of the boys had started complaining that only she could bring toys. The school had racked their brains on how to cope with this. They had tried to gently send a warning by way of the mother, but after Rosa's overreaction, even Maria's teacher decided to overlook it. Damn. But now Rosa knew. She had been one who was wrong, and her daughter really had been bringing toys to school. And those at the school had known that she was a disgrace who brought toys to school and played with them as though they were her only friends. To Rosa, who thought her daughter was just a little different from normal children, having this peculiar side of her daughter exposed and found fault with was, more than anything else, something she couldn't bear. So she howled. She raged. The district welfare officer tried to cut between Rosa and Maria again, but she only met with Rosa's wrath once more. Rosa once again threw the woman off with a face like a demon. And when even that failed to curb her anger, she stomped on the ground over and over again, so forcefully that it seemed she might break through the floor. Then, after seeming to come back to her senses for a second, she immediately froze her harsh breathing and asked Maria, "Maria, those rabbits in the band, are they your close friends?" Ooh, I see. Isn't it great that you have a full 4 friends? As she said that, Rosa grabbed one of the rabbits from Maria's hand. Then she shoved it in front of Maria's eyes so she could see it very well. A cute rabbit holding a trumpet was a small doll like a chess piece. She slowly lifted it into the air. Of course, Maria and Sakataro's eyes also followed it. And then, with a speed that the eye couldn't follow, she smashed it against the wall. Eek! She'd have to imagine that this worst possible thing might happen. So she instantly realized what had been done. So Maria let out a short, despairing scream. It was in pieces. It had been small and sturdy, but that hadn't been enough to withstand her mother's fierce rage. Because you didn't listen to what Mama told you, I broke one of them. From now on, every time you disobey something Mom says, I'll break another one. Remember that. Miss, you think to call yourself a mother after doing something like that? Think you could do something like that and not hurt your daughter? Hurt Maria? I'm also hurting, right? Who's gonna take responsibility for my wounds? Well, who is? Didn't I tell you to shut up? Stop it, Mama. It's my fault. Don't get mad at this lady. It isn't Maria's fault. It's mine. Don't get mad at Maria. What do you? Didn't I tell you to stop playing with stuffed animals like that? In the first place, it's disgusting you say a stuffed animal is your friend. Just how old are you? How old? Well, this is just a gross, crappy stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton, right? This is the only kind of friend you have? If you have enough spare time to pretend this monstrous stuffed animal is your friend, go out and make some real human friends. Why can you never make any friends? That's why your class always treats you like a weirdo and makes fun of you. Give it a rest and get a hold of yourself already. Grow up from this stuffed animal play. What do you? Like I said, stop playing with that stuffed animal! Ah, Mama, give him back. Give Sakataru back. What are you? What are you? What are you? What are you? Oh. Yep. And yep. Mama grabbed a hold of Sakataru's head and took him from me. Then she smashed him against the wall over and over. What are you? It hurts. It hurts. 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 I said stop, damn it. I told you to stop that stuffed animal. Ah! It's because of this stuffed animal. That's why you can never make any friends. That's why you alone are pushed off to the side in your class and treated like a freak. I should never have given you a stuffed animal like this. I should never have given you such a disgusting stuffed animal. Stop it! Give Sakataru back! Give Sakataru back! Wow! Sakataru is my friend, my best friend. As long as Sakataru is there, I don't need anything else. So give him back! Give him back! For some reason, my frantic request just added oil to the fire of Mama's anger. Mama pushed my arm aside as I tried to grab Sakataru and snatch him back. And in a bizarre way, she stuck her fingernails on both hands deep into Sakataru, twisting him. Oof. Red muffler, which I had carefully wrapped for him every day, came off and fell to the floor. Sakataru, who'd been so precious to me, was twisted, smashed, torn at fingernails so much. He was twisted painfully, his face curving in sadness. Then, Mama's fingernails found a stitch on the neck and tore it. With the fingernails of both hands, she tore it apart. In that instant, Sakataru's yellow cloth, murder, and the cotton inside burst apart. It looked almost like moist cotton candy. Ooh, Ryo. Kataru? Maria. Sakataru. Ooh, Ryo. Kataru? Is that Morse code? What is that? Is that? No way. Taro? The crumpled yellow cloth and the cotton candy flowing out were thrust right in front of my eyes. Then, through Mama's face, the evil being stated it clearly. Sakataru is dead. Wait, did they? I guess. Well, Sakataru, Lady Maria's white heart, which was torn apart, this broken vessel, can only be regenerated by the Meister who created him, Rosa. However, Rosa disposed of the vessel's fragments and even lost the pattern paper. On top of that, his existence was denied by the Meister herself, so his resurrection is now impossible. Does that count? That probably counts. That impossible, I mean. The Meister died in 1986, and any chance for his resurrection disappeared for all time. Even the endless witch Beatrice could not manage it. Wow, not even Beatrice? Mabagagiri Gyuko Gikukuki Kataru Sakura Oh Gubijita Wow Wow Kataru Sakudara Wow Maria! Do not cry. Beatrice. Beatrice. Wow. Wow. Sakataro was a good friend. So as long as you don't forget that, he'll always be with you. So do not cry. Bring him back to life. You can use a lot of magic, Beato. You can even bring Sakataro back to life, right? About that. Of course, if Sakataro had been my furniture, it would be easy. However, Sakataro is your furniture. That makes it difficult for me. If you say it's difficult, that means it's impossible. It isn't impossible, right? Bring him back to life. Bring him back to life with the endless magic. To tell the truth, Sakataro's vessel is a stuffed animal Rosa made herself, correct? That Rosa has denied Sakataro. A life that is not permitted by its own mother cannot exist. Beatrice's words were feeble, because she knew that, no matter what the excuse, it wouldn't be enough to call Maria and make her accept it. But she had to communicate the painful truth to her disciple and close friend. She had to tell her the fact that even with all of her own power, even she could not revive Sakataro. As long as you continue to strongly believe in Sakataro's existence, that soul will not disappear. So, Maria, please, do not be sad. Even now, look, believe that Sakataro is smiling right over there. No! No. No. No! You have to bring Sakataro back to life. No, no, no. Wow. Give it up. There is no magic to revive Sakataro. Despite that, you must strongly believe that Sakataro will continue to exist as your close friend. That power will become magic. That's not magic. That's not magic. You have to bring Sakataro back to life. You can't do it because Mama made him herself? Why did Mama make Sakataro? It was to give him to me as a present, right? It was to make him a friend, right? So why did Mama make it herself and break it herself? Why did Mama give birth to it by herself and try to break it herself? I don't understand. I don't understand. I hate Mama. Hate Mama. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Too sad. Too sad. Want to smash Mama up like she did to Sakataro. Want to stick my fingernails in and tear her. Tear her. Turn her into cloth and cotton. Wow. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Beatrice. Wow. Sakataro. From the darkness behind Maria's back, two massive jet-black arms crept out. What? Twisting around Maria, she sobbed in anger. Then, massive fingernails stuck into Maria's chest and stomach. What? Maria could not see that, but Beato could. Anger and sadness without any place to go will tear you apart. Beato knew that. She could see that. Yes. In the end, those massive arms were Maria's own. Those fingernails slowly started to eat into her chest and stomach. With their immense size and strength, those arms could probably tear Maria into bits easily. But Maria herself couldn't notice. Drowning in a sea of her own tears, she couldn't notice that her own arms were trying to tear apart her own chest. I can't stand it. Can't stand it. Sakataro can't be brought back to life no matter what. I want revenge. Want to make Mama meet the same end. Want her to meet the same end as Sakataro. Beatrice, teach me magic for that. Teach me magic to beat Mama. Is that truly how you feel? Kill Mama. I'll kill her. No, that isn't Mama. It's the bad witch possessing Mama. I'll kill the witch Mama. Ooh. Very well. I shall give you that power. For tearing you and your beautiful heart apart. For giving you that pain, it is fitting that your heartless mother be torn apart considerably. shall teach it to you. I shall teach you of the abyss in the world of witches, of the depths where no light reaches. Ooh, Sakutaro. Sakutaro. Hate. I hate everyone. I hate Mama too. Angie too. I hate everyone. Everyone. Wah. So this is Maria's villain origin story. Okay, well, you can't break all the dishes. You're gonna need those to eat food. And the cereal, you know. Also oh, okay. The world, 12 years later, October 1998. All the teacups. Oh, man. I want to continue, but I'm feeling a little tired, so I think we'll stop there. That whole segment was capital D : yeah, it's just just looking at your pyramid of capital D colons. I think that's a good stopping point for that as well. Man, that was definitely not cozy. Not cozy at all. It was cozy until what? The Angie part, right? Where she casts out the Seven Sisters, denies magic. I mean, there was one uncozy part before that where I think Maria slapped, or no, Rosa slapped Maria, but then she hugged her afterwards. So it's like, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, that's not fine. Totally not fine. Oh man. Man. It's weird though, because it's like we're 9 hours in. No, 9 hours? 10 hours in. And we're not exploring the island. It's all this other timelines. Which I guess is fine. I'm enjoying it. It's just weird. It's weird to me. But yeah. I don't know when we're gonna come back tomorrow. It might be Saturday night. So like in 22 hours-ish, maybe? Depends. Ideally, it should be in the night. Because I have to sleep in the morning on Sunday. So I can be awake at night. But yeah, I guess that'll be it. So thanks again to everyone for hanging out. Thanks for everyone for stopping by. Thanks again to Jimmy Jam 100 for the raid. And yeah, that's it. So thanks for streaming. Thanks, Nara. I'll catch y'all later. Have a good one. And bye.